What's good? It says that Joel Sneakers. How do I pronounce that? It said, hello Norm, glad to see you, brother. Glad to see you too. Glad to see you too. What's good, man? I'm back, Jack, man. It's been a minute. Your boy took it wasn't even a vacation, man. But it was a lot going on as far as projects that I'm working on, and I had to take a step back to take a step forward, man. Like, your boy been going through the gauntlet, I listen, a lot of people be saying, hey, I had stuff going, like I have stuff going on. Joy in Sneakers. Oh, that's Sharina. Oh, what's good? So look, like, all right, so we still doing the sneaker content over at House of the Hitters. I'm taking this opportunity on this channel. I don't know how it's working with the experiment of like repurposing the channel, but we're repurposing it for just like more generic conversations and stuff like that. I got a couple different things we're going to talk about today. We're going to get a little political. We're going to get politically correct, and then we're going to get politically incorrect. We're going to get a little, we're going to look back at last week and everything that occurred. I mean, I think this is the first time that I really felt like people was like, yo, I got to go watch the debate. It was like, oh, I want to go to the club, and I'm actually so we're going to watch some of that, but then we're going to get a little ratchet. Some of the stuff that I've seen like over the course of last week has been very interesting. We're going to take a look at, no matter what side you're on. I think y'all kind of know, the people that have been watching the channel, y'all know what side I kind of falling on. But we're going to talk about that. We'll talk about also, your boy went viral. Not me, but your boy Shannon went viral. So we're going to keep it a little lighthearted a little bit. We're going to check Shannon out. Shannon was wilding last week, so we're going to check. I found this video. I'm like, yo, we got to do this one. So we'll get up to date on the politics, and then what else we got on the agenda? I think politics is the main thing. Let me make sure. Oh, and then we may get into some other things. I know, like, last week a big conversation was Tariq Hill. Excuse me. A big conversation, and today, if you're in Charlotte, North Carolina, Bryce Young has been officially benched. I think his career is officially over. It's insane how football worked, man. That kid was no one pick last year, and now he already benched for an old 35-year-old quarterback. They about to, once you hit that bench in the NFL as a like a rookie quarterback, it's hard to get back off of that. So we'll see, man. It's insane. But yeah, no, we'll get into it, man. But I'm glad that everybody pulling through. Shout out to Petty Eddie. Shout out to Joy in Sneakers. Shout out to King Chemist. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Like, whoever else is in the background, make sure y'all hitting that thumbs up button for your boy. But we'll get into it. Like I said, it's a conversation. If you want to dial in, matter of fact, I need my mouse just died on me, literally right before the show. It's like if you take any time off from like doing streaming, it's like you just forget everything. I was having technical problems at the top of the show, all kind of stuff. But it feels like it's been a light year since I've actually done anything. And also on the House of the Hitters, man, we'll be back. I took a little vacay from that channel as well, but we're gonna get back to the sneakers, man, because sneakers never die. I got some heavy. Like, if y'all saw my Monday motivation, I pulled out the heavy hitter on y'all. Hold on, in fact, like before we, I pulled out the heavy hitter on y'all. I'm actually gonna do so. This shoe, obviously, it's a little used, right? I'm actually gonna do a cleanup job on the sneaker, and I think I'm gonna videotape the actual process. But we're gonna cut off some of these like loose strings, and I'm gonna give it the good old fashioned rub down. It's actually in great shape. It's a little yellow. How y'all like that? But this is a grail right here. Grail. About to be another one. Another one. I'm on right now. I mean, we're gonna get off the sneaker thing, but right now, while Nike is just punting the ball, let's just be honest. Nike is punting the ball on sneakers this year. They said, you know what? Don't worry about it. The black metallic 5's already been announced for February of next year. They are punting the ball for this year. They say, you know what? We're going to do the big releases that we already announced. Black cements, which I'm hearing mixed things about. Reimagined ones, black toe. I don't know how that's going to work out. The holiday season, we're going to have Kobe Elites. I know that's not going to be a big thing. It's going to be limited, so it's going to sell out, but it's not going to be a big thing. What else we got? The Columbia, like 11th, like we punting the ball this year. Shout out to my man King Chemist for getting the W on them birdies too. That was tough. I actually wanted to hit on them, but that was tough. And now, last thing on the sneakers, I had my hands, or I thought I had my hands on the Tech Challenge 2s. Tech Challenge 2s or Tech Challenge 2s. And the damn seller counseled on me. I got it for too low of a price, I guess. You want the sides? So bad, my feelings are hurt. My feelings are so hurt. Well, we still got another chance for that one. We still got another chance. So we still got another chance. All right. So what we going to jump into first? You know what? So yesterday, it's like, you know what, man? I'm almost starting to think this is a conspiracy or something like that. So yesterday, if you don't know, there was quote unquote another attempt on Donald Trump's life. It was unsuccessful. Actually, right now, from what I'm hearing, I don't even think the guy got a shot off. So we're gonna actually play some body cam footage from that. Then I think we're gonna roll into the debates. Oh my God! Come on, man! Y'all give me a second. Man, y'all be like, man, this is the give me a second king. Give me a second, y'all. Let me see if I can get right now my iPad is not working with me right now. Hold on. Displays. Arrange. Oh, my iPad on this side. All right. All right, here we go. All right, cool. So we'll go through this. I'm not going to do too much, but I just want to, kind of talk through what's going on right now, and then we'll go back to next week. This was kind of crazy, man. Like, I'm starting to think that at this point, man, like I don't even like to bring up his name on these platforms because I think they have pretty much banned you. But if you are, keen to the streets, my man Alex J, he actually predicted the first attempt, and it's crazy because I think after the first attempt on Donald's life, he actually predicted that there will be a second attempt. And here we are. Like, man. So this is actually, if you haven't seen this yet, this is the body cam footage. It's just 39 seconds, and then we'll play a news report. But this is the guy that was basically had an AK-47 pointed to a fence. I'm hearing different things. They're hearing that I heard gunshots occurred. Now I'm hearing that no gunshots occurred. It was a Secret Service shooting. They didn't hit him. We don't know. the crazy thing about all this is that how is this even possible? Like, how is this even possible? Like, I remember, like, in Charlotte, right? Politicians come through Charlotte all the time. He did not shoot. Okay. So they just saw the barrel, basically. Politicians come to Charlotte all the time. Kamala, and actually, you know what? I might have to go back to the old videos because apparently I've been pronouncing her name wrong. That's how much I know about her. Is that I've been purposely, I guess, like, pronouncing her name wrong. But Kamala, I think I've been calling her Kamala. My wife gonna probably jump out here real quick. She like, do not call her that. But damn, I forgot to point out about the that was too funny. But anyway, it's crazy that people are able to get, you know, oh yeah, that's right. That's what I'm about to say. Oh my God, I can't even say it no more now. Now that I laughed about it, oh my God, now the wife is saying something in the chat. Kamala was here in town. Secret Service was everywhere. They pretty much shut down the interstates. Donald Trump comes to town. They pretty much shut down everything, shut down the interstates. I mean, when Biden was in town, he was actually at a school near where I lived at the time. And I was just walking up the street. And I mean, it was Secret Service everywhere. It was like, oh, sir, who goes there? It was almost to the point they were like, yo, I think we need you to go on the other side of the street, sir. And I'm on outside, like, Biden was in the he was in the schoolhouse, matter of fact. In the schoolhouse. I'm on the street, nowhere near the schoolhouse. They gave me the energy, like, sir, we need you to shoot on. But I don't know, man. I'm starting to think it's a conspiracy. Is it the deep state? Is it the deep state? Are they trying to get rid of Donald?
Driver, take 2 steps to your right. Take 2 steps to your right. Come back. Driver, walk straight back. Keep walking.
You know, one thing I will say about this, man, don't get caught up nowadays. These police cameras, shout out to Obama for the police cameras, right? The GoPros on these, like, yo, they are going into straight 4K. I think by 2026, we're going to have 8K cameras on these police officers. Don't get hemmed up, man. Yo, hold on. Now, shoot, hold on. I ain't gonna get a better picture of him than that. Hold on. Let's see if we can get a still shot. Yo, when this is the guy. Emery Black was good. They ain't gonna turn on him. Turn them on. They're not gonna turn them on. Oh, you talking about the other video? You think they gave him a little, you know, roughing up? This guy looked like somebody that would, no, I ain't gonna even put it out there like that. I ain't gonna put it out there like that. So, you know, again, apparently, you know, and I don't know. Oh, AK cams. Oh, okay. You know, apparently this guy has ties to maybe the FBI. We hearing all kind of stuff. My wife could probably explain it better. I haven't had time to do the deep dive. And, you know, what's unfortunate about these events is that it's taking it forever for the information to come out. So, like, the last attempt or the first attempt on Donald Trump's life, we still waiting. And we hearing that the dude wasn't even on a sloped roof, like 400 feet away. Like, they said that the information that's going to come out about that particular attempt is going to be egregious. I don't care what side you on right now. Like, the Secret Service, y'all need to step it up. Y'all need to, whatever the perimeter that you need to set for AK or a long style rifle, whatever, like that, you know, if it's a mile, if they can shoot from a mile distance, y'all need to have a mile radius locked down. Like, y'all need to treat him like the president at this point. Treat him like the president at this point, because ain't no golfing. And they said the funny thing was is that they said the golfing thing was a last minute decision. It wasn't even on the itinerary. So this guy to be at a fence ready to shoot, like, Now I'm gonna play, like, again, we're not gonna stay on this one too long, because I want to get to the ratchet. And actually, you know what? I meant to start off with the ratchet, but we're gonna get to the ratchet though. I'm gonna play this next video just to give the news report. Like, yo, when this is your guy, like when this is the guy, you know what? I made that thumbnail. This is stay inside, be dangerous to these streets. Like, yo, listen, like this should have been the thumbnail right here. Like, this is crazy. This is the guy. Oh my God, there's so many things I want to say.
58-year-old Ryan Wesley Ruth appeared in a Florida courtroom this morning on 2 charges related to firearm possession. He was arrested 50 miles away from former President Donald Trump's West Palm Beach golf course Sunday after the Secret Service spotted the muzzle of an AK-47 peeking out through the shrubbery and pointed at the former president.
The Secret Service did exactly what they should have done.
Authorities say the incident took place near the 5th and 6th holes, with Trump just 300 to 500 yards away. The agent fired
300 to 500 yards away. That sounds like it's a little too close right there. So he was on hole. So he was on hole 6. I think I'm not blocking where. So where's the? Hold on.
4 to 6 rounds, and the suspect then took off in a car. Officials say he left behind a rifle, a scope, and 2 backpacks.
The threat level is high. We live in danger times.
Former Deputy Director of the U.S. Secret Service and CBS News consultant A.T. Smith.
This area where the individual was is sometimes used by the press to try to get a shot or a photograph of the former president when he's playing.
Officials say the level of security was consistent with that of a former, not sitting president. CBS News has confirmed that the
Cap. I'm listening, like I'm starting to call Cap on this one, man. Yo, hey, like y'all gotta go protect my boy, man.
former president is meeting with the acting director of the Secret Service today.
The service needs more help.
Leaving the White House this morning, President Biden also said he did not yet have a full report on the incident. The FBI is investigating, and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says his office is also looking into what happened.
We also believe that there's a need to make sure that the truth about all this comes out in a way, that's credible.
Trump is holding a rally on Long Island Wednesday, and officials there say they're implementing new security measures. Cristian Benavides, CBS News, West Palm Beach.
Hey, man. Hey, Secret Service, man. Keep on. Hey, dude, y'all been doing your job. I heard that the Secret Service look a little like, that first round, that first shot, the Secret Service looked one way. What is like Donald Trump is like what 6'2", 6'3", like he's about 6 feet tall. I think we got bigger Secret Service guys now. We just need to get the radius right. We got to get the radius right. We're gonna work up to it. We're gonna work up to it, man. Get my man straight. So I actually meant I want to go. I'm gonna take a step back to take a step forward, man. I wanted to start this show off on some ratchet, but this video right here is hilarious. And then we're gonna get into the debate from last week. That's gonna take a turn, and then we're gonna keep on going from there. We'll see how long it goes. If you do want to, if you do want to pop in and make any comments as we go through the topics, I will drop the link to dial in. I'm also going to pin that. Let me see something real quick. I'm going to pin that to the top of the chat. And we're going to get into it. I'm going to give you my thoughts on some of the stuff that we've been seeing and just my rundown. Like, it just because right now I think there's a time. You said need to stay on that itinerary. Well, that's the thing. Like when you go off the itinerary. Well, now the question is who made the suggestion for the event off the itinerary? Hold on. Where's my Law and Order? That's the question. Like, who did that? Who told Donald Trump to go to the golf course? That's what we need to do. We need to figure that person out. Like, who was like, yeah, you know what? Let's go shoot some. Let's go to the hole, man. Shoot some golf. Like, let's play some golf. I'm about to say shoot some pool. That's how you know I don't play golf. Matter of fact, I'm still trying to get into golf. You said just got through talking about Biden on the beach. It was like he was talking smack. Hey King, you know what it was? He was out there talking smack. He was like, you know, Biden, old Sleepy Joe down there at the beach, chilling, sleep, 4:00 in the afternoon, and somebody came up like, oh yeah, you know what? You know why Biden sleep? You know, we go play some golf. Let's go run 19 holes real quick, right over here. Like, who was that person? Who was that person, man? Let's keep it going. I want to play this real quick, man. This was hilarious to me. I know y'all gonna find it hilarious. Shout out to the creator around this one. Oh man, this is we going to circle back to Donald. I know a lot of y'all be like, man, like this cat is talking about Donald a lot, but you know, it's what's in the news cycle right now, man. What you want me to do? And it feels like it's on purpose too. The fact that these things keep on happening on Sundays, like it's like Sunday, we know the news cycle is about to start for the week. Let's go get some ratchet. Let's get some new conversation started up for the week. That's the part that I feel like is like it's kind of eerie. Like, why both attempts were on like Sundays? That is the part that I'm trying to like, okay, hold on now. He said he and DJ Khaled, let's go golf. Hey, King Kimmus was like, oh, you done? You want to stop at this hole? King Kimmus, DJ Khaled was like,
Another one.
Let's shoot. Hey, let's go to the next hole.
Another one.
You trying to go home? No.
Another one.
Stay out here. Let me go. Oh my God. All right, man. Sometimes I'm funny, sometimes I'm not. This right here. All right, so parental it was like parental advisory. Subject matter on this one is probably a little one out of taste, but this is hilarious. Shout out to Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp was getting on Ocho Cinco last week about being late and not being professional, and it was almost like I don't know, just the petty guards came down and was like, you sit out here talking that smack. You sit out here talking that smack, Shannon. You got to bring you back down to earth. Even though everything he was saying to Ocho Cinco, you think it was planned? In the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you think this was planned. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Shannon Sharp going live on Instagram was planned. Hey, listen, if it was planned, it's a hell of a ploy, because Shannon Sharp he's on fire this year, man. He kicked off the year right now. Look at him. Let's play this real quick. This is hilarious.
Nobody was harmed in the making of this audio.
No. Well, I don't know, except
You know, she might have had to put a little ice pack down there, but she good otherwise. Nope. You know, you play a hard game, you ice.
All right, so boom. If you are unaware, let me catch you up to speed. Yesterday afternoon, Shannon Sharp 3 times.
You said you need to get back. You need to get back from that person short memes. Yo, like, no, they had Shannon out there looking crazy, man. Hold on.
Super Bowl champion, Hall of Fame tight end for the Denver Broncos and Baltimore Ravens, went live on Instagram for the very first time since creating his account. But he was in the middle of a session. I ain't gonna play the video, obviously, because it's gonna get blocked. This me we talked about. But one way or another, he was putting his new hip replacement to work, wearing out some harlot named Michelle, letting her know that he trying to cut the stream, Unc. He had no clue mans was live. I ain't hear this man get this active since he was running the seam in Baltimore. They might have pulled him to go catch the weak side linebacker on a 47 counter. TD, a touchdown's on the way. It's 98 again. You rushing for 2,000. Unc utilizing his hips like it's the late 90s.
All I ask is when you lay your head on that pillow at night, I gave you everything I had.
You did.
I gave you everything I had.
Mans was in there 10.
Yo, all right, I'm gonna let it run, man. I'm gonna let it run for a little
Get
bit.
up! He wasn't lying about taking them diamonds.
I have a stretched out like a quarter to three. You know what I mean, Ocho? Don't play with me. Ocho, you better stop playing with me, Ocho. Huh? Bad please.
I can't even hold you. Had it been anybody else, I'm probably not even making this video. But the fact that it's Shannon makes it so hilarious. I'm gonna pause, and I just want you to hear the washing machine. Buddy was about to slide his hip out of socket. He must have realized he was live and got up out the bed like,
Like, come on, man, don't hit me with the.
Is this camera on me? Yes.
rumor has it Mans was hitting Shorty with the Ving Rhames before he got caught up. I remember when I was a student athlete in college, my professors used to always tell me, your athletics are temporary, but your academics are forever.
I'm going to have to, like, that part, I'm going to have to do something.
Never really looked into it, but apparently Shannon Sharp must have walked onto the campus at Savannah State like,
came to this college to be a community philanthropist, philandering chiropractor, while I slip underneath a whole lot of labia majoras, infiltrate labia minoras, bypass hymens, invade vaginal canals, penetrate her walls, make contact with all kinds of services, tell the Grafenberg spot to come here, greet the clitoral region, enter and exit, and enter and exit, and enter and exit her vulva region, send her on a one-way trip to O-Town on a night where it's raining vaginal secretion until she wakes up the next morning with kyphosis, lumbar lordosis, stenosis, and scoliosis. Because I came to college to fuck.
And I can't even hold you. At first, when I saw it, I was completely taken aback because this is uncharacteristic of Shannon Sharp. This man is a cutthroat businessman at this stage of his career. Ain't no way he'd make this mistake. So I started thinking he intentionally had this happen to try to leak a potential partnership with maybe Viagra, Blue Chew, something of that.
It's hilarious. It's to lighten up the mood before we get. We gonna get the Monday Matters. This is about we covering last week we took off. We trying to catch back up. This is mannish. This is mannish, by the way. We gonna let this run for a little bit longer.
I think you should wrap it up.
All right, I'm gonna let it run for a little bit. I turned it down like. All right, I'm gonna let it run. It's like I think it's like one more spot in here that I want to get to. We're gonna get back to getting serious.
I want to know why you in particular were just so fascinated by this Shannon Sharp incident.
You want to know what I mean? Fascinated?
Yeah.
I think just because it's, you know what? First and foremost, it's ridiculous because like who just throws the? I think it's like every person's like worst nightmare, right? That you just I just threw my phone down in the zone. It's like being in a work meeting, and you
have recapped this video like it is.
It's hilarious.
Like they are giving.
It's Shannon Sharp. It's Unk. It's Unk. It's like you know what it is though. It's hilarious because it's him. You know, with all the little allegations, whatever, just the jokes about him, the way it's the voice, and you know I think he gonna get to it. Like all that he would do, it was crazy. It was crazy. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. Now, you know, if it was planned tonight, I don't think it was planned. But it was definitely like the comma. That's what I was looking for. The word earlier, comma came down, was like, okay, you gonna call Ocho Cinco out. You said it was not planned at all? I don't think it was planned. My wife, I mean, like, you know, the word of the weekend last weekend was chastised. I'm getting chastised right now, y'all. You just curious?
I was just curious. Like, I mean, I know from a woman's perspective, I was just trying to figure out, like,
It's just hilarious to us. It's just funny. It's just funny. Like, it's just funny. It's like every man's like, I mean, he's
but evidently that ain't the case. It was just an honest mistake. If this ain't the greatest advertisement for Shea by Laportier, I don't know what is, bro. I heard they stock gotta be up 17% at this point, because 55-year-olds, individuals who got their grades going, they got the salt and pepper transpiring right now. They probably purchasing this immediately. You take a shot and you might go a few rounds. Your wife gonna be wondering where this new encouragement came from.
Let me ask you a question. Lady, let me ask you a question. Ocho, if you put a hot dog in the microwave for 2 minutes, what's gonna happen to it?
It's gonna explode, ain't it?
Okay, that's what I did. I was in there for 2 minutes, the hot dog exploded. Boop, there it is. That's what I did, Ocho. I mean, come on, that's what you want from me. You mad at me? I'm thanking you. You got that.
And now, a word from our sponsor.
Hey, the NFL is back, and there's no better way to watch football than with Underdog. And might I add, they're dropping a new promotion every single day for the month of September. Week 1 was a success. Week 2 is going to be even better. Let's take a look at these enough, the funniest thing about the entire situation wasn't even what was happening on the live. It was the fact that R-Truth from the WWE was in the live stream, absolutely losing his mind, providing in real-time commentary of what was going on. It's as if he said, "I'm Michael Cole for the evening," even quoted his most famous quote.
I don't even know if that's PG.
Could you imagine you fucking and you live on IG? You got no clue that the live stream is live streaming, and you getting all kinds of phone calls. Thank God he had a second phone, because he would have probably kept going into round 2, 3, whatever the fuck it just so happened to be.
You call me and say I'm on IG Live when I know I didn't click myself on IG Live. And he said they can hear me. I said, hear me doing what? He said, sounds like you were having sex.
Big shout out to Shannon Sharp's team though, because immediately they were the ones who had to cut off the live stream and started the damage control immediately. They had better PR than the entire country of India. Straight up put up story talking about, hey man, the account got hacked. I don't even know if Shannon even peeped there was an uploaded story. He immediately said, oh no, we got to talk about it tonight because I got to get in front of this.
Now I will give him this part, like the fact that he went live. Well, it was the same day, wasn't it? Like the day after? He cleaned up the day after. Hopefully the day after. Oh my God! And actually came. That's the one thing I do like about the internet at this point, man. Like I think we've made it, and it's going to actually kind of creep into some of the other stuff I'm gonna talk tonight. You know, I think we've made it to the generation of, you know, creators and the same. It was the same night. Hold on. That's how crazy the day after was the roast. Okay. Hold on for a second. I'm checking something. I'm checking the. Damn, I'm you know what? I messed myself up. I changed the order. Can I change it back? Nope, they're gonna charge me again. He said he lost a Shay Shay interview from it, but I think the hype is over. Oh yeah, I mean I think it it's a whole new week, man. Somebody else tried to shoot at Donald Trump, like It's a whole nother week, man. He in the clear now.
He took accountability because, you know, he big on that and said, hey, there was no hacking of my IG.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was about to say. I do like the fact that people are being transparent on the internet. You know, one of the things is, you know, it's not really like about to be it's not too deep, but I like the fact that, you know, people are trying to be authentic and give you that raw and uncut. And I remember like, I don't know, 10, 15. I just remember being younger and always thinking like, man, I don't know if y'all ever had this kind of conversation, just thinking with yourself, like, am I the only person that think like this? Or like you might be like, damn, I'm the oddball or something like that. Cause ain't nobody around you saying what you saying. But like the internet opens up the floodgates to like people with voices. Is now like people are just coming out here and just saying, you know, trying to be authentic, taking chances. Maybe, you know, if you got something going on outside of whatever your internet platform is. But now it's like you kind of find your people a little bit that maybe from the environment that you're from, they may not exist. Like, so I do like the fact that, you know, people are choosing to say, okay, well, shoot, you know what? I messed up. Let me be transparent. Let me go ahead and put it out there. I did appreciate that from Shannon. I will say that.
Was
all
me
jokes aside.
getting active.
I said, I just got to tell them the truth. My phone wasn't hacked. It wasn't a prank. It was me being a healthy, active male. I mean, y'all thought I was bull jiving.
Come on, man.
He sparks hard, Ocho. And, you know, I hit one early this morning.
You know, now that I think about it, Shannon Sharp constantly talking about these blue diamonds. You think this brother got an addiction to Viagra? Perhaps there's an AA meeting somewhere for people who keep popping pills profusely of the blue diamond.
All right, we're gonna let this one roll. I ain't gonna get too mannish today. My wife was like, no, you gotta wrap it up. Yeah, I just want to play that, man, just to be lighthearted, man. You know, we come in here on these Mondays and it's just straight politics or whatever, like, you know. And like I said, we're gonna go politics. One of the things I'm about to play next is I want to go back to the debate from last week. I'm not gonna replay the whole thing, obviously. Hopefully, for the folks that's, you know, really paying attention to this actual cycle, is a political cycle or presidential cycle. Hopefully you took a chance and you took the time out to take a, you know, listen to whatever it was. To be honest with you, both sides wasn't the best showing. It wasn't the best showing to me. I think if you was somebody that you already picked a side, you probably pretty much stayed on the side that you were on. If you were, I don't know, reports are coming out right now from polls is that if you were like in the middle, a lot of people are still kind of undecided. They may be right leaning a little bit. But, you know, who knows, man? I think from a Donald Trump standpoint, he did not really show poise. They understood. Like, I think one of the things Kamala understood, or I don't know, man, it's so let's get the video clip up. We're gonna talk about it, but we're gonna talk about it with them on the screen. Hold on. Yeah, it's so much stuff going on right now with conspiracy theories and, you know, the whole shindig itself, like it being on, you know, a network that's obviously left leaning. It was like 3 against 1 and all this other stuff, and then, you know, the fact checking on one side, maybe not the other. But at the same time, I don't think Donald really did him. I think in a way, if he wanted to deliver a knockout blow, that was his opportunity, and he just did not do it. And I think he kind of played himself a little bit. So we're gonna, you know what? Let me see. Let me put this up on the screen for y'all. But what I want to ask people too, like that's, you know, leaning to Kamala, like was she, you know, we've been waiting for her to really kind of get out there and kind of, you know, address the public, talk about what her actual policies are, etc. Like, are y'all satisfied yet? Like, that's what I want to know. For the folks, forget the guy right here. Like, but for her over there, like, is she really satisfying to the folks that's, some people already made their mind up. It don't matter. But for the folks that's like, hey, I'm trying to figure out what the hell she's standing on. Like, did she answer that yet? You said caring about her politics is only something Trump voters say. New wave, you gotta dial in. Oh, we know his policies. Well, I'm not necessarily a Trump voter, but all right, so he wants to put tariffs. He wanted the taxes that basically we've been doing since his first administration. He want to continue that on. Now he did kind of announce some stuff. I don't know, it's kind of clickbaity, but he's talking about no tax on overtime. I'm saying take it a step further, but no tax on bonuses. I think he also, again, the whole Republican approach is a trickle down approach where you incentivize business and then you basically give, even with the overtime, no tax on overtime, right? It's incentivizing people to work. It's incentivizing people to work. But to new wave, I want you, you need to dial in, because when you say that, but we clearly know that she's flip-flop. Like, we know that for a fact that she's flip-flop on plenty of subjects. That's ideals? That's not policy? What is her policy? Come on, new wave, come and dial in. Like, tell me her policy. You know what? I tell you her policy. You want to know what her policy is? Because I can tell you her policy too. Who are you going for? At this point, I'm going Trump. Like, it fits my morals at this point. And I know some people feel some type of way about that. They feel some type of way about him. But at the same time, like, you want to run down her track. You want to run down what she's talking about, because she's talking about $50,000 credit for small businesses, which is $5,000. And I know this right now because I operate as a small business myself. If she wins and we get that $50,000 credit, I'm all for it. But you know what? The flip side of that is that she's also talking about going from a 20% to a 28% unrealized capital gains tax. So, and this is a tax on not even money that you actually made. So if you got a stock, you put in for $100, it goes up to $300. You made $200, but you haven't sold the stock yet. They talking about taxes on your potential earnings, money that you don't even have in your hands yet. Yes, but new wave. I get what you're saying. It's about 100 plus. I think it's like 1 million plus earners. But I want to play another video. A guy made an interesting point. He was like, you know what? You know what's else? This is why you and me need to actually worry about what she's talking about with that type of rhetoric. Is because you know what else was also limited to a certain demographic of people at one time in life? Was called income tax. Income tax was capped off at a certain demographic. You made a certain amount of money. You was pretty much the 5%, 1%. You got hit with income tax. Guess what? Today, everybody get income tax. It starts small, but then where does it stop? And then on top of that, when you're talking about taxing the rich, I mean, think about this. Think about this. I want y'all to really think about this one right here. I'm gonna incentivize you to make a small business. I'm gonna incentivize you to make a small business. Now we know that most businesses fail. We do know that. Let's say that you actually win as a business. You make a ton of money. You mean to tell me you incentivizing me to go start a business that if I actually win, I'm actually successful, I gotta get hit with a higher tax? Tell me what kind of what kind of like foo that is? You telling me to go make more money, basically. You telling me to become my own entity. But then at the same time, you want, if I do go and I actually win, and I actually get to the point I'm successful, you want to hike the taxes on me. I'm just going to tell y'all like this. One of the things in my lifetime, and I said this on one of the shows, and thank you, New Wave, for dialing in. I'm about to bring you in. I'm about to bring you in a second. One of the things I'm tired of, y'all talking to somebody that really got out the mud. Y'all want to hear about that whole pull yourself up by the bootstraps? Yeah, I'm one of those. I'm definitely one of those. And all my life, I worked very hard. I'm working right now. Like today, my wife was like, "You about to go live?" I was like, "Yes, I'm going live." I've been working all day. And I'm saying I'm still going. And for a person like me, that I've been working hard and I've been successful to a certain degree. I haven't seen my zenith yet. I'm tired of feeling like I'm getting penalized for doing the right thing, making the right moves in a set. Like, I'm tired of feeling like, oh, you know what? The harder you work, guess what? We want to take that away from you and give it to somebody else. I'm tired of that. I'm tired. I can sound like however I want to sound at this point. I worked my ass off. Like, when you're talking about Social Security, at my age, I've already paid all the way in that I need to pay already. I've got all the credits. I got all the credits for Social Security. If I pull out my statement, they say, "Norman, you're done." I'm tired of like putting in and then feeling like you want to take more from somebody that done the work. Like, when I'm not against people getting their student loans paid off. But you talk to a brother that actually paid his student loans off. I'm not gonna get like, where's my credit? I'm sorry. Like, you want me to feel like, and I'm telling you, I had to get it. I'm gonna pull you in, New Wave. Like, we gonna talk about this one. And we're gonna play the final words from both of them. And then we're gonna play her solo interview and we're gonna get into it. Let's get into it. I'm about to bring you in, New Wave. Hold on. I'm tired. I'm tired of feeling every time it's like, well, damn, like, why work hard? And then you got somebody saying, yo, listen, work hard and you're gonna get a benefit from that. All right, New Wave, where you at? You there?
Is my audio working?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me turn you up.
I'm just making sure.
What you got for me, big dog?
No, you can keep going ahead. I won't.
No, I'm
let you meet.
I'm so serious. Unless you want to talk about that point, you want me to play the last word? You want to make a comment after that final words from the debate?
Yeah, you can play the debate.
All right, cool. We'll play the debate real quick, and we get your final. I want to get your synopsis. I don't want to just filibuster the conversation, so I want to get your rundown on how you felt after the debate. So hold on. And again, y'all, listen, like, you know, I'm saying how I feel. I'm being transparent with y'all, but that is not to say that, look, man, if you got an opposing view, I'm here for it. I'm here for it, man. This is what it's about, man. Having a conversation and being real. Oh, T Dizzle, what's good? I ain't see you in there, big dog. Let's see. Let's go. I think it's at 140. What, they playing ABC commercials? All right, I think this is it right here. I'm just gonna let the final words for both of them play through, and then I want to get New Wave's point of view on it, and we can talk about that for a little bit. Then we're gonna go on from there.
Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President
All right,
Trump.
we're gonna let Donald rock out real
So
quick.
she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like, we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News.
All right, I'm gonna stop it there. And again, we could break it if we need to go back into the video or something like that. We'll go back. But New Wave, I want to get your afterthoughts after you saw the debate. What were your thoughts about just what you saw, the messaging from Donald, Kamala? Like, I know where you stand, but give me your thoughts.
No, so I'm gonna be super transparent too, because I've been in like a politics channel, and I'm an independent, and so for New York State, there has been a legal battle to take RFK off like the ballot.
Right.
And in some states, you're not even really allowed to like vote for another party. So when RFK was talking about he was dropping out, like that, basically, I knew he wasn't going to fight to try to get on the New York ballot. So at this point, from like that moment, the only thing I can really look at is who do I relate to on an ideal standpoint, and who do I think on paper is a better qualified candidate. So I'm purely looking at this as like a hiring manager, like who is really the best person for this job on paper. Like that's like everything that you're about to hear me say is everything that I've seen written that's on paper. So I'm looking at years of experience. I'm looking at your contributions to the community, your contributions to politics, because it is a politics job. And I'm looking for qualified people who you have worked with that are backing you for this position. So that's just like I'm just giving you like that's just everybody who's listening. I'm just giving you my perspective on like how I'm looking at these things because most of these topics that happen in this debate, I didn't necessarily really care about because these aren't things that independents like talk about. If that makes sense. Now, when I live in New York City, living in New York City, Illinois, and Cali, and Texas and Arizona,
right,
there is a big immigration kind of concern or issue, and there was a question that I've had for Donald Trump that the moderators did ask him, and he avoided it, and the fact that he avoided it means that he has some involvement into the reason why like a certain bill hasn't gotten passed.
Okay.
But in terms of like my whole debate, in terms of the whole debate, what I noticed is that I think because Donald Trump already debated Biden, he maybe have felt that he didn't really have much to kind of say in this debate. And I think he didn't really come to this debate prepared as much as he should have. And I think what I saw is that I saw the experience of Kamala Harris being a prosecutor. One of the things I did enjoy from her, just because like I'm a scholarly person, I love the fact that she did reference sources and some of the arguments that she had against Trump, and then some of the like even some of the policies that she wanted to do, or some of the work that she wants to do, she had that backed by like Warden or like NYU and things like that. So that really showed me that she really kind of used her previous experience and her skill set to her advantage here, and I thought it was going to work in a way. And I don't really understand excuses made against Trump because Trump has about 6 debates, like 6 presidential debates under his belt, right? Like debating Biden, like this time, debating like in 2020, and then debating in 2016. So regardless if it's 3-on-1 or whatever, it don't matter, right? Like you have more experience in this space, but
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question because I want to make sure that we do cover some of the things that you mentioned, right? If you go back, I think, and you know, one of the things I did with this debate is I looked at it in real time because in real time I was like, okay, like it sounds one way, but then when you go back, like if you take a 2020 hindsight and then go back and listen to it after you see it and you sit down with it for a second, to me, I saw a completely different thing than what I really thought I realized what just happened, like initially. Right. So like one of the things that was super obvious to me, like I'm gonna try to roll backwards to the points that you was making. So the last point was sort of like, okay, this lopsided thing, far as, you know, obviously ABC host, you know, they left this. Like we understand where that network stands. Like we know what this is. Like we don't even have to pretend that. We don't even have to fake. If you actually even like listen to the questions that they asked, it was almost like, and we can go back and actually listen to some of these joints because it's very weird because it's almost like they were giving her a hand, like, oh look, tell us why he's evil. Whereas the question then to him is like, why, like, tell us why you're evil, right? It was almost like a layup question. It's a couple of questions in there that if you really go back and listen to it, and she completely did. If we go back to the first question, she completely did not answer it. Whenever she goes, and I'm gonna play.
Say this. They both. I don't really want to, like, we could play it back if the viewers want to play it back because I remember it like verbatim. I'll say this off the bat. They both lied. They both lied the same amount.
So who got fact checked? Huh? From an optics. All right. So
I'll say this. What they didn't fact check was when they lied about each other, right? So like when Kamala says that Trump doesn't support the Affordable Care Act, right? Like they didn't fact check that. Like when he said that she supports like 9-month abortion, they didn't fact check that.
Fracking.
When Trump said, well, fracking that, see, I got on another YouTuber about this. she's right about fracking. She never. So if you play that video where she said no fracking, everybody cuts it off.
She clearly said she was against. She's banning. She wants to ban fracking.
No, she doesn't. If you play
she said it like,
video,
oh my god.
No, listen to me, because everybody keeps trying to cut me off. She says she doesn't want to frack in America to set up deals in Mexico to do fracking there.
But no, video, like, she's in Pennsylvania.
To the very end, and they cut it off. And even since then,
come on, New Wave.
For fracking here, and I'm gonna tell you the third thing. Biden actually has the highest number of produced oil out of any president.
Come on, no, New Wave. We're not gonna keep on. No, we're not going. Let's go back.
Bro, these are facts.
Let's go back. Let's go back, New Wave.
And let's play the
let's go back, video. New Wave. No, because that's no. To your point, right? That might be the case, but we know in that moment when they was asking about fracking,
pull it up and go to the last second of that video where she basically
New Wave. I feel you. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
Go back and play that video.
I'm agreeing with you.
About saying that she never was against fracking.
I'm agreeing with you.
Because y'all take these little snippets and try to like.
You don't think they do that to Trump? You don't think they do that to Trump? The bloodbath thing. We knew what he meant about that, right? So did he say that? And then he clearly denounced this whole 2025 plan that they keep on bringing up, and he clearly in this debate he said, I don't have anything to do with it. I haven't even read it, and y'all keep on putting this on me. They ain't cleared it up.
That's what I'm just saying. They're not fact checking this, so they're not fact checking those things. They're fact checking the things.
Wait, give me one point. Give me one point they fact checked it on. Give me one.
They fact checked on both sides like pretty equally.
When did they fact check? Come on, man. Give me one.
The fracking thing they tried to fact check her on.
No, they didn't. No, she didn't. She said that, and they kept on moving, man. Come on, man.
They
didn't stop her. They didn't stop her and say no. Donald said after she said that, Donald said no. You want to ban fracking, and he even brought it back to they sitting in Pennsylvania where that's actually relevant. Like, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not even negating what you're saying, but the context around when they brought it up in that environment, obviously people are thinking Pennsylvania. They're not thinking about Mexico. Like, so that's what I'm saying. Like, come on, man.
Like,
come on.
You can still make so she has a track record of working with fracking when she was a senator in California, and she basically did the same work there that she's basically going to apply in Pennsylvania. She still increased jobs in the industry. They don't have to do the fracking themselves, right? They can move on to a different role to help people set up fracking in Mexico, and they can still live in Pennsylvania. But I think like there's not enough time to really go into detail about that. But her experience that she has in fracking shows that's what her mindset is about that. But I'm gonna answer your question about the whole fact check on Trump. They fact check on Trump on things where he used numbers to try to validate his stance. And there really is not much for them to validate on the Kamala side because she's not president, right? So
all right, so let's go back to the most viral.
Listen, I'm gonna say like where you can really fact check Kamala is like the things that she did as DA, the things that she did as senator.
This is interesting,
but Trump
man.
doesn't know anything about that. So it's nothing to really fact check her about because what is there for her to be fact checked about?
Man, look, like, all right. So for example, right, you brought up the bill, right? The border bill that everybody's like, oh, well, Donald Trump told his people to block it and they ain't vote for it. Well, the reason why, right, is context to it. The reason why they didn't want anything to do with that bill is that they actually baked in the Ukrainian war.
That's a lie.
The effort they did. That's not a lie, man. Come on, man.
We can pull it up right now. We can pull it up. Man. And I read the 370.
They baked in.
Okay. I read the 370 pages of that bill, and it's also that bill is worked on by a Republican and independent. So you
know what? Regardless of the bill.
No.
What's stopping? No. What is stopping them from protecting the border? All you gotta do is hire border police and put them at the border. You don't need an agreement. You don't need an agreement to protect the border. What are you saying?
So this is one. So one of my friends that's a Republican, he said one of the reasons why he doesn't like the bill because it spends a lot of money on the legal aspect of basically getting the paperwork doing, increasing the asylum stuff. But like my question for like, and they
You know how much money?
Listen. They asked Trump, how will you deport these people? You can't give a police officer an order without any legal paperwork to deport people. So you're going to have to invest into the legal systems to actually deport people. That's what a lot of that bill is about.
Man, look, man, like, I mean, your boy Obama was the biggest deporter. Like, so my whole, listen, my thing is that it's obvious if you sit down and look at this video that obviously it was one-sided. The most viral moment of this whole debate is when he was talking about they eating the dog, they eating the cats.
Because he didn't want to answer.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Yeah.
It sounds crazy, right? But the fact of the matter is that to clear people that's actually paying attention to what's actually going on, maybe via the internet or whatnot, there are actual reports. And there's actual videos, there's actually body cam videos of a woman sitting down there eating a cat, doing something. So the fact that they even like looked at him, played him like he was crazy, like nobody knows that what's going on in Springfield. I sat down and looked at a whole town hall of people one by one going up to the stage and saying, hey, we have a damn problem. We can't even, they don't even know how, the people are getting on it, they get in cars, right? And don't even know how, no, I'm not stopping it because it's real. So hold up. And then when the point was made, right, when he said it, and I think honestly, he shot himself in the foot. I'm not even saying he should have said that. I think he shouldn't have said that because it does sound ridiculous. But
I'll tell you why he said it.
But at the same time, ABC right there, my man was like, oh well, what he said, a town, it was like a town manager said, oh that report is false. Of course, somebody from a town representative that's got to put on, like, maybe he did say that because he don't want to admit it's embarrassing. It is plenty of video out there from Springfield talking about what's actually going on, and he did not lie about the reports about what's going on with the actual people in the town are saying. I could play a video right now if y'all want to look at a video. It looks crazy as hell.
Let's break it down at a scholarly level. Let's break it down at a scholarly level.
Come on,
Go
man.
look at the population of Springfield, Ohio over the past 30 years. So they had the same mayor for the last 30 years.
I'm about to
He
play this
recently
video.
just passed away earlier this year, and he retired last year. So the person that they call like the city manager, he's a mayor. If you look
Right.
at the past 30 years of the mayors in that city does not have enough funding to have a full-time mayor. So even the current mayor today is like a CEO of another company, and it is mayor of Springfield.
What difference does it make? What difference does it make if they have an immigration, if they have people coming into their city?
No, I'm gonna break it down to you. So what is one thing that Trump did for us? He brought back manufacturing jobs to America, right?
Right.
Is that right? Right.
Yeah, he did
so
that.
If you look at it, there's actually 3 or 4 manufacturing plants in Springfield, Ohio. They were on the verge of closing. So
What difference does it make if they have an immigration problem?
No, listen. This was before the Haitians came. So they were trying to, when Trump
So
brought
why are
those
we
jobs
talking
back-
about that though? Like, why are you bringing all that into this? Like, they have, do they not have
when we had
Haitians?
these discussions, because when we had these discussions, we can't have a.
Why are we not talking about? Why
We
we
need
are
to
not
look back
talking
at the
about
previous
the
years
thing?
as the cause
Why
and
we are
effect of
not?
why
I
this
get context. I get context. Okay, look, it could be the most rundown city ever. Okay, start. Like, okay, if they
So they had an influx of manufacturing jobs that needed to get supported, and nobody was moving to Springfield, Ohio, to work those jobs.
So you
and
bringing up
nobody
this
who lived in that
argument.
community worked those jobs.
Oh,
so
my
what
God.
happened was,
Look, Brett, look.
they brought in immigrants to work the jobs that Americans didn't want to work. And even this is the question I keep asking everybody who try to make this point. Find me one employer that says that those immigrants should be going to Springfield, Ohio. And then you even know this as a business person. In order to, if you're constantly in a depopulated state, you're going to get defunded, right? So if you keep losing population of your city, the state is not going to keep funding that city.
Is that a
so what's
man?
the,
Is that a reason?
As any business, what's the one way to get funded? To have exponential growth, right? So if you have exponential growth in your population, that gives you a need to get more funding for your city. So you could say that was a messed up way to bring immigrants into that city. But what it has done is shown light that this was a population that needed more funding because they had grown.
I'm gonna break
and
this
they didn't
down.
want to get it.
I'm gonna break this down. Look, I come from a family of immigrants.
just keep
No, I come from a family of immigrants that actually had to actually work their way into this country legally. My grandfather, rest in peace. Hold on. My grandfather had to go back. Like he brought my family over to the States and had to go back home for 2 years and work just enough to make money, just to support my family here in the States until he can get himself over here. I had family members that were deported. Okay. I'm sitting here telling you, like, I don't care about no defunding. I don't care about none of that. If you telling me that we are sitting here advocating for illegal immigrants coming into our nation,
They're not illegal.
hold on.
Are we still talking
all right, are we talking about illegal immigrants? Listen.
Yeah,
so at the same,
we keep moving.
No, we're not moving the goalposts. We're not moving the goalposts. We're not moving the goalposts because what I'm saying to you and people that make this point is that we are making excuses for people coming in droves into our country. And look, you can listen, it's not about being illegal, because once you get an LLC, whatever, like you get a tax ID, there's ways around that. You kind of make yourself legit. Now you just got to stay out the way. We know this. So what I'm saying to you is that if we're going to sit here and say, oh, the reason why we leave our borders open, all right, first and foremost, I'm a black guy, all right? It is 49 million black people in America. We make up 12 to 13%. And actually our population is shrinking in comparison to the rest of the nation, because we sit up here advocating for a lot of BS in our community. In the last almost 4 years, we've seen 10 million at least immigrants come into this country. They about to outnumber us. Like, so you telling me somebody that's sitting here and comes from a family that actually worked their way into this country, that I don't care about anything about whatever's going on in the city. If you didn't get your papers legally, you should not be here.
So that's not the
Period.
case for Springfield, Ohio. So, like, are we still on the Springfield, Ohio topic?
Come on, bro.
Or are we just talking about illegal immigrants?
We talking about legal immigrants. We talking about people that's here undocumented. Okay. And are you telling me everybody that's in that situation is not? You said no, that been happening decades ago. What's been happening decades ago? We talking about right now. We know this for a fact, right? That over the last few years, we have seen an uptick in immigrants coming into this nation that we have not seen prior. We know this. This is not a myth. You can just go outside. I mean, you come out here in Charlotte. We have an influx of something going on here. Like it's not you in New York, you see it. I was going to
my opinion.
Come on, man.
My opinion on it, and I'm sure you know Gary Webb. And if you're talking about ones that's coming from Mexico, that's the government funding that, because they trying to fund a war through drugs. Slowly they might start working with the Mexican cartel, because I think the government is going backdoor deals for pills, because pills is the new drug now. So if you really want to talk about why illegal immigrants is coming from Mexico, even when J.D. Vance speaks about it, he talks about some working with the cartel. You don't know nothing. You ain't even do your research. The CIA been doing deals with the cartel to fund the war for a long time.
All I'm saying is,
they not letting people slide in the border regardless? They letting people slide in the border?
Under the radar, I'm quite sure there's all kind of stuff going on. All I'm saying is we see they do not need a bill to protect our borders. Like that is nuts. So what was the difference? So what was the difference? What was the difference when he was president and when she was president? And why they can't protect the borders? Why she's vice president? Vice president.
So let's get this straight, because I hate when Trump does this, and I could throw this back on y'all too, because Trump, there's no reason why he hasn't worked in politics in the last 5 years. No one can really give me an excuse why he hasn't worked on politics, right? Because he's not a politician.
Why he hasn't what?
In politics. But her as a vice president, she can't sign executive orders. And there's no guarantee that there's going to be a one-to-one mapping for Biden's administration.
Have you seen Biden lately? You don't think she don't have she gonna have a word to say or make a suggestion? And that was her job to protect the border. What are you saying?
That's not
she
her
was the
job.
border czar. Like it's a whole document saying that she's the border czar. Like when she was.
So this is, and you avoided this topic. You let it go. That bipartisan bill that was worked on by.
Are we denying that she wasn't assigned the border? Are we denying that she was assigned to protect the border?
And she got the bill up front in front of the House. And it hasn't been passed. It's going to be this. I bet you when Trump gets in, I'll bet you $1,000 that when Trump gets in office, that very same bill is going to get.
Y'all make every excuse. Y'all make every excuse for people not to do that job. Like,
you want to pull up the bill? Because there's nothing in that bill right now. And even to be honest with you,
don't need a bill like to protect the border.
Yes, you do need a bill.
And they damn near sued Texas. Shout out to King Chemist for even wanting to protect the border. They trying to make sanctuary cities out of Chicago, New York, and such. They're like, oh yeah, you know what? We'll bust y'all here and y'all can stay here. Is that not? Are we not?
Do you know Biden deployed drones and autonomous robots to do?
Come on, man. We're not gonna sit here and act like none of this stuff happened. This is the same woman. Man, listen, like
would have increased border control by 7% in the
come
last
on,
year,
bro.
which would have been the highest amount of funding towards.
You know what the funny part is that the same amount of money that they was like, oh, Donald Trump's delusional, right, about building a wall. How much money are we spending right now for all the illegal immigrants that's in this country? Like for as far as tax credits that we giving away, they talking about it was it like California.
So I'll say this:
people are getting up towards like $150,000, no interest. And I'm saying, and we sitting here like, and I'm not even a person. I'm not even a person for reparations. I'm a black guy, and I'm not even for reparations. We can't even get $5,000 for before. I'm still waiting for somebody to drop me a check.
Norm, I searched how many homes you can buy in California between 200,000 and 300,000. What the fuck are you gonna do with $150,000 mortgage?
Man, were you the same? Hold up, New Wave.
Listen. Think about it. That's only going to immigrants that have a lot of cash or have high-paying jobs. Because what are you going to do with a $150K mortgage in Cali? That is overblown. That doesn't impact nothing. You keep saying, so what does $150,000 do in Cali for a home?
When you giving like so you mean to tell me?
Bringing up this stuff like it matters. It does not.
It does matter. It does matter. It does matter because it does matter because either way, I don't care who it goes to. If it comes off the bottom line, and we got other issues here in this country that we need to deal with, it does matter. I don't care if it's 1% or 100%. You're not gonna sit here and just downplay. You got going just downplay everything because it's like, oh well, it's not everybody. It's just this people over here. Like
I'm just saying that $150K don't move a needle for low income.
Man, 150 y'all, but y'all hollering.
What I'm saying is that these have to be very productive immigrants. When you go to a hospital, is your doctor named Shannon Sharp? Is he named Chad Johnson? No, he's named Vivek Ravakonda. He's named something else. So you can't.
I'm gonna just say it, man. Listen,
that's getting clear for a $150K loan in Cali has to be making probably like $1 million a year or $500,000 a year to be able to pay off that crib, because there's only 300 cribs in the market in Cali that are between $200,000 and $300,000, and $150,000
after excuse. Either way, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter about the cost. I'm saying it comes off the bottom line.
So, all right, to your point, I'm gonna tell you why.
Like, what do you mean?
I'm gonna tell you why it kind of works, because when the government's able to control how money is flowed that they give, they know it can give back. So if you want the government in your pocket, right? Listen, if you're an immigrant that's getting food stamps and you're getting certain things, you're not driving to California. You're not like let's say I'm an immigrant in Kentucky and I'm at the part of I got a low paying job and I'm getting food stamps. I'm not driving to New York City and spending that money at the strip club. I'm putting that right back into the community, in the grocery stores, and the same businesses get funded.
No, you driving down to Sam's Club. You driving down to Sam's Club, buying junk in bulk, and selling it to the same community that's paying for you to get the money in the first place. If that's not the double flip, I don't know what you're talking about. What are you saying?
That's boosting the economy. That's not money going right.
So
back
you mean? Hold on, brother.
That's
you mean to tell me? No. Listen, I paid a lot of taxes in my lifetime. I don't know about anybody else on here. I paid a ton of taxes. I paid so much taxes, I don't look at my check no more to know how much taxes I pay. And what I'm telling you is that if somebody is taking that money, right? They in here illegally. They taking the money, going down to Sam's Club, and then starting their own business off of that, selling goods in the community. That is not helping the community. That's called double dipping. No. Because if that's the case, if that's the case, then give me a check for nothing, and then let me double up. Cause I'm helping the community. What do you mean? Give me a check. Give me a check.
So,
I've been here all my
basically government assistance for immigrants is slavery. Come on, they keeping you at a certain.
Give me a check.
Level.
Where my check at? New Wave. Where my check at? So I can help the community.
So did you turn down your stimulus check?
No, I didn't get a stimulus check.
You didn't get a stimulus check.
No.
You had to get child tax credit from the stimulus check.
Man,
they gave you like $12,000 per kid. So
man, listen. In my lifetime, I received. In my lifetime, listen. I'm gonna tell you. In my lifetime, I received 2 checks from the government. There's one check I'm not gonna talk to y'all about, and there's another check that honestly, it ain't worth a damn. I kept the check, and it was not during that. It was not during the stimulus period. I have not cashed any money. And what I'm trying to tell you is if somebody, if you want to give people money and talk about help the community, how about give it to the people that's been productive in the community to begin with? What are we saying? We going to make an excuse. So it's like excuse after excuse. What are we saying?
So Trump is not doing that.
He's not doing any of that. He don't want to get, he don't want no, I don't know, man. I'm going
to give, RK gave a really great example a few days ago. He gave an interview and he was talking about Amazon impact on small businesses. He talked about grow up in a small town. You would go downtown to buy something. I would go to the sporting goods shop and I would go buy something there. Amazon pays 0 local tax. Small businesses, they pay local tax and they also help the community with stuff. He said that his kids who play hockey did 100 matches a year. His local sporting goods store that he went to in the community basically paid for the jerseys that his kid used, and they paid local tax. His business was shut down by Amazon because Amazon does so well, and they pay no local tax.
Right.
So Amazon is perfect from a consumer standpoint, but that money doesn't flow back into the economy. That is at the local level. So this is what I'm kind of talking about. This is what I'm referring to with these immigrants.
All right, let me ask you this: how was that small business? How was that small business helping the community? Give me examples of how.
Right, they help build the community. Right, they paid for the jerseys that the kids had to go on hockey.
They built a basketball court.
Stuff like that, right? You're engaged. They're doing community service. They're out there helping the community, right? You don't see Amazon doing community service.
Let me ask you this: what's more helpful to the community? And this is just theoretical, because I think this is a different point. This is the point that I'm getting at. That one business building up a couple of courts, maybe cleaned up the park, gave out some computers,
and pay local tax,
paid local tax, all that. Or do I actually have a facility that more people can actually get jobs, right? Because again, me and you had this debate before. It was most people are workers. Let's just get it clear. Most people work for somebody. What's more better to the community, that there's opportunity for people to feed their families, or me making a basketball court in the middle of the hood?
Making a basketball court in the middle of the hood?
Hell no. Come on, man. So you mean to tell me
they're not paying no local tax, bro? They're not paying no local tax.
Guess what? Every person here, the whole middle class that's sitting here talking about who's gonna pay taxes or not, you paying the most taxes. What are you saying? I'm saying you rather worry about a basketball
games on $100+ mil, because even I think the top 5% is only paying 60% of the taxes in America.
Man, you know what, big dog? All right, I'm gonna just cut this clear, right? The middle class pays majority of taxes, right? For the most part, we're getting taxed the most when they talking about, what we actually make, right? As far as people in the middle are going to pay the most. it's not because you not rich or whatever. Like, these people are smart enough to understand the tax code. Like, my thing is that at the end of the day, if we're going to sit here and talk about who needs to be taxed and try to, I always look at the winners like they won. I'm cool. I don't want them to have to pay more, whatever. Like, they not even paying their fair share, because you know why? They understand the rules of the game. That's how winners win. Winners win games because they understand the game that they playing. And unfortunately for most people, they never understand the game they playing. So we can keep on talking about how they're going to tax them, because they're going to circumvent any. I work right behind me. Right behind me is two of the biggest banks in America, and I work for both of them at the highest level. And I'm trying to tell you, you ain't gonna never beat them at their game. I don't care what tax code
Yeah, I'm
you
not
come
saying beat them.
but what I'm saying is, like, but you don't. But this is the thing this is that damn Robin Hood bullshit that they kick out on the internet, and I'm trying to get people to understand. It doesn't matter what tax code you put in front of them. They gonna know how to circumvent that, and they're gonna still make their money one way or another. What you need to do, as far as you and the people that's actually listening to this, is that you need to understand the game that you're playing with your taxes and actually how to get more money back. That's how that's the only game they playing. They're not doing anything sneaky. It's just like me.
No, I've been doing my own taxes for over 20 years. I understand all of it.
So we could talk about.
I pay it. That's what Amazon's
But you
doing.
do
But like
understand.
I would rather have more small businesses in the city. I bet you, like, if Amazon had
most small businesses fail.
Like, huh?
Most
No,
small businesses don't fail. What are you saying?
RFK said that all the businesses from 1930 that was up, like, there was all the businesses up from 1930 up until when Amazon had its prominent shutdown.
How many business? What the percentage of business? What small?
All that.
What percentage of businesses do you think is small businesses that's opening up and flourishing?
In terms of what the community needs, a lot of them do.
A lot of them don't even make enough. They don't even make their money back in the first couple of years. What are you saying? Most small businesses.
That's
what are you
fine,
saying?
though, but now they're not making it because of Amazon.
They know
right?
they
Like, they're not
before
making it because of these
man
bigger
before.
corporations.
Bro, like before Amazon, there was Walmart. What are we talking about?
But
I saw Walmart's take over. I saw Walmart's take over small cities. What are you saying?
Walmarts weren't allowed in New York City. Walmarts weren't.
I'm
allowed
saying
in
I don't know about New York. I'm talking about in the lower
That's what
half
I'm
of the
telling
Eastern
you. I'm
Coast.
giving you
I'm talking to man.
America is
Walmart supermarkets or super centers will put small businesses out of business before even Amazon. That's called technology. That's called life. You're not going to stop. Come on,
It did
man.
not have the same impact with one-day shipping. It didn't. It changed the dynamic.
Bro,
of the
like,
game.
what are we
Walmarts were
saying?
everywhere. You had to drive and go to Walmart to get that there.
And they still,
even
and you
then,
know the funny
Walmart
part
was
about
probably
that?
paying local taxes.
And you know the funny part about that? Wally World still put people out of business. You still had to drive to it, and they still put people out of business. Like, what are you saying?
You're talking about big corps.
I'm talking about because big corp is all. I mean, at the end of the day, you're not gonna beat big corp with a bunch of small businesses. If anything, they're gonna start getting bought out eventually. That's how it happens.
That's what they're trying to stop now with the Kroger stuff.
Like, I just, my thing is that, okay, look, you can sit up
here
here
trying to
and
tell
talking
me
about
I'm not
how
even a left. I
it's
already said
it's
that
crazy. It's crazy how you can in one flip say, okay, I want to incentivize people to make small businesses. But then again, even if it's a small percentage, I'm going to tax you if you actually win. I'm waiting for you to get to the top so I could take more from you. Like, what are you like? To me, it's just like it's a game.
Most
so like,
businesses don't get
really,
that high,
I'm not. I get that. I'm not even saying that it could be 1%. Listen, I'm a numbers guy. I get it. Guess what I'm getting at? It's a funny game to sit there and play. That I'm going to incentivize you to be somebody. But I'm also, when you get there, trust me, I'm there. I'm daddy tax ready to catch you at the top. Like, I'm not saying that most people are going to ever see that. Most people going to make what they're going to make in their lifetime, which is, was the average wage in America for anybody, what, 40, 50K a year? That's the average. So what I'm saying is that, yo, listen, it's ill when you telling me to go reach for something, but then when I reach for it, it's always it's a catch to it. Like, it's like, well, you just need to be mediocre. We want to keep you right here, or else we still taking it. Like, I'm just tired. I'm tired of doing the right thing and then keep on hearing how, like, oh, I'm doing my fair share by kicking in and then giving the people I know, and I know it's loop. They playing with my money to begin with. I'm just saying, like, at the same time, like, I work hard in my life. Everything that you see around me, I work my ass off for, against all odds. And I'm gonna keep on building, and I'm gonna keep on going to the next level in my lifetime. I'm not stopping. I'm gonna keep on building. And I'm telling you that if people are in this, I don't care about there's not a lot of jobs that Americans want and such and such. Like, we have figured it out. If people are coming to this country,
that's the thing.
If people are coming to this
and you
country,
say that because you live in a major city, so you don't care about people who live in small cities.
Man, I lived in small city. I lived in big cities. I live in small cities.
But you don't live there now. You could go to Springfield to help out, but because
I'm not going there.
America won't.
I don't want to go there. Like, I'm not going to go there.
Do those small cities just shut down? That's really the question. You just shut down those.
You figure out your business. You figure out your business, right? And if you making listen, if your business is failing, then it's failing. That's life. But now, at the same time, if your business needs people to come there and get jobs there, then you need to incentivize people to get jobs there. We're not about to sit up there and run a bus to Mexico and pick people up just to get them jobs at a plant, because you can't figure out how to incentivize the people that's not even in Springfield or neighboring cities, because they don't belong here. What are you saying?
Let me give you this example. I used to work at one of the largest manufacturing companies in semiconductors and
what
chips.
What are we talking about?
World. And my mentor runs the largest supply chain operations in the world. When they went to go move their factories in the mid-2000s over into China, that was like a 10 to 15-year investment of teaching the people overseas how to run the factories that we had here over in China. So now think about this. That's over 25 years ago, where you basically probably don't have any new generation of new American citizens knowing how to run manufacturing plants here in America, and Trump tried to bring those back, which he brought them back. So what do? You have a bunch of manufacturing plants now that don't have enough talent to supply the need for those jobs, and you don't have the wages to be able to supply those employers with employees to go work those places.
So your answer to that is run a bus down to Mexico and bring some people over so they can work.
Or you bring some type of training, but find me somebody who on this call right now, or find me somebody who knows how to run a manufacturing plant that is an American citizen.
Man, listen,
and I'm not saying that you don't go train them. I'm just saying that when people got pressure for a business that's about to shut down, and you got a whole town that kind of relies on the things that supply it, you probably going to take a shortcut. And that's what the government decided to do there in Springfield, Ohio. That's just a fact.
Man, look, man, I'm a tech guy. I've been working on AS400, and for folks that know what that is, basically mainframe. Like, I would take it back to mainframe.
Yeah, but who
I don't
do you know?
Listen, hold on. And listen, like, they don't even teach this language no more. There's a lot of people that's aging out of that whole demographic because they just don't teach it. It's just machine language. They trying to put people on newer platforms. Guess what? People to this day are still doing that work because why? Because it pays. So my thing is like, look, either you going to have to incentivize people to take the jobs that you want them to take.
What if they don't?
And you know what? If you don't,
there's jobs out here that
then you know what? Listen, just like you got the freedom,
you don't want to move to a small
just like you got the freedom to win.
The advantages of living there, two of the biggest banks in
America. Just like you got the freedom to win. Guess what? You got the freedom to lose. That's called free enterprise. That's called capitalism. That's called the game of life. Just like you got
Ohio not about to lose because they about to get a lot more funding to help that city. Why? Because they bought a bunch of immigrants.
You got a lot. I mean,
they increased their population by what, 30%? So now you can ask for more money instead of falling.
Where the money? So where the money come from? Where the money come from?
Listen, But like we said, it's the same thing that you mentioned with the small businesses. They keeping these people at a poverty level where they can't spend the money nowhere else. So it really doesn't matter.
Most people keeping that stuff like
you're not bringing up that doctor at Jefferson Hospital that's making $1 million a year. That's from another country. That's sending probably 60% of his salary back to his country. You're not complaining about those people. Some immigrant that's making $10 an hour in Springfield, Ohio, like I said, is not driving to New York City at a strip club. You're not
I ain't
driving
saying
to
that.
California.
I ain't
These
saying
guys
that.
are working 2 to 3
I'm
jobs
saying
a
that
day
there's
just to try to make
rules.
it.
I'm saying that there's rules of engagement, and I'm not budging on them. Like, what are we saying? Like, it's like we sitting up here making excuses for. Listen, there was
I'm not making
again. You
excuses. I'm just
talking
telling you how
like
it
we are
works.
talking.
I'm telling
You
you just how it
talking
works.
again. You're talking to somebody that come from a family of immigrants that had to go through the process and had people that actually was sent back. Do you not understand? To people like that, that is a black eye. Like, that is a slap in the face. Like, to people that had to bust their behinds and try to figure out a way. And you telling me, oh, well, we just coming over. They coming over here. Oh, you know what? Since they over here, you know what? We just going to utilize them. Don't worry about it. I'm telling you, like, it's a slap in the face. It's a slap in the face. It's a slap in the face to people that actually did their due diligence.
You gotta do to go get what you gotta get. That's what these people
I'm not even hating on them as individuals. Do grind. Now it's on us as a nation to protect our border. Yeah, we are human beings, but you don't just did to come across borders. I get that. Again, us as black, listen, I don't care about nobody else right now. I'm talking to black people because I don't think y'all understand the impact. Because like we were talking about black jobs and people was like having that, they were having hissy fits about that. But the fact of the matter is that, yeah, like y'all share the same jobs. That's just a fact. I don't care about your feelings. And at the same time, again, 49 million. I want y'all to let that sink into anybody that's my demographic that's on this live. 49 million. And I think because a lot of time because we live in communities that look like us, we don't understand how small we are. And within the last 4 years, a fourth, if not a fifth of us have come across that border. Come on, man.
For black people, it goes back to a very specific.
Are the numbers wrong?
Is the reason why we have issues today.
Are the numbers wrong? Why do we have? I'm about to show. I'm about to demonstrate. I'm about to play a video to demonstrate why we have issues. That's the ratchet. I'm even almost a.
No,
I'm almost.
It's a very simple reason that you don't have a video on of the reason why. Because it's about Bayard Rustin, it's about W.E.B. Du Bois, it's about Martin Luther King, and negotiations that had to happen at the Black Wall Street fell. And that's why all the issues that we have today stem from those negotiations. Because there's a lot of money that should have got paid for us, but instead of that, we decided to go with a policy that has not worked out in our favor.
Man, listen, I don't even care about all that. Our problems are rooted. Our problems are rooted in the fact that we look at ourselves as victims, first and foremost. And at the end of the day, as long as you kind of trump yourself, and that's the funny part about Democrats. They play into that victimhood mentality, and I'm tired of hearing it. It's 2024. I'm not like every time they bring up a conversation, they bring up racism. Listen, I get it. I just had a conversation that was an ill conversation about race yesterday, and I was actually bringing up the race card. I'm tired of talking about it on these platforms and having my people think that they somehow lagging behind the race because some ghost. Listen, you wake up in the morning. I got me and you, everybody here can get up and do. You have the freedom to do whatever it is and make wrong decisions, right decisions every single day, no matter who these politicians are or whatnot. And I'm telling you that a lot of our problems, and I'm about to play a video. It don't come. You can talk about the old policies. But a lot of our stuff is that we're not even looking at our own front yard and saying, oh, damn, you know what? We ain't got our own shit together to actually come out here in the world and actually win. Like, I'm
because
just, again,
the
I'm
odds are stacked. I mean, the odds are stacked.
The odds are not stacked against you. Stop. I'm tired of hearing that. I'm tired. Listen, as somebody that got it out the mud.
You live in a major city.
No, that don't have anything to do with it, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
It does.
I'm from. Look, do you know where I'm from? Do you know where I'm from?
But that's not where you live now, though.
No, 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 no,
And
no,
you
no,
made
no,
a
no,
conscious-
no,
you
no,
made a
no. You're not. No,
conscious
no. Do
decision
you
to
know
live
where I'm
you
from? Do you know where I'm
live.
from? Do you know where I'm from?
You from Baltimore?
All right. If anybody from that's, and you know where my mom's side of the family from? You know where they from? They from rural South Carolina. The sticks. The sticks.
What kind
The
of jobs are
corn,
there?
like
What kind of jobs are there?
cotton
What kind of
fields,
jobs are there?
cotton mills,
Service
and
type
like
of jobs, right?
listen, look,
Jobs
look,
where you
look, look,
barely
look,
can make
look,
it to the
look.
middle
When I'm
class,
getting,
right?
when I'm trying to
Just
get you,
answer that question. Are these places where you can make it to the middle class? Are there jobs there that can help you make it to the middle class? Answer me that.
no,
Just yes or no.
listen, like listen, the dream ain't where you live. Sometimes that's
It
okay.
is.
Jesus
the access
Christ.
to
Look, listen. If I stayed in neighborhoods that I'm from, I would not be having this conversation with y'all today. Okay. So when I'm trying to get you done, when I'm telling you, like, listen, no, I get it. That's obstacles. That's obstacles for everybody. Obstacle is different in life. Even when you come from money or when you don't come from money. When you got two parents, you got one parent. The obstacles are different. There's always pros and cons to everything in life. It's no one way that's like, oh, well, you just good. And I'm trying to tell you that I'm tired as somebody that got out the mud. Listen, I'm telling, and I'm being completely frank, and even my family is looking at this. My parents can barely read, bro. Forget going generations back. My parents, okay? And you telling somebody that actually got it out the mud, and I'm telling you that I'm tired of hearing the same stories that's holding us back. Like, the only thing that got me from out of my situation where I'm from is the fact that I said, you know what, there is more, and I'm gonna figure out how to go get it. And if I was worrying about all these different things, is just all these obstacles. Yeah, I had a ton of obstacles that was in front of me, and I hurdled them bitches. And I'm not saying it's not because I live in a big city. It's not because I'm in a big city. It's not because I'm in a small city. And I'm not. And what I'm telling you, that mentality of, oh, woe is me, and we want to look at 12 years, 13 years, 100 years of slave is killing us from the inside out. Like, what are you saying?
Less than 10%. I think maybe it might be 15% of America makes over 100K a year. That already tells you
that don't matter. That's not about winning. Winning is about having a family and having dignity that your children can actually look at and say, you know what, this is a role model for me to live by. You can live a modest life, or you can have a life of you could be a millionaire, you could be a thousandaire, you could be a billionaire. That's not the measuring stick. I'm talking about when I got to go outside and look at my community and look at half the people that I'm seeing. They either are out here stuck in a rut, or they living life ratchet because we have forgot our own morals. And we got this mythical being called the man, or whatever you want to call it, here in 2024, telling you, said, oh, well, life is hard, so don't try. There's a ton of people I know like that. And I'm telling you right now, that's not the truth. Like, you make the decision, man. It's just like playing. If you played any sport, shout out to my ball players out there. You know that basketball is more mental than it is physical. It's about having and thinking power. Slow the game down in your head. Like, OGs, they say a lot of times they use an OG. You're a better systematic basketball player than when you were young, when you were more athletic, because the game has slowed down in your head. I'm talking about life. It's the same way. And until we start slowing down and saying, hold up, what can I actually do? How can I take advantage of the other opportunities? We talk about DEI hires and stuff like that. Take advantage of, opportunities that is actually presented to us, instead of talking about all the things that hold us back. Until you start working in the opposite direction. I'm tired of being in last place. I don't know about y'all. And I'm tired of hearing about the excuses of why that is. How do you move forward from that? I know my family ain't going to deal with none of that. We don't have none of them kind of conversation in this household. So I'm telling y'all, like, yo, I don't care about what nobody else is talking about. I can move my own direction. I'm tired of hearing those conversations. Because it's what is going to kill you at the end. If you don't think you ain't worth a damn, you won't be worth a damn. That's point blank. Period. What is there to even achieve? I'm just.
So I think what you bringing up is something like that. Like what you brought up is what's important to you, and maybe should be important to a lot of people. I think that's not really what some people are not going to like value, right? Like you just basically said, after money, have a good family,
live a good
have a
life,
good community you support, et cetera, et cetera. And if a lot of people just felt like that, you could live anywhere and probably be happy. That's where I agree with you, like where you can live anywhere and you should be able to like, if you had those ideals, you'll feel fine. But the reality of it is a lot of people are trying to be breadwinners. And the reality of it is in a lot of places that's not New York, North Carolina, like Charlotte, North Carolina, Baltimore, DC, LA or San Fran, Austin, Dallas, there's just a bunch of service jobs. And those people, and like you said, maybe you could find a way to take your $20 an hour, $25 an hour and generate some business or generate something. But that's going to be, that's a lot difficult for a lot of people. And I guess my question to you is, because I do feel this way, I feel like you shouldn't have to be able to read to be in the middle class. But the longer it gets into life it is harder to kind of get into another class if you don't have some of those skill sets. And I do think like some people who aren't able to get in those should be able to have a similar lifestyle to some people in the middle class. But that's just like the game that it is. So if you somebody who can't read or do math, like you said, you need to sit down every day. You need to be reading 100 books a year. You need to be reading 200 books a year. And a lot of people
get you a trade job.
Service jobs, they can't even afford to hire a tutor to help give them the education they need to move forward. So that's where it's kind of like, for me, it's like, I kind of like, anybody from a major city, y'all just sound arrogant at this point because you are afforded all these resources to be successful that you want to be. You have world-class colleges and universities. You have world-class teachers around you. Anything that your kids or you need support was, you could go down the street and get that help. That's not the same thing in some rural parts of Alabama. That's not the same thing in like some rural parts of Kentucky.
That doesn't negate. I get that.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, right? Like, people want a lifestyle that might not necessarily be obtainable, and people beat themselves down about that. That's kind of like my biggest thing. My thing is that a lot of people are beating themselves down about a situation that they kind of don't necessarily have control over unless they're willing to take that next step and move. I left Austin, Texas because I realized that was a manufacturing, a government, and a college town. I didn't necessarily really value those things. I wanted to make more. So I went to New York City. New York City is a prime place to have jobs. I'm not leaving it because I understand it. The cost of living is high, all this other stuff that people say, but I understand that. A lot of people can't fathom that or put it into their mindset to go do what you got to do every day to kind of live in a city like that. And that's what I'm saying. Majority of us don't live in big cities that are able to kind of work that engine.
Like, but see, that's the thing.
Working that engine.
So, I mean, my thing is, it sounds like you want to even the playing fields for people that don't want to even the playing fields for themselves or even know how to. It ain't never been the game.
Well, that's my question. Is a big city for everyone? Does everyone need to?
I didn't say a big, like, I lived in a big city. I lived in a very small city. Like, I got family, again, like,
what is the chance that you live in a big city for the rest of your life?
I'm probably going to live on the outskirts of the city, and I'm probably going to fall. I'm probably going to end up.
Has financial issues, but you're right away from DC. That's a 30-minute Amtrak train ride where you can get a minimum $70K paying job working in the government.
Man, listen, man. But if you in them hoods in Baltimore, you ain't jumping on that. Most of them people ain't jumping on that Amtrak and going down there. They in the hood.
That's doing it though.
I know. There's a lot of people that commute around there. That's why
I seen people go to Bowie, make it work, and make that push.
But at the same time, these are people that's actually pushing for themselves. This is not a given because you're close to anything. Listen, there are poor people no matter. It could be 200 people in your city or 200,000, 2 million. What I'm saying to you is, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like, if you're somebody that live in a rural city, because I've actually lived in rural cities. Like, one of the cities I lived in prior to moving to Charlotte was rural. It's one of the reasons why I'm here, because it just made more sense to what the lifestyle I wanted to live. Now, what I'm saying, though, at the end of the day, you as an individual, you got to make a decision for your life. Like, you live, the beautiful thing about America is that you have the freedom to just leave. This is one country that look. You can go from.
All right, I want to ask T Dog something real quick.
Go ahead.
T Dog, do you feel like your local environment gives you the opportunity to make the next
probably
step
doesn't.
to help you?
That's not the point.
Something else, right? No, I know it's not. I'm asking. No, I watched what T Dog said. T Dog kind of proving my point, right? Like he proving kind of both our points. He's saying that like he lives within his means. He's happy with his life, but he acknowledges that his expenses is high, and he's not able to do something about it. And what I'm asking is there opportunities out there for you to go to that next step where you live, right? And that's kind of my thing, because I was even joking with one of my friends who's from, like, he's from Colombia. He's talking about, like, how Colombia is. And I had joked about OnlyFans. Now we kind of in an age where you could live in Kentucky or something like that and pull in $1 million and not even leave your town. But, like, before stuff like that, there's really kind of not a lot of ways for you to make money without having to uproot and go somewhere else to find another.
People did it. My family. The reason why they was in Baltimore is because they moved there for manufacturing jobs years ago. So my whole point is, look, everybody everybody have the decision to make in life. You got one of these lives to live, and what I'm saying is that you can. I know people that they prefer to live in rural cities where it may not be as much, opportunity and buzzing things going on, but they want that life, and it's okay. And like one of the things that, again, like it's almost like it's funny that we bringing this up and kind of saying like people are probably trying to achieve certain lifestyles that may be out of reach, but I almost feel like what the left is presenting is almost like everybody get a piece of the American pie. Like, it ain't quite like that. That's what I'm saying. Like, when you trying to give out, it's basically handouts is what they talking about. And you think that everybody, like, $25,000 to a person that, can't afford the house to begin with, what does it matter? You know what I'm saying? So to me, look, everybody got a decision to make. Everybody got a life to live. I don't think money is the end all be all. And it's really not. It's about, it's about being a good man amongst men. I mean, you're talking about being a man anyway, and actually having dignity and having, living at a certain point where the people that surround you are better because of you. And when you dawn, you leave this planet, because all that's going is that you left the world in a better place that you came into it. That's the goal. Now, to me, like, I have aspirations that somewhat, it's not even about finance, just making a bunch of money. It's just it's the result of the work that I put in. I take pride into the things that I do, and as a result, I get paid for it. I never went outside and was like, I'm gonna go here and I'm just strictly going to do this because it makes money. Yeah, money is to be made for sure. But at the same time, like, I take pride. The things that I do in life, the reason I'm on the internet with y'all.
I get it. You prideful. I get it. You said this.
No. The things that I do in life, I'm on the internet. It's 9:55 here on the East Coast. I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning, going. Every time I go on the internet with y'all, like, I literally don't. I'm there's no breaks. Like, if you ask my wife, I literally engulfed a Jersey Mike sub in like 10 minutes to get online and talk to y'all tonight, because the things that I do, I actually enjoy. And as a result, I get financial gain from it. But it's not like, if you got to find what that means to you. Like, if it means that, the stories about whomever, like, this is a janitor that he made enough money over the years to give kids scholarships at the school that he worked at. He was a janitor. So again, you got to figure out what's important to you. And if that means that you may have to move out your area, then you have to move out your area. If it means you're going to live in your area, then live in your area. Like, but at the end of the day, we're not going to sit here and play games of, well, woe is me, and I got this, that, and the third. Yes, we all got obstacles. We all got pain points. We come into this world with, none of us perfect as human beings. So, let alone our parents are not perfect. So we come into an imperfect world. And then we gotta figure out how to make decisions to have the life that you want. Like, that's for every single body. It don't matter how much, what tax bracket you in. Like, when you came in, like your parents came into. So I'm talking to my people. What I see on a day-to-day basis, we talk about, we still bring up this old ass conversation that I feel like the generation before us cursed us with, because that's all the shit that they talked about. You know, if you was sitting down looking at Roots every weekend talking about Kunta, and then I gotta still hear you talk about the same rhetoric in 2024, I'm tired. Like, I'm sorry.
And that's
like, I'm sorry.
This topic, I generally do agree with you, because you push back on me when I try to expand the lens of your historical view, and I agree. Like, I think the time period that you talk about, it's kind of like a bad relationship for a lot of folks. You know, sometimes people can't get past a bad relationship or bad.
That's their problem. I'm tired of hearing about it.
It is, but like if more people were educated on the million years of time and like looked at it, I think it would add a little bit more like positivity towards it. And that's kind of like my view, but a lot of people kind of don't feel that same way about it. Like they say like this is the reason, that's what it is. But I do want to ask T-Dog a question.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not going to like this question. So T-Dog said, he said, my wife had to quit her job since the daycare was more than she made. So this has something to do with labor wages.
Right.
T-Dog, would you support bringing in people from somewhere that would accept a lower pay in order to and provide a good quality child care for your wife to keep working on her career? I'm
gonna let him answer that, because there's a flip side to it, though. I get what you're getting at.
It's a flip side to anything, but you see where I'm kind of getting at, Noah, right? Because we have certain industries in our society that should be like, let's pull up JD Vance's answer to this question. Can we do it? Because this is one of my favorite topics right now. Can you pull up JD Vance's child care response?
Let's see if I can find something. You got a link?
Let's see.
He said nope, sorry.
Yeah, you could just put in JD Vance child care, and then what we got to do is actually empower people.
All right.
I want to know T-Dog.
What you talking about? You talking about YouTube?
You can do a YouTube, yeah.
Yeah. Cause I'm just like, bro, like, I get what you getting at, but
T-Dog said no. He said he's not for it.
I
think that's what he said, right? I clicked off for a second, but
I get it, but we're gonna play this. The flip side of that argument, man, this is we can make it very controversial. Really, to be honest with you, the reason why we are at a point that we are at this, as far as 2 income households, God damn, I can't even say the word. You got me riled up. Is that we got more workers in the workforce. Like that people don't understand that actually drives down wages. So the thing is that, yeah, you could bring more people in to watch your kids that maybe might watch them at a lower cost, but you understand that those same people that you bring in are not going to only just get child care jobs. They're going to drive down the prices of whatever you doing as well. One of the major things that the reason why we do have 2 income households in general is because even women coming into the workforce, that drive down wages. Like if it was just men in the workforce, right? Like it would almost have to be a demand.
You saying we would get paid more?
Yes, if it was less workers. If I got 100 people that could do the same job, or I got 10 people to do the same job in 2 different universes, who you think gonna get paid? 1 of the 10 or 1 of the 100? It's simple math, man. Supply and demand.
T-Dog, do you think that 5,000 does it make it that much better, or is there still like a lingering issue? Like, is throwing money at the problem going to help, or is there still like another lingering issue?
What's that? He says only 2,000. He said he's giving $5,000 child care tax credit. It's only 2,000 now. Even that, man, like, I'll be real with y'all, man. That's why I'm saying, man, like I'm gonna play this video, but even that child care tax credit, right? I love it. Like if it came out last year when my daughter was born, I'm definitely snatching it up.
You the reason why?
But here's the funny part about it though. How it's such a slap in the face also to my daughter was born on New Year's Eve. I won't ever unless I have another one. I think we plan on one more. We'll see. But I guess to me it's like short term. Oh yeah, let me give you something. And it's just like, but it's not a long-term solution. Like when your child is 2 years old, it still costs. When your child is 3, that child still costly. When the child is 4, they still cost. 5, it costs. Like, you know the funny, I'm gonna give y'all a trill. I'm gonna give y'all a trill story about me. Y'all know my birthday is in November. My birthday is late in the year. In Baltimore County, your birthday needs to be, I think you need to be born basically before October to go into school. My mom, shout out to moms. I won't ever forget this. My mom drove around Baltimore.
We got some breaking news.
Breaking?
We got some breaking news.
I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna figure out what the breaking news is. My mom drove around Baltimore, Maryland, Baltimore County, and shout out to moms, until she found a district that would actually take me in when I was young, because I was too young to go in school. You know why? Obviously because of childcare. All right. Like trying to find a place that would just take me for pre-K that said, oh, okay, like even though his birthday is at the end of November, we still gonna take him in. And school was daycare. So it's a slap in the face when you're talking about, oh, I'm just gonna give it to you on the first year. What about the second year, the third year, the fourth year, the fifth year, like the sixth year? Shoot, I mean, give us a credit every year. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to give out credits, that's just to try to get a long-term strategy around it. Or we could talk about something that you can actually do long-term for families that actually makes sense. Like, I'm tired of these, like, oh, well, we're going to pay off everybody's student loans. But then what about the kids that are coming after them with student loans? Or, you know, again, it's like, it's like, do y'all not see, y'all don't see.
Play JD Vance answer to that. Play JD Vance answer to that. I want to see. This is the guy who's running with the guy that, you know, we support. We love Donald Trump. So let's see what this guy got to say about how to support.
I mess with Trump, man.
It doesn't make an ounce of sense. I love that. Here's a question from Hayden. With rising costs on everything, daycare is very expensive. Yep. We pay $725 a month for it, and that's the lowest we've found in this area. What can we do about lowering the cost of daycare? Hayden, obviously a working family, and it's very hard for working families to get by. How will we lower the cost of daycare?
It's such an important question, Charlie. And I think one of the things that we can do is make it easier for family models to choose, or for families to choose whatever model they want, right? So one of the ways that you might be able to relieve a little bit of pressure on people who are paying so much for daycare is make it so that you know, maybe like grandma or grandpa wants to help out a little bit more, or maybe there's an aunt or uncle that wants to help out a little bit more. If that happens, you relieve some of the pressure on all the resources that we're spending in daycare. Now, you talk about just daycare. Let's say you don't have somebody who can provide that extra set of hands. What we've got to do is actually empower people to get trained in the skills that they need for the 21st century. We've got a lot of people who love kids, who would love to take care of kids, but they can't, either because they don't have access to the education that they need, or maybe more importantly, because the state government says you're not allowed to take care of children unless you have some ridiculous certification that has nothing to do with taking care of kids. So empower people to get the skills they need. Don't force every early child care specialist to go and get a 6-year college degree where they've got a whole lot of debt and Americans are much poorer because they're paying out the wazoo for daycare. Empower working families, empower people who want to do these things for a living, and that's what we got to do.
All right, we have.
All right, so what was your take on that?
I want to know how T-Dog feel, but that ain't gonna work. And this is the very exact thing that you was against when I said, hey, for these jobs, you know, help people get the training and care they need. You said people need to want to help themselves.
No,
So
no,
why are
no,
we even
no,
trying to help
no,
people
no. The point,
get this training, get this education?
the point that he made, which this is a Republican talking point that they make about other subjects that's similar to this. It's like, take out the red tape, right? Take out the red tape. They basically, it's almost like regulations, right? They want less regulations, less government involved with free enterprise. And that's basically what he's getting at. He's like, look, instead of we having the state have some requirement for you to go get a 6-year degree to do, childcare, how about we open that up? We get the proper training, but we open it up in a way that you're not necessarily going into 6 years of debt before you can actually do it. I mean, that's what he's saying essentially. And then his first point to me is advocating for family. Like, okay, like, the fact of the matter is that in America, like, we don't really advocate for people to really have the traditional nuclear family and raise your family up where you have your own village to support each other. We live as individuals today and everything goes. I mean, that's the 2 points that I heard him make. And he's in JD Vance, if you know anything about him, he's big on family. That's why he brought up that family point to begin with. So I don't know if it works or not. I don't know if I'm, for me, like, when it comes to childcare, like I just work my way in a way that, I'm not worrying about that. But at the same time, the family part is right. I don't know if that, taking out the certifications, I'm thinking about child safety and stuff like that. Like, you got to do something to make sure that you're not just handing your kid over to whomever, like, that's going to do whatever your children. But, if you somebody that needs childcare, but I mean, he's just saying, like, you shouldn't be going into debt to do a job like that.
All right, you might want to change the title for this one. I don't know how to. I mean, I'm gonna post this link, but it's New York Times.
Yeah.
Sean Diddy Combs just got arrested.
Oh no, we good. We going right. Matter of fact, that's going to lead us into the next video anyway, because we're gonna play.
I posted the New York Times link. But I know they got that little block subscription thing.
You got a subscription to New York Times?
I don't, but I'm trying to find an article that's out there. But
Puff just got locked up.
It just happened. I'm trying to see who's going to post an article, but New York Times the only one who posts an article yet.
Come on, Puff.
Let's see. Okay, TMZ got something out.
TMZ.
It's not much though. It looked like New York Times got a full blown article I could post.
Why are you taking it? This is over there. What's that girl name from Danny? Not Danny Kane. Where's that girl from? Richards. What group she was a part of? That just accused him, or the last case.
You know something about the man.
The Suns were saying that they capped. Hold on. This man, like, I ain't gonna hold you, man. I just feel like the 90s was a trill time. I feel like the 80s was a trill time. I feel like the 70s was a trill time. And I think we trying to correct decades that they were doing.
So this what he got indicted for the sex trafficking allegations.
Ooh. Damn, Puff. Hold on.
So this was about.
Hold on, y'all. Damn, Puff. Come on, P. Diddy. You almost made it, man. It's like every time, man. I ain't going. We want to play some conspiracy theory, or we want to play the manhole you down. Every time we get one. He had his own little network. He was trying to break away from what was the liquor company he was dealing with?
Talking about Ciroc.
Ciroc. He kind of pushing back on them and was like, "Yo, like, y'all need to give me more." And they was like, "Nah."
I mean, that drink.
And it's
fell
like
off after he
that
stopped
kicked it off. What's that?
That drink fell off after he stopped promoting it, though. Nobody drinks Ciroc no more.
I feel like after that falling out, all this stuff kicked off right after that. Like, it's weird. It's weird. Like after like big deals, because what was he trying to do something on his own? Like, what was it that he was? You remember like
he tried to launch something. I don't know if he was trying to do. I think he might have been trying to do it like another rapper. I don't know if he tried to do it with 50. Let me see.
He said, okay. He's taken into federal custody Monday night. Homeland Security swooped into Midtown Hotel late Monday where Diddy was staying, and they arrested him. We have unconfirmed reports the feds are searching his hotel room. Damn. I wonder what they found. Like, did they find anything? You know, the thing is, he's been kind of chilling out in New York. You know, he had to go to court. It said it appears that action was taken in connection to the ongoing criminal investigation into the alleged sex trafficking. Jesus Christ, I cannot talk tonight. And other offenses that led to search warrants being issued and executed at Diddy's home in Beverly Hills in Miami. They got something, I guess. Boy, y'all doing too much in them after dark. He said Diddy's attorney, Mark, I don't know how I pronounce his last name. It says TMZ tells TMZ, we are disappointed with the decision to pursue what we believe is an unjust prosecution of Mr. Combs by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Sean Diddy Combs is a music icon, a self-made entrepreneur, loving family man, and proven philanthropist who has spent the last 30 years building an empire, adoring his children, and working to uplift the black community. Brother love. He said he is a imperfect person, but not a criminal. To his credit, Mr. Combs has been nothing but cooperative with his investigation, and he voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. So he went there. Okay. Please reserve your judgment until you have all the facts. These are the acts of an innocent man with nothing to hide, and he looks forward to clearing his name in court. Story developing. Damn, Puff. You know what though? You know that when he was in New York, you know, and I think he had to go to, I know he had to go to court or something like that. You know, I look like this is like a play on his end to be like, look, man, I'm playing by y'all game. I ain't trying to hide. Like, I'm gonna work with y'all. He playing the card like I'm gonna work with y'all.
I haven't really read much on any of this. I don't. You know, it's kind of. I don't know. I don't want to bring up other people's name, but it's just one of those things where I don't know if he's being. I don't know. I guess he really did these things, right? I guess that's what I'm thinking. Like, I guess I still don't know if I just need to see the proof really be presented, if that makes sense, for me to be like, he did it. Because it sounds a little crazy that, you know, some of the claims that's being made, you know, some people had to make things a big deal for it to get a certain attention, but I guess I want to see what he really did before I really have an opinion on it.
We need details. You know, to be honest with you, man, like, I think Hollywood, the entertainment business is a crazy world. Like, I've been around. I ain't tell you I was like in the industry, but I was around the industry for a little bit. And I'm telling y'all, I see some wild stuff, and it's funny. It's funny when you get around people with access, how life is different. Like,
yeah, people act way different.
They act way different. Like, I think to the average person, if New Wave, you could speak to it too, probably. Right. When you're around like celebrities and athletes, like prominent celebrities and athletes, and the people around them, oh man, people, especially women, hey, it is what it is. The things that you don't think they would do, they start doing. Like, and it's mind blowing. I think like one of the things I think a lot of times for us, if you're a person, you just a regular person, live a regular life, and you haven't really been around like that, like you don't know what that life is. So like when people start explaining the stories, you like, damn, that sound crazy. Like, but like when you around it, nuts. I've seen things that I'm just like, hold up. Should I say I'm trying to say how I could tell this story without telling on somebody. Like
tell another story. I mean, I'm sure you got probably another story that is not related to you.
Go ahead. No, but I put it like this. I tell it in generals, like I've seen. I don't know. I got to say it. I've seen situations where prominent celebrities, like, and it's, we doing what we doing, right? We partying, we having a good time, we jumping from spot to spot, and it's like this look. It's like, hey, it's that time. We going back to the Ritz. And
Bill Cosby, right? That's what I wanted to say.
And I'm just like, I'm out. Go ahead.
Situation. No, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like the Bill Cosby situation, right? Like for the people, I'm not like giving people drugs without them knowing is wrong. But it's kind of like you said, like, okay, you in the room with Bill Cosby at 3 a.m.
Like, but you know why you there? Like, I can't play. We can't play these games, man. Like.
And we're not even now underage stuff. That's a completely different situation. But a lot of these scenarios, we not like. That's why I got to see with Diddy. Is it underage? Is it not?
Yeah. I think with Puff, I don't know what exactly is gonna come down. When you see sex trafficking, it's like he crossed state lines with something, and maybe he was. Having these parties, paying for folks, and having people doing acts that maybe now they kind of doubling back and saying they didn't really want to do, and somehow they finagled, or there's some blackmail or something like that going on or something like that. But or payments going. I don't know, man. But that world, y'all, I've seen it.
I mean, it's more dangerous. Like, it's probably more dangerous for them to be like at a strip club or like a public place.
Facts.
As opposed to them cutting 10x more, come here.
Facts.
And we kind of got to control the situation.
Facts. And like, they never doing it in like, that's the funny part. Like, that's the reason why all this stuff is like, it's like intimate settings, it's hotels and stuff like that. Because like they don't like in public, they can't even move around in public in general. Like, so like a lot of times, if you're dealing like, especially like athletes, if you see them move around in public, like it's like in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. It's not really like, it's not even like they parlaying that long. That's why you see even like when cats do clubs, even rappers and stuff like that, you would think, oh, like they like to hang out at the club, like they in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. And like typically they do everything, they do their party in private. They have a controlled environment. They inviting certain people. You know what I'm saying? Like they can, know who's going in and out and stuff like it's a controlled environment. That's why like when it seems almost spooky, I think the folks like all this stuff is happening at hotels and I don't know back at the mansion. Like it's like, why would you not just be overzealous out in public? Like they mostly operate in private. They have to. Like it's weird, but I don't know. I've seen certain things. They will go. The stuff that you think that what some people won't do. They will do.
I mean, money is a very powerful thing, and
they will do, man. And it ain't a whole bunch of persuading either. Like it's just sort of like, all right, well, shoot.
Sometimes nothing said, right? The bag is just it's on the table, right?
It's a head nod. It's like, it's like an unsaid thing. Like you know what's up. Like I'm quite sure them cats are crazy. I'm quite sure they got crazy stories. The story that it was like, was it Puff and Kanye? I think it was Puff and Kanye they had a story about two girls together, and this girl told this crazy, wild story about both of them being drunk and like doing too much, and she was trying to put the underage thing on them and all this other mess. So like, I mean, that world is crazy, y'all. I just think like if you partaking in it, like you know what kind of comes with it, man. Like, so I think these people are like, they come back years later. and be like, oh no, like this, that, and the third, like it's a money grab, but then it's like somebody got to go to jail for that. Like, or somebody's going to go to jail for that. Go ahead.
And I'll be honest, like even like I think Deshaun Watson just got caught by somebody else in Houston. Like the best thing for him was probably to be somewhere kind of like Cleveland. I'm not saying that you can't do bad things in Cleveland, but it's probably a little bit harder to do some of the stuff in Cleveland like you did in Houston. But like even the situation that he went through, I'm kind of like, okay, like you massaging an NFL player, you know, I guess you could be scared to lose your job, et cetera, but like sometimes you gotta take that chance, right? Like take that chance of losing your job versus, you know, engaging it. But I don't know, like that's a whole mental thing that I don't want to try to turn out to be the bad guy on it.
Yeah, I mean, no, we going to have to sit back. We want to sit back. You know, at the end of the day, man, like, you know, I think they target it to a certain degree, but you at the end of the day too, like you gotta understand that you're going to be you're a targeted individual. So like you gotta play your cards right. But I just think that the retroactively going back decades, it's like the trick bag in the car. Because like, you know, if they understood back then what it would be today, they probably would have took extra precaution back then, and they probably in them same situations, they probably going to still be what's going to be on go. That's the part that's like messed up to me. It's like, damn, like you retroactively got something off back in a world that I didn't know how to operate. Like if I understood how to operate by these rules, like I would have did it back then and still been able to do what I wanted to do. But now it's like I didn't know no better back then, but now you changed the game. And now I gotta answer to it. It's weird.
I mean, I'm brainstorming it. It's just I don't really, even back then, I just don't really know what you could do different. So like even what you said, because unless you marry all the women that you mess with, like somebody gonna come.
Yeah, like, and you know back then you didn't have cameras like you had today, so it's like you would, because I'm thinking back then, like shoot, you would have had a camera up everywhere, but shoot, then again he was recording a bunch. I don't know what Diddy had going on. Oh my God. Oh man, Puff, man, stay out of it, man. Free Puff, man, I guess.
I don't know if you want to say that.
I always jail on nobody, man. Like I be, unless you out here killing people. I think a lot of this stuff, man, like this type of stuff, like I think them people was on go, and then they was always going to be on go. They just ain't know the rules of engagement. Just going to change them 30 years later. Like, they didn't know. Oh, my God. I was trying to find, like, so I don't know if you heard about the story, the Pop the Balloon girl that accused the baseball player. And then they actually found out that she was lying. Oh, my God. And he done got kicked out of MLB and everything. Star baseball pitcher. What's the guy's name? Why can I not find this?
Over the Pop the Balloon show?
I'm gonna put it together. Like the girl was on the show. Hold on. The girl that was falsely.
I saw the girl who run the show with her husband on social media, like her life. So she's like a totally different person, you know, in real life versus.
Oh, was that bad or good in real life?
I'm sure she's good, but it's like I don't know. I guess it's an interesting stuff because they kind of do promote like the state of us and like dating, but like from what I see, like when she has on social media, which can or can't be real, it just seems like her life is like good. Like it's the opposite of what's on that show, right? Like she's happily married, got all this stuff kind of going on. I don't know about this Moby thing.
I'm gonna try to find this girl real quick. No, you good, man. Yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. I think, you know, one thing I've been watching that show, and one thing I'm noticing is that it seems like they vetting out the people a little bit better now. Like it's changing. Like I could see certain things that like was like for example, like man, if you listen, you got like 10 kids, you don't need to be on any dating show, like. Like I think they cutting out the kids. If like I'm sorry to my short kings out there, but if I get a bunch of 5'3" guys and put them on a show with women that's like 6 feet tall, like it's not gonna work out. Like I think they figuring that out throughout the first 20 episodes. I don't know what episode they on now, but it seemed like they kind of doing a little consensus now. And that's kind of like, okay, let's make sure we actually put the right people. This is not it. This is the girl though. Hold on. I'm gonna try to find. So let me show y'all this real quick.
I think if they're not trying to prove a point, that's okay. But then it's kind of like starting to seem a little like staged, if that makes sense.
Got it.
Like it's
Well,
not.
you think it's staged? I don't.
I mean, I guess if you're saying that she really out there to try to help people find love, then okay, like you should be asking the people who would they want, like what type of prototype of person you would want on, like to show up. But then I think that does kind of take some of the authenticity out of it, right? Because sometimes it's kind of real to see it. Like maybe some sure people need to kind of see that, like, yeah, this is really how women think, right? Like, and then you don't really have that anymore because you kind of doing that. I mean, maybe you kind of see it, but that's where I kind of enjoyed it. Yeah, you go ahead play it.
Got you. No, I got you. Yeah, damn. No, I get it though. Like you saying if you basically make the game where like people can actually will win most likely, then you kind of play like you're not making it. It's not real at that point. It's kind of fabricated.
Yeah.
No, I got you. Yeah, no.
But if it's really about finding true love, then yeah, you should be doing your due diligence to try to get the best people up there for a match. I just don't know what it's about, but yeah.
No, this girl right here that's in the green, she just got. I think she either was arrested. So they found out that she was falsely accusing guys of SA. This chick right here. Now I tell you what, she was funny on the show, man. Hostility as hell.
Maybe a collared shirt and slacks or something, dress shoe.
Oh, this is funny.
Maybe like the lip not hanging.
Wow, what? So yesterday we talked about this.
Hold on, man. I gotta go. Hold up, man. Let me see if I can find this episode, man. Like I know I want to find it. I'm sorry, y'all. I know I'm like I done went down a different road, and I'm gonna try to veer back. That is another video I want to show y'all. We gonna be in here for the long haul tonight, y'all. Cause I
might have something I want you to play. I found this. It's this new app that came out.
Yeah.
They've been having these like dating game conversations, and this girl said something that I kind of want to see what you think about it.
I got you.
How it played out, but I'm just y'all fun.
Yeah, see if we can find that. We'll play it right after this, and then I'm gonna try. God damn, I wish I could find. All right, I'm just gonna have to. Damn, what was the baseball player name? Like, did they take this off of? Man, did they take this off of World Star? Cause it was on there. Let me see. Pop the balloon. Yo. What the hell? All right, let me see. Scammer. Let's look up scammer. Nope. All right, play the baseball. Let's see. How can I find this video, man? I'm, for somebody that's technical, and I thought I was like the Google king. It'd be like when I get on these lives with y'all, I can't find a damn thing, man. Like, I'd be like, yo, like I know I'd seen this video. All right, I feel like they took the joint down. Like,
does this guy show the title at all? Like the video that you got up, does he show the title of the YouTube video at all that you can?
Oh, this one?
Yeah, like, cause he playing the video that you want to see, right?
Oh no, not him. Oh, here we go. But this is the news story. This is the news. Damn, is this guy like reacting to everything with this? Like I found another video and the same guy's on there. Yo, damn. Hold on, let me see if I can find. Yeah, arrested for fraud. Let me see if I could go back to. I need to find her episode though. When she was talking to old buddy, oh my god, that was hilarious. She's like the lip hanging. I was like, yo, this chick right here. F-R-A. Yeah, I cannot find this video, man. This is crazy. And it's other videos, but it's like other people extortion. I'm trying to figure out what to actually search that's gonna get us there. Who is this little black book? Shit, like this is crazy, man. I literally had this joint. I watched this joint the other day. Let's see, fraud, arrested, face 16 years. Why is this thing not popping up? Did you have that link already?
Yeah, I got it from my video. I'm trying to go to the part in the video.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, take your time, man. I'm you know what? I'm just gonna find the video. I'm gonna show it to y'all. I wanted to show because the baseball player that got accused. Y'all, once y'all see the video of him, y'all gonna be like, oh yeah, I seen him because he been making his own YouTube videos, just talking about the situation, and he basically got kicked out the MLB. Now he playing for like I don't know if he playing like a Mexican team or something like that. He playing for an international team somewhere. Lost a $100 million contract, fooling around, and now they find out that this girl accused another guy of the same thing she accused him of, and you know now she's actually facing some time now because of fraud.
I think it's episode 3. Let me see if I can find it. I did some search on like Reddit, like kind of like a screenshot. I think it's let me see, I type it in EP3 pop the balloon. Yeah, that came up on
oh yeah,
YouTube
I see it.
Quick.
I got it. I got the episode. I got it. Let's do this.
I think it's the one from 7 months ago, the one with 3.5 million views.
Yeah. No,
because they got a new. I guess they got an episode 3 of St. Louis that just launched. Like a day
they got another
you
city.
You want me to
or
post the
something?
link or you got it?
I think I got it. I got that link. I don't know. I found another link that was like the breakdown of just the one girl. Let me see something real quick. We're gonna put this up on the screen though. Oh man. They had. I'm gonna try. I think the dude that she was talking to. Which one? I know when I see him. It was hilarious. Yeah, this guy right here. You trying to figure it out?
Yeah, I'll say good personality first.
So what's considered a good personality for you?
Not too hard to deal with, you know. So everything is cool, not a low attitude.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and go over to some of these ladies that popped the balloon, just to go ahead and get a little more info.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, that's ill when they said they popped the balloon when you say I don't want nobody hard to deal with. Pop.
All right. We'll start right on over here. If we can have your name and why you popped.
So my name is Rhea, and unfortunately you are very handsome. The only reason that I did pop my balloon is because you said you don't like a woman that is a lot to handle, and I know for sure I'm a lot to handle. My mouth can get real crazy. So I'ma just say that right now. I'm a Capricorn, so it's a little bit of a bull session.
Hold on, man. So you gotta be a special type of person, and you know what? To be like, I'm hard to deal with. I got a mouth on me. It's because I'm a Capricorn. Like I can't help it. Like you gotta be special kind of special.
What is a lot to handle?
So a lot to handle to me is that I'm very feisty, so I don't back down when I feel very passionate about something. If we cannot come to amicable conclusion about it, we can argue about it. And some of the things that I might necessarily say may not be nice. I don't always think before I speak, as I should.
She don't think before she speaks.
If I feel like
this is amazing.
I am being offended, I will react, which is not always a good thing. But I am self-aware. It's something I'm working on within myself, but I know that. So I know that that's a lot to deal with, especially when you're dealing with someone that's already
talking a lot right
healed or
now.
already knows who they are or what they're looking for. I'm
She
just
just
not
asked
in
why
that
she
place
popped the
yet.
balloon.
I still
Why?
can get a very much. And I know that about myself. So I would say that I'm a lot to handle sometimes.
Okay.
I could be very boisterous.
Okay. All right, and is she your type though?
Yeah, she's very beautiful.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you for explaining that, but I was like, yeah, that probably would have been a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I can tell by your demeanor. You seem very sweet and very soft. And the type of person that I probably would offend at some times. And I would hate to be like that type of woman.
Yo, this is
okay.
Thank you.
That's insane. All right, here she goes.
Okay,
This
just
is
going over to our next lady. Your name
Scam
and
writer.
why you popped.
My name's Adonna. I popped it because you seem very tired and what? Don't laugh. It's very serious and like sleepy. And I was thinking like an extra in Friday, and I thought like
Extra on Friday?
the film like Big Smokey and like
what?
Yo, that's nasty work, man. Yo, he couldn't even be a main character on Friday. Extra. Hold on, man.
Chris, like an extra.
Yo, run that back.
Like sleepy, and I was thinking like an extra in Friday, and I thought like
Extra on Friday?
the film like Big Smokey and like
Which
Chris,
character?
like an extra.
An extra on Friday.
Yeah, I was like,
That's how I'm looking.
Yeah.
Oh. She trying to go viral. That's why. That's
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to go viral.
Yeah,
I'm just
extra
like
on Friday.
I think I'm fed up because like every guy pretty much that came out, they're not dressed properly, and I'm like I feel like this is really rude and disrespectful, and I'm just like what's the point? So I'm not trying to go viral whatsoever. I mean, yeah, I'm not.
Well, how you want your man to dress?
How presentable, respectful.
What is presentable to you?
Presentable? I mean, maybe a collared shirt.
Yo, they wrong. Hey, who's the cameraman that ran that pan right there? He had them pandas on. Panda.
And slacks or something, dress shoe. Maybe like the lip not hanging. It's not fun.
You said his lip is hanging?
Like, I can't do it. It was hanging like I don't know how to do it. But
I was gonna let you have it, but I'll let you live.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
cool. Yeah.
So Bo, is she your type?
No. I'm not even trying to be petty.
I don't
I'm
mind.
not even petty. You know, you very pretty, like she pretty, but nah.
And why not?
Too skinny. Yeah.
I better be a model. But then again, anybody can be a model. But
You right.
that's right.
She put that in there.
Okay. Just kidding. All right. So Bo.
So anyway, this young lady, and if you watch this episode, she actually she acts prissy the whole time, which is actually, in hindsight, is like very hilarious that she was out here, you know, scamming millionaires for some money. It makes perfect sense. But
I got a question. So they use the same girls, like, and just bring different men up, like for a whole show, or this whole show run an hour and a half.
It is, so it depends. So so it's one or the other. So it's either there's men coming out to all women, or there's women coming out to all men. Like they just, every episode alternates. So like the next episode will be a bunch of dudes and women will come out trying to find a match. It's the way they do it. Sometimes they have repeat people on there. Like you see somebody that might be on one episode, they'll make it to another. They might be a person holding a balloon on one episode, and they may be a person trying to actually find a match on the next episode, something like that. So you see that too. But this episode is going to all be men coming out to find a match amongst one of them.
It makes sense.
Yeah. No, it's a cool little show. Like, there was a couple moments that, you know, that went viral so far. I mean, the channel has exploded, man. Like, it's crazy when you see those, like, bro, like, I don't know, man. It's just be the simplest ideas, and you just get the right look at the right time, man. That's all you need. And like I said, but like the demographic. Let me see something real quick.
So she was, what she was doing, like she was just.
So
like,
if I can actually,
did she have like a whole operation, or she just like taking in money, like getting
she
close enough?
falsely accused a couple of dudes. Let me see if I can find. Man, this is
like,
crazy. Like, why I can't find
like
the
sexual
guy?
assault or something like that.
Yeah, accusing him of that.
Okay.
You know, but she was also trying to, you know, basically blackmail them out of, you know, giving them money type thing. So like, you know, she'd be saying like, oh, I'm pregnant, give me money, you know, he's playing that game with them, like, give me money to get rid of it type thing, and or give me money. And basically the play was, I'm gonna try to get as much money out of you as possible until you stop giving it to me. And then once you start giving it to me, then I'm gonna accuse you of doing something to me. It's what the playbook that she had. Now it's blown back in her face. I don't know why I cannot find this damn girl. Like, and I'm quite sure they should say "pop the balloon" in the title, and it's just not popping up. God, so let me see. I'm gonna try this one more time.
Actually, they might. I saw a thread on Reddit. Let me see if this.
Cause the guy was actually explaining the situation, and I'm sitting here acting like cause it was on World Star, but World Star search engine ain't the best either. So let me see.
His name is Trevor Bauer.
Yeah, what's his name? Hold on, Trevor? Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, Trevor, and then Bauer, Bauer, like Eddie Bauer.
Yeah, I got the first accuser. Did they take this video down? That's what it seemed like, man. It was the perfect video of him. He must have been like, yo, like, I gotta go to court, y'all. Y'all gotta take this.
They put this on ESPN.
All right, so let me see. I play this one. This is the old girl. This is the first, because he had, I think it's two different girls that accused him, which ain't a good look in itself. Like, you got multiple accusers, but all right, let's see something. Yeah, this is probably going to be a little. Ooh, damn. I activated a new feature on my iPad I didn't know I had. Like, yo, I'm like, I ain't no 3-finger swipes. Can swipe the screen. Okay, hold on. All right.
Video in which he released his side of the story with receipts.
This is a
Joining me
girl,
now
though.
to discuss that is Bauer's accuser herself, Lindsay Hill.
They definitely
Lindsay,
took this
I
other video
mentioned
down.
Bauer's video in which he provided some receipts that, I'm going to be honest with you, make you look like a clout chaser, or I know some people are calling you a cleat chaser because admittedly you were chasing after several high-profile, wealthy baseball players. Trevor says everything was completely consensual. He also released these text messages that came out in court indicating that you had planned the whole thing out. So I want to read some of these texts from you to a friend between the two of you before you met Trevor, this one. Next victim, star pitcher for the Dodgers. Okay. Victim is an interesting choice of words. I'm going to allow you a chance to explain yourself. But after you agreed to meet, you asked your friend what you should steal. Your friend answered his money. He says,
So
another one from you
girl.
to a friend. I'm going to his house Wednesday. I already have my hooks in. You know how I roll. With a screenshot in which you told him,
Got him.
tryouts don't scare me, Bauer. Pick a day and I am there. Here are some more after you and Trevor met up. Net worth is $51 million, to which your friend responds, bitch, you better secure that bag. Your text, need daddy to choke me out, being an absolute whore to try to get in on his $51 million. You say this wasn't a setup. How can you expect anyone to believe that?
That's a great question. I really appreciate you having me on to even have this conversation. Obviously, there's a lot going on around this, so I really appreciate people who are asking questions about it.
Girl,
And
get
the
to the
first thing I
answer.
want to say is, I think that Trevor did this intentionally with the text messages and how he framed this video. There's several things in it that are not correct. And I just want to start out by saying, it's so valid for people to question those text messages. But the root of the problem here is that he is presenting this as one conversation, when in reality he had thousands of messages to choose from, took those, made it look sequential, which it was not. There is no combined screenshot of those things going on.
Ooh-wee. Oh, she good. Like she like your girl, New Wave. She just like Kamala, man. She dodged that joint. She dodged the hell out of that joint just there. Like this is the new joint. I think this is So let's see what
One
this
of the women
video.
who accused me of sexual assault just got indicted for committing felony fraud against me. Imagine that. Now, let me catch you up to speed. In the last 3 years, 2 women have taken legal action against me. Lindsay Hill started all of this. You may remember her from this video as the girl who set me up and lied to the world in an attempt to take my money. Well, today, the only other one, Darcy Adana Asimonu, has been criminally indicted for committing felony fraud against me and another man. So now she's facing up to 16 years in prison. Her claims are even more absurd than Lindsay's were, so here's some of the details. We had one plain sexual encounter in December of 2020. Nothing that could be considered remotely rough. She initiated it, but don't take my word for it. Take hers. This is a picture and text message she sent me the next morning, explaining why she came on to me. And for months afterwards, she repeatedly requested to sleep with me again. For example, this text from January 7th, 2021. At one point, she even requested a sample of my sperm so she could have my child whenever she wanted to in the future. Now, it's hard to keep track, but she's made at least 4 7-figure demands over the last few years. More than a year after the one time we slept together, and only after Lindsay Hill made up her false allegations, Adana retained a lawyer. She then demanded $3.6 million and claimed I forced her to have an abortion, leaving her emotionally devastated and irretrievably damaged by it. But here's the thing, she never had an abortion because she was never even pregnant, and that's corroborated by her own medical records. When I refused to pay her the $3.6 million she was asking for, she made up a bogus sexual assault claim and filed a civil suit against me. In that version of her story, she claimed, for the first time by the way, that there was non-consensual sex, but her texts from the next morning show what actually happened. Remember this text in which she explains why she came on to me? She also claims that instead of an abortion, she actually had a miscarriage, but that's impossible, of course, because again, she was never even pregnant. We now have emails between her and the first 2 law firms that dropped her, in which they acknowledge they never had any evidence to support her claims, but they'll try to get my money anyway. I then shared an audio recording I have in which Adana contradicts her own claims and asks me for money. In the emails, her lawyers agreed that that's insurmountable evidence, and they inform Adana that...
All right, we can go get into it. Y'all get the gist of it. She was trying to get that check. I never understood that... I never understood this play by women, man. I never understood it.
So is she in prison?
I guess she got served paper. I don't think she's in prison right now. I think she got to go to court, figure out if she's going to go. I don't know if she's out or not. That's a good question, though. I would think for her situation, she probably just had to go to court, and then she's going to have to figure out if she's going to have to go to jail or not. I don't think they think she possibly a flight risk or anything like that, or really no real threat to anybody. I just never understood. I never understood this play right here, man. Like, again, I'm very transparent with y'all, and this play was done to me like when I was in college. I'm like, it was ill. I'm thinking I'm looking back as a grown man, and I'm like, I ain't even had no money. She was trying to get money out of me. I was like, I'm broke. Like, I work at the shoe store.
I guess I had an older sister, and she kind of told me some stuff right away. So my mind was already kind of, turned up. And I always kind of made sure that, stuff didn't work in that favor. I mean, accidents can happen, but even over the years, a woman was like, oh, I think whatever. I'm just like, nah, you're not. Like, it ain't no way. Um, and I had to kind of stand on that. And it's also kind of like I actually had a friend from high school that told me that this girl admitted that she been lying to one of my friends about the kid not even being his.
You can't do
She
that.
wasn't really like she didn't do it for money, but she did it for the fact that she had cheated and
Right.
didn't want to like break his heart. And I think that's another thing too.
Yeah, that's
But
a
like you
man.
said, the women out here that's trying to do it for this like financial gain, independence. We don't really talk about the whole abortion thing, but that's one of the things that I kind of be looking for in some of these discussions that people have. And I don't know. I'm very like the way I kind of feel about abortion. A lot of people wouldn't, really agree with me. But like when stuff like this kind of happens, it's just crazy. And I think you can't even have some tests right until the baby's actually born, right? Like you can't even get a DNA test until the baby's born. So you don't even know if the baby is yours until it's here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the ill game, man. That's a man's worst nightmare right there, man. And that whole topic, man. I hate the fact that topic is like a hill that people like to die on. Like I had my, me and my wife, we was talking about that. We was talking about that today a little bit, and it was just sort of like, and the reason why our stance, our morals just align to a certain, it aligns to the right. But like that particular subject is like I not to say that it's not an important subject, but to see people go so hard for, oh, I need these rights, and I'm like, we gotta talk. There's a whole nother conversation that needs to happen before we talk about these rights. Like we need to talk about how you operating in your daily life and all the different forms of birth control. For that to be the hill that you die on, like, I don't know.
Well,
Go
this
ahead.
one girl was saying that, and I kind of agree. Like in school, a lot of schools don't give sex education. Like a lot of parents are against that. And I remember, like in my high school, it was. I think I think we took 2 weeks out of gym to have someone kind of give us like a sex education workshop. Like we didn't have a whole semester
Like a
dedicated
class,
to
right?
sex, but yeah, they just was like, "Yo, we not gonna go to the gym, and we gonna have someone talk to y'all about this." And they did a bunch of stuff. Like they did STD testing, like they pulled out a condom, like showed us like the purpose of it. Kind of got into like other contraceptives and things of that nature. I know a lot of parents are kind of afraid to have those conversations and don't have them. But I think like definitely at a young age, I think a lot of people walk into situations where they're not prepared for it, and it's just like, hey, now I'm here with
Right.
this, and then the older people, I don't know. I don't know if it's just because like the stuff isn't carried through at a young age. But I guess like Republicans, a lot of people caught on to it because of religion, which I understand. I do think abortion should be around just because, like medical stuff can happen that you wouldn't even
For sure.
know would have happened,
For sure.
until you got into that situation or not.
Right.
So I see it on both sides. Do I think it should be like a main issue that's talked on the presidential stage?
No.
No, I don't think so.
I
That's
hate the
my
fact
opinion on
that that is like a like that subject. I'm not saying is, I know like a lot of women get riled up for that subject. I think one of the things, this is just my observation, right, of just the duality of men and women. And one of the things that women are like susceptible, right, to the environment a little bit more than men, which causes them mentally to kind of not be, I guess you could say, be afraid of the unknown or the things that could happen, that like even it's almost like it's like the negative things that can happen, like they almost make them reality in their head, like, oh, like it could happen to me, like, right, versus like, hey, like that's a subject that like there's a whole layer of prevention for that. And on top of it, like, if you got yourself in that coinky dink, it's probably not for the reasons that we say obviously like we like Life of the Mother, right? R, or you're doing something with your family or something like that. Like, we get the reasons to have it, but like to have it as like a national issue that, oh my God, like you telling me how to run my body, like, and like I talked to my wife, I was like, on top of contraceptives, like all these different forms of birth control, like, I know mistakes happen, but like even for women, like, I mean, she was like, she kind of corrected me. She was like, not all women are in tune with their cycles like that to know when they ovulating. But like a lot of these women know. They know when their body's ready. And we making this, like, I hate that's just the hill that we die on. And again, like for a demographic like us, like, and our population is shrinking, we having less kids. We, when it comes to women having abortion, like we disproportionate in that arena as well. I'm not saying we doing the most, but we disproportionate. So it's just like, I don't know. It's like you advocating for your own extinction. Like, we need to be able to, educate kids better. I think honestly, and I shout out to my wife because she was actually making some good points on this. Like, New Wave, we had sort of the same experience in school. Like, it wasn't like a full blown class. It was like it was pretty much like a quick strike, a quick run. Like, we're gonna make sure that y'all know a couple different things and we out. And one of my wife was just making a point. She was like, that's okay, right? Teaching just the difference between men and women. I think today's world, I mean, you got classes that's going into, positions and the different types of like heterosexual versus homo. Like, that ain't something that if they teaching that at school, man, like, let me as a parent, like, let me handle that. Like, that stuff right there, like, we going too far as far as what should be taught in school. And I think it is happening at some level, and it's just like, that's just a step too far, like, for me.
Yeah, I don't know how it is today, but back in the day, them kids, they were just kind of socially awkward anyway. They wasn't, they was just kind of hiding from everybody else and kind of themselves. And I guess you kind of knew what it was, but like you didn't really speak on it. I don't think people really got like joked on about it.
Right.
I don't know. And then I guess it probably didn't start as early as like D Wade's kid, I think. Like, I don't know if I ever, like, I guess you had kids that you felt like was kind of weird early on, maybe, like, 1st through 5th grade or whatever, but, like, nobody was announcing it or, like, making it, like, their full identity, and I kind of been, I always just been somebody at the mindset of, like, some stuff could just really kind of stay in your own home. Like, some stuff, like, I don't think sexuality needs to be announced in public. Like, if you want to, like, fine, but I personally think like some things are just for your own home, and it's certain things that I won't say like outside of my home. Like, kind of like to your point, like talk to your kids about it. Like, there's things that I just will never say outside of my home that,
man,
that's just gonna be how my house feels about it.
Yeah, like I think that's the right way of going about it, man. I think honestly, like, I shouldn't have to go like, dog, I'm offended going to, and I wouldn't say offended. It's hard to offend me, but I'm disappointed, and I'm actually like, yo, like, what? When I gotta go to a Disney movie and it's embedded into the film, like, man, listen, man, tell a good damn story about Thor, please. Like, we don't need no dynamics to make everybody feel like they a part of the story. Just tell a good Marvel superhero story. Like, we don't even have to touch that subject at all. Just tell the story. Like, we got into a point that we want to be so inclusive that you almost like exclusive of the people that just want to, like, don't want to deal with none of that. Like, and it's not, to some people they're like, oh well, it makes certain demographics feel like they part. Like, that's not. It's a superhero film, like, for kids. Like, let's just tell a superhero story, please. Like, You know what I mean? Like, it don't have to. Why I gotta be each and every time? And it's like, you say you independent. I'm starting to think you lean a little left, but
No, it's only the only reason why I'm having these conversations is because it's the main ones that's being talked about, right?
Right.
Like, we're not talking about freedom of speech. Like, that's something that I care about, but that's not cared about against the Republicans or whatever. And I had this conversation too about like the movies. Like, Tu Wong Fu was a pretty controversial movie back in the day. That was like a good movie, but when you had men like Wesley Snipes and stuff dressing up as drag queens, a lot of people didn't really want that distributed in a lot of different forms. And that movie was good. It tried to make a different, it made a lot of good points. But it was definitely a movie that was probably slightly ahead of its time.
Like for me, when it comes to that, man, like just men being broadcast in a certain light, and I just need to hit on that, man. But I find that that's more effeminate men today. Like, even I say this, when I was in my mid 20s, when I was in like my early to mid 20s, and I was like really getting out into the world, it was one thing I kind of realized, because I came from an environment where that we had like some really like aggressive masculine men. I was like, this ain't gonna sound some type of way, y'all. So why these dudes so soft? Like, like I ain't gonna hold y'all, man. Like, I was out getting a run in. And like, I be running sometime, and I just be watching. And sometimes during my run, like I'm doing like a brisk walk, and I'm doing this thing where I'm like trying to engage my core or whatever, and just trying to get it in. But then I see dudes walking down the street, and it's very loose, and it's like hands are in certain positions. That stuff, like, I don't know. Y'all can say I'm like old school, and maybe I'm thinking too hard, and like, but I see that, I'm like, man, like, you was on my block coming up. We'll walk you off the block walking around like that, like, but it's so normal. Like, it's crazy because like I might be sounding a certain type of way, but then it's like that is a effect to that, like, to the women that it's like women advocate for the things that they don't even like, not even attracted to. Like, they like, oh yeah, like, let him be, but then it's like, well, damn, would you talk to him walking around like that? Probably not. Like, yeah. It's like, it's weird, man. Like, we live in this world now where everything is sort of like, we've been like, men in general, like, to be a man is to be ostracized. Like, it's a weirdest thing, man. Like, I even for myself, like, I've caught myself trying to like tone my own masculinity. Like, I've gotten to this age now. Don't let me get to about 70, 80 years old. I ain't gonna care what nobody talking about. I'm just gonna be me.
Yeah, I think you should anyway. That's why even when people would say stuff about Shannon, I'm like, he's a dude that grew up in the South, mainly with his grandma. So he kind of going to act a little bit, right? Because his grandfather died when he was 10. Like, in those prime years of him probably really kind of like get into his manhood, he probably like missed a few things there. So that's why, like, they make jokes about him getting out his car, him having a little bag, and wearing certain stuff just like that. I'm like, I think that's kind of okay, right? But then now, like, you hear him like, breaking a chick down, and everybody like, oh, they need to see all that just to kind of believe that he's not that. But sometimes I do understand like the diversity of like men. Like, sometimes men got their little side. Sometimes it has to do with like how they was raised. Right. Or the environment that they in. And I respect him because he's somebody that, like, he don't want his life to be defined by his sexuality. And I think that's kind of like where I do find a lot of commonality with certain people. I think like being masculine is like different from like defining your sexuality, but I agree.
For sure. It's two different like that. That's two different subjects. I am mixing a little bit. I guess it's like, I think one kind of.
I'm just saying that.
I think it's two different, but I think one leads to the other, but like it tells the story of like the exposure piece. right? And what the effects of it is, like even to a man that don't probably identify, like it even helps soften them as well. Like it's the weirdest thing. Like even like I had to go to AutoZone today. I had to do something as simple as like change my light, my tail light. But my tail light, I got this extra thing on it, whatever, to make the car look good, whatever. So I'm outside and I'm changing it, but it was like this energy, like, damn, like, is there actually a guy out here actually working on this car? Like, even though it's just a tail light, and I had my little tool set with me, right? I'm doing by hand tools and stuff, and it's just like we've gotten softer. Like it's just kind of a weird thing. T-Dog said, I saw a remake of a cartoon I watched as a kid, so I showed it to my daughter, and I was not expecting the lead to be into the female bad guy. I was in the kids cartoon too.
I guess he's saying he never saw a woman be a bad guy.
A woman got
So I had that situation this past weekend. I had to go to Texas or whatever to take care of some family stuff, and I was with a bunch of women, and my aunt friend was driving a car, and the tire caught a flat. So we pulled over, and she was like, oh, I want to call AAA, but they're going to take a long time. I was like, I'll change it. Like, I could change the spare. All the women kept making up excuses about like why I shouldn't do it. And I was kind of like, that was like one of those moments where it's just like, I just took a step back. I'm like, am I being too masculine by knowing how to change a tire on a car? Like, I get that you got AAA and it's a service, but like that they basically going to do the same thing, right? Like we're just trying to make it back to the hotel to deliver.
Well, they didn't believe you?
I do realize that,
They didn't believe you or something?
It was just all this other stuff like, oh, sometimes they got the bolts on there tough, and sometimes it can be tough, but it's like, at least let me try, right? Like,
right.
If I fail, but it was just one of those things where I was like, I ain't even really trying to get in this battle no more. Like, I dropped my masculinity there, right? Because the man could have just instead of saying, I'm gonna change this, I'm gonna change it, right? Like, maybe that is something being masculine, but I just like, you know what, whatever, we got services today. Y'all want to use them, y'all pay for them, it's fine. But like, it's to your point.
The softening of America. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's like women don't know how to do certain things, and then it's like, okay, now you got a man who do know how to do some of the things that y'all not used to doing, but then like you still want to have control of the situation. Those are some of the times where I like, do struggle with society sometimes. And I had a girl that I like growing up a lot. She, her dad had passed away like early on, and I don't think her mom ever really had a good relationship with a man. And so I don't think she ever really knew like what a man's like role should really be. And a lot of times when I dealt with her, it was just always like this kind of conflict.
Oh yeah.
Of her trying to do stuff that like she could probably really do on her own, but it's like when you with me, like some of those things you don't really have to worry about, because like I'm naturally kind of like this because I am a man, right? And there's things that you naturally are because you're a woman. So yeah. T-Dog was saying new cars you don't. So the one thing I will say, T-Dog, this car had the run flats. So I think with run flats, you good up to like 30 to 50 miles, but then like you have to kind of pull over, and then the car will like flay itself back up. So that was an interesting thing I saw with the run flat, because I never had a run flat tire before. Like as we were sitting there, the tire was basically like, flaying back up. And like you could pump air into those, but like pumping air don't matter. But it's really only been one time in my life where I haven't been able to get the bolts off.
You know what? I had one time. I was up in Detroit, man. This joint, I think it was my wife's car. Man, them damn bolts was rusted. Well, I had to kick that damn car, like God knows, like it was almost like the bolt in the in the screw like was one. Like I mean I ain't never. It took me forever to get that damn bolt off, but I mean look, I think
you eventually can get it. Yeah,
you could get it. Like it took some kicking and loosening that damn tire. Like I think that no, that's what it was. The bolts was one thing, but the actual tire had rusted up against the against the brake pad or whatever that was. what's this the joint that the bolt, the lug nuts is tied to, that the spindle on the tire. Well, I'm thinking, what's the name? See, I don't even know the name of the parts no more. I'm getting out of my bag. Anyway, the tire was basically on it was froze. Like, it was almost like it was on the damn blade to the point where it was like rusted against it. Like we had to basically kick the tire off. The axle. Thank you. Jesus Christ. See, we all getting there, T-Dog. Back in the day, look, man, like my brother, shout out to my brother, my oldest brother, he's a mechanic. Man, when I say back then, we was dropping transmissions out the car, putting them back. Like, he would have me on some Doja missions. I had one car, I had my 626, man. Like, anybody that knows about Monster 626, I think it was like a 90, was it a 95 Mazda 626? That particular model had a defect with the transmission. Basically, them joints was going up, basically blow up on you with the transmission. And we was like, the transmission went bad. He was like, well, shoot, transmission would cost X amount of dollars, cost more than the car to get the damn transmission replaced. And he was like, yeah, we're gonna go to the junkyard and get our own transmission and drop that bad boy in there. We made the attempt. I think the car drove for about 10 miles or something like that. Broke down. And I let that car go, but we was doing everything. Changing tires, but to that point, they probably was trying to protect you. They were like, man, we don't want New Wave out here, trying to get a tire off the whip, looking crazy in front of us. Let's go ahead and just call AAA. I'm not saying that you can't, but I think we live in this day and age where a lot of men don't even know how to change tires. They don't even know the process. So I don't know. Now I got these folks back up, but it's not what you think it is. It's something else. I'm about to play this. I'm gonna let this run. It kind of goes into the conversations that we've been having about women and just in general. But it was one going back to our community. It kind of related to Puff, so it's kind of related in general to what we've been talking about tonight. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna give you a heads up. You might get a headache trying to listen to some of this, but this was actually very interesting and something that was captivating to me about how people operate. But I'm gonna play this.
China is unbelievable, but we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse.
I'm just waiting for this to
Biden
go.
doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia.
I'm
Back
just
in a
give y'all
moment.
heads up, man. Don't lose no brain cells.
All right, everybody. Last commercial break. I wish we had the behind the scenes so everybody can see what our conversation. This is a great conversation. No other network, they laughing. No other network has done it like this. We're going to get into immigration in our post show, so make sure you stick around because we are going to talk about everything.
So if you didn't catch it yet, so this is Revolt TV. Shout out to Puff. This used to be his joint. They did a watch party for the presidential debate. This was very interesting. This young lady that you're looking at, I think is it Teslin Figaro or something like that. I'm butchering her last name. She actually, I watched some videos of her. It was like early in the political cycle when she was on the Breakfast Club, which I do not watch the Breakfast Club whatsoever. I mean, Charlemagne, he from South Carolina, Monk's Corner. Like, I know some folks out there. Like, I can't even listen to that cat at this point and anything they got going on the Breakfast Club. But, she was on there when Larry Elder, when he was trying to run, and then also Vivek Ramaswamy, if I'm pronouncing his last name right, and was just completely disrespectful. So you about to see how she act in like 4K in a second. I'm about to, let's see if it's, yeah, we'll just let it run.
I want to go to the sister at the mic. She's been waiting.
Everyone, I'm Kara, one of Kayla's best friends, also her old debate partner from Clark Atlanta University. But I'm on the opposite side, yes, CAU, but I'm on the opposite side of the political spectrum than Kayla. So I have two things that I want to say. The first being a question that I want you to ponder but not necessarily answer. Donald Trump was found criminally liable for sexual assault against E. Jean Carroll, who actually sued him for sexual assault within the last few years. Additionally, his ex-wife, Ivana Trump, actually wrote about him sexually assaulting her and raping her in her book. And Donald Trump, out of his own mouth, has said that he would grab a woman by the pussy and that they actually encourage him to do that. So why would we want Donald Trump to have control over any woman's body? That's question number one. Number two, in the last 4 years, prior to these last 4 years when Donald Trump was in office from 2016.
This is just a commercial break, so I need to let him at least answer.
Oh.
And then we'll get, okay, quick answer. Why are you cool with him grabbing him by the pussy?
You want to go ahead?
I'm gonna hand it to you.
Well, no, I'm gonna hand it to you because you don't believe in premarital sex, so it's going right to you.
Nobody.
Oh, they don't want to touch that part. Okay, speak on it.
Indefensible.
Okay.
The fact of the matter is that we have a criminal running for president of the United States. And none of your black asses, if you had that many charges, would be able to run for anything. You wouldn't even be able to get a job at McDonald's. So, like, let's just stop the games.
You saw, that conversation we were just having about them effeminate, like, hey, let it rock, hold on.
Stop the BS. Donald Trump is a criminal. He has been found criminally liable in several courts. He has a case that's still pending in the state of Georgia. I've run for office before, and one of the first things they tell you is you cannot call election officials and ask them for more votes than the other guy. It's really against the law. He said, I need 11,574 more votes than the other guy. Come on, because black folks have been what? Black folks have been criminalized on less evidence. So why are we even entertaining this?
Well, I do want to hear.
No, it's really insulting our intelligence.
Yeah, it really is. But I want to hear the Republican sister's comment about grabbing him by the pee.
Well, first of all, context is important. And so when he's talking about, no, I'm just saying, because if we're being honest, if we're being real, it's a lot of black women in this room, right? And a lot of black women love rich men, right? So I hate to be the one to say it. I hate to be the one to say it. But in him saying, hey, when you're rich, you can do whatever. You can just grab him by the pussy. Isn't that what the quote was? That is.
Okay, I just want to make sure my audio working. Go ahead.
Hold on, let me turn you up. Hold on. Give me a second. Say it again.
I just want to make sure my audio working.
Oh no, you good. You good.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you good. I can hear you.
See what the quote was. Now I'm sorry, but Jack, if you wanted to grab anybody in here by the pussy, none of these girls would tell you no. You don't have to. Wait a minute. No.
It's rap, but this ain't even this it's about to go off. It's about to be off the chain right here, but this ain't gonna get
So you are gonna act right as a celebrity.
Wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute, because now you're disrespecting me. Y'all can't grab me by no pussy. Wait a minute, let's get
you
this.
You and I have already made it clear that you and I don't succumb.
No, but you said any black woman in here. Hold up. It's time for Paul to call. Hold on, let's let Jock answer quick. Hold on, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a minute, girl. Hold on, wait a minute. No, let's let Jock. No.
Let me not say anybody in here. Let me not say any.
Let me stop right here. Like, one of the things, like, again, this is about you think that's ratchet, but like, just we about to watch some dialogue just going back and forth. Obviously, like on our left, right? We got two, we got Young Jock, we got the gentleman right here. Don't know his name, but identify as Democrats. On the right hand side, we got Michaela Montgomery, which we did see her in one of the first videos that we played on this channel. She was at the Trump rally. I don't know this young man's name right here on the end, but they Republicans, and my girl in the middle, Tesla, she identifies as a. It's real funny. Like I'm gonna challenge a lot of people that say they are independents, but when I talk to them, it just feels like you really just left, but you just don't want to say that you are with the left. Like you don't really want to assign yourself to any one side or the other, but you're very left leaning. Like it's very funny when I hear people say independent, but then it's like you're really a Democrat. Like when it comes down to the talking points. But that's the layout. I'm gonna let this rock for a second. I really want to just, I probably should fast forward. It's another young man that's about to ask a question, and it just goes off the rails. But
Ma'am, before everybody lines up and gets mad at me.
Business. You said stand on business. Let's allow you what you bad. You better watch what you say then. Watch your mouth. Now she said she gonna learn to stand on business. Stand on business, sis. Now she said any woman in here, so let Young Jock. Hold on, because Young Jock's wife is watching, so we want to hear what Young Jock got to say. Because you disrespected the institution of marriage. Y'all remember how y'all like marriage? This is a married man. Girl, shut up, girl, and let's go on. Because you know. Let the man answer. Well, hold on, wait a minute.
Okay.
You can't just run. You're gonna have to learn today, sis. You're gonna learn to stand on business. Wait.
Are you gonna moderate? Or are you a panelist?
Both of them. I'm gonna be all three of them. I'm gonna be all three of them. I'm gonna moderate, debate panel, hold this shit down all the way around. No, sis.
If the moderator wants to engage in debate, then we're not gonna.
So I'm gonna fast forward this a little bit just to get to the next part of this ratchetness. I was looking at this, right? So this came up on my radar. I was watching some other content and this kind of popped up. Was not looking for it. And then when I saw this, and I was just like, man, this goes back sort of like why I got passionate earlier. It's like, I mean, the representation, right? Like these are some educated folks actually on the stage, really. And I'm not even if you listen to Young Jock, like even though we probably try to downplay Jock for being a rapper or whatnot, he actually was really trying to like calm. We're gonna play this a little bit. He was actually wanting to have the conversation and actually try to figure out what the other side was saying and have the conversation, just try to figure something out. And it was just like pure chaos. But it was just like, yo, why do like a network like Revolt, which I don't even know the owning group at this point, but is pushed as a black network. It's probably not owned by black folks at this point. But this imagery, and it was sort of like, okay, we're just gonna let it rock. And this is like this is pure chaos, and it's just like I felt some type of way looking at this. Like, if you think that this is how people operate and we think this is okay, because she was trying to make, we listen to this, it's like she's trying to make this okay, just the way they just communicate with each other, which was wild as hell to me. But let me see something real quick. I wanna, because it wasn't even that really, it wasn't even that conversation. I'm gonna try to fast forward a little bit. Yeah, let's see.
I mean,
let's see what
I took a test a long time ago, and it told me I was independent. But like, I'm subject to who's running, and because of that, I have to have conversations that I don't really care about. If that makes sense, right? Like, I can't like dictate it. And what I truly believe is that you shouldn't have to have money to run for president. So like, at the end of the day, like I think more people should be on stage. I think more people should get an opportunity to like run for president to say what they want to say. Like, when we really look at it, like, you only can run if you got money. Like, there could be better candidates, better people that like run, but people don't really get that opportunity. So that's like, that's like some of the root of like my issue. And I really kind of like to what King was saying earlier, like, I really just find value in a person that's want to have a more bipartisan deals. Like, I'm fine if you're going to have a Republican versus the Democrats, but like, let's just find a way to work together, right? And then I think, like, even to kind of push back on what you're saying about people at independents that lean more towards Democrat, there's really nothing about Trump that's Republican. Like they have him because he gives them the best shot at women. But you can't find me one Republican who's like a hardcore Republican that backs Trump. Like people can say what they want to say about John McCain, but John McCain worked hard, right? That man is through and throughout a politician and like is a fundamental Republican and has not backed Donald Trump. Like George Bush don't. Like a lot of those traditional Republicans
Really don't like him,
don't
right?
back him. So like I
But
get that a lot of people are basing the reason why they want to vote off Trump of like the last 4 years was just like so bad, right? And that's what he's pushing. And people like believe that. But I'm kind of like, hold up, like this guy, it was the most impeached guy ever. Like this guy is getting shot at. Like this guy has never had interest in politics. Like
hold up.
before,
Like,
right? So that's just you like
we
I'm
can't just say
saying
blanket
though, right?
stuff.
Like you,
all right, so like
you
since
have somebody that's
so
you
we
have somebody
have
that's running for a political job
so
and has never had interest in politics.
no. So we have video and we can pull it up from the 80s of of Trump mentioning, hey, you know, like I want to run for president one day. I mean, even it's funny that even Oprah, right, was sitting up there at the DNC talking about Trump, but Trump on multiple occasions was having conversations with Oprah and was saying like, Oprah, you should be my running mate. This is like back in the 90s. Trump
But my
has
thing
been,
is he never put in the work.
Listen, that's not all right. All right, you
That's-
know what?
that's what I'm saying.
Let me say
I
this. Let me
do
say
think the
this. Let me
job
say
should go to
this
people
because
who
I
put
was
in the
thinking.
work.
I was thinking about this over the weekend, right? I hear you, right? I was thinking about this. One of the things coming of us crossing over the 21st century, and Bush, you know, Bush is probably one of the worst presidents. Like Trump like to say that Biden is bad. Bush Jr. was like one of the worst presidents ever in history. Incompetent, just did a bunch of stuff that actually, you know, we were talking about people being selfish and doing things that actually benefited their family. Like Bush really did that. Bush Jr. really did that in our face. And one of the things coming out of that election, and I'm gonna stay on this because I remember this as clear as day. Like I remember after those terms of Bush, people was crying for us to not just to keep on receiving politicians from Capitol Hill to run this country, which is one of the reasons why Obama even caught a glimpse and was just like, you know what, we going against the grain and we want something different, right? Obviously, Obama did his thing. I think like Trump was a microcosm of Obama, just the way even Obama was being filibustered during the time that he was in office and whatnot and everything that was going on at the time. And one of the things, it's sort of a weird thing. It's like like I always say, it's a pro and a con with everything. People wanted somebody to come into government. Like this was a talking point. I don't know how people it seemed like time go by and everybody just kind of forget how things were in back in the day. But they wanted somebody that wasn't from Capitol Hill. And we talked about back then having a politician that was actually real. And I think to this day, we actually try to seek out a politician that's just not giving us flowers and bubbles and telling us what they think we want to hear or what their demographic or pander to their demographic. And it's funny because this is the way I truly read Trump. I look at him like he's like, look, I'm not a lifetime politician. I've made my money in the private sector, which I actually respect more than somebody that was sitting up there getting money from taxpayers all their lives. Like I respect somebody, and even if he came from a rich, you know, his family, he was giving money and whatnot to just be successful in the private sector. I just personally like just that you was running business and you was doing your thing. I'm gonna give you kudos. But you literally, he is the caricature, like it or not, of somebody that's like, look, what you see is what you get. Like one of the things, I think he's smart enough to know that he don't have to say certain things. He know that some of these things are going to rub you wrong, but he basically he's telling you, look, this is who I am. You get to see me in true form. So you can decide if you are with me or you don't like me, but I'm gonna give you me. Every other politician, especially from the left, and most politicians, it's cookie cutter. Like we didn't even get to the second. We didn't get to that ABC interview, the first solo interview from Kamala, and it is literally like a robot. If you listen to that video, and we could still play it, and then you go back to the debate, you can literally repeat and regurgitate what she's about to say. It's like she haven't had that many interviews. I think she's been in 10 interviews since she's been running. And I'm telling you, like, it's literally listening to a transcript. If you listen, like, even like that, when the first question in debate, they asked her about, hey, look at the economy now versus what it was back then, and how you can explain, like, you know, is it better now versus back then, whatever. And she just skipped right past it and started talking about her mother and how her mother got her first house when she was a teenager, and they knew a woman that had a small business. She says the exact word for word lines in the first solo interview that she has with ABC. These are the things that people ask, that they said, look, we are tired of cookie cutter politicians that sound like politicians. And I've always been the person that I would prefer you show me who you are, you be honest about who you are, the good and the bad, versus somebody that's trying to give me a show and trying to get me to win me over. And I think that's what to be honest with you, I feel like he's saying, like, look, I'm not a lifetime politician. I care about my country and I want my country to be great, or whatever you want to say again. But no, like, he wasn't a lifetime politician. And I don't even how many politicians can really relate to and be like, I think you independent because of what I'm saying right now.
No, well, I think I don't care about that, in all honesty. Like, what I want to see, this is one of those things where I say I look at it like a job, and I think experience matters. When you have someone in a certain sector, they have formed relationships. They know how to navigate those behind the scene things.
Right.
One of the things that Trump had, he had one of the longest government shutdowns in history. And that kind of showed me that, like you said, he got to stand on what he's going to say. He's going to be that. And that can maybe be a good thing. But, like, sometimes I just look at things as like, who is someone that can just get people working together, keep the train moving, and just keep it being productive? And to be honest, like, sometimes I look at those years of experience, like, we talking about 34 versus 4. Mm-hmm. And I think, like, even having somebody, like, this is another thing I've been looking at the past 4 weeks, like, what decision making have you made? So when Trump picked J.D. Vance, I asked ChatGPT. J.D. Vance he was in, like, the military for like 4 years, mm-hmm. and then did VC vesting at a firm. I typed in ChatGPT, what are J.D. Vance's major accomplishments as a firm? It just tells me the mission of the firm. I say, what are the accomplishments of that firm? It gets nothing back. I look at that guy's resume, it's nothing there. She goes pick somebody like Tim Walz.
But you can't say that. Like, you can't say that, man. And then we look at Tim Walz. What is Walz like? What is his
Tim
resume?
Walz, he has years of experience in politics.
His own family don't even want to vote for him. That is crazy.
That's not as crazy as Dick Cheney saying, I want to vote for Trump. That's not as crazy as
New Wave. You telling me, hey, look, New Wave,
saying that they're not voting for Trump.
Come on, man.
I'm just being honest.
If you was running for if you was running for vice president,
when you go ask LeBron James, is Giannis good? You ask Giannis, is Damian Lillard good? You value those opinions. You don't care about opinion of somebody's family member about whether somebody's good or not.
New Wave. If you was running for vice president in your own family, your own blood was looking at you and saying,
they're not in politics though. You literally got the previous vice president
Oh
Of the
man, you
United
can't talk
States,
about
Dick
resumes,
Cheney,
man. With
one
Tim
of the
Walz, like,
faces
come
of the
on, bro.
Republican Party, saying that he is voting the opposite side and that what we got going on needs to stop. That's a little
Come
bit
on,
alarming to
man.
me.
Like, you can't, like,
Because
that's what you do, Wave. But I'm like, when you bring up the
no,
resume thing,
but
I'm like,
why does Trump have to run as a Republican if he's not a Republican? That's kind of like
because the
my point,
Democrats,
right?
first of all, I think he kind of ran to the Democrats to begin with. The Democrats was like no, and I think Republicans was like no too. But at the same time, like, I think his influence in the Republicans at the time was struggling, like, as a party to relate to the Republicans was struggling as a party to relate to the younger demographics, and obviously, you know, other minority demographics. They just been a party of the old, you know, demographic. And I think with Trump, like, what he brought was a movement, right? He brought a movement for the first time. He was you could love him or hate him. You could love him or hate him, but I think him being blunt and being somebody that was from the outside going in, right? A lot of people caught wind to him, and
so
he
you're
started
not
listening.
voting for the Republican Party. Like,
You voting for
an
Trump.
individual. That's a totally different thing. And that's my thing. Like,
But is that not what you asked for as an independent? If somebody was running,
run as an independent then. Because this is where I'm confused, right? Because I don't see the partnerships within your own party that's going to make things excel. That's what I'm saying.
I think he looked at it from this is my point of view of it, right? Like, cause to your point, right? He could have run as an independent. I think from his standpoint, he actually wanted to actually get into office. So he's like, look, I gotta align to something, right? Cause I mean, let's just be real. Like, in this game that we playing, like, we never seen an independent get over what 2%, right, or something of the vote. So, like, in his mind,
thing. Yeah, I mean,
I get
I supported Ralph Nader for years.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I'm just thinking it from his standpoint, right? He's probably playing the game to win. He already from the outside, and he's like, look, if I could find a party to, I don't know what you want to call it, invade, that's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna take their platforms and run on it, basically. Because listen, like, he was smart. He was that first presidential run, them primaries. He was pulling off Def Comedy Jam acts during the Republican primaries. Like, he was in there cutting jokes, getting people up out of there, and beating them in debates, like, in a way that I don't think they ever anticipated. They didn't know that somebody was gonna come in there and just start being witty, right? They wasn't prepared for that as lifetime, you know, politicians. And I'm not saying that, you know, I get what you're saying. Like, you could have just stand on your own ground, right? And just stand on your name and just ran as independent. But I think he just said, like, look, I'm going to find a party to hijack one way or another, and I'm going to go. And I think more so than the Democrats, I think the Republicans aligned to his morals at that age and that time in his life. What's that?
Yo, a lot of Republicans in the Congress, they're not endorsing him.
That doesn't matter.
They haven't endorsed him yet. You got a few more weeks to go.
It doesn't matter. I don't think, like,
yeah, I know you don't care about that.
No. I'm not talking about me. I'm not saying me.
These guys got to work together and get shit done.
It don't listen. Here's the thing. Here's the funny thing about leadership, right? And this is one thing I've learned as somebody that I quote unquote call myself. I've led a lot of things. I'm leading and endeavoring now. As long as, listen, like, a lot of times when you getting on board, like, it ain't necessarily that people going to agree with you to begin with. It's when they see something that you're doing, if it's working, people will get on board. And I'm not saying that I'm with you. I was like, look, we should be able to work together and get bipartisan things going. I get it. But I'm at this point in my life where I understand that, look, a lot of times when you got to get something done, it ain't about everybody working with you. Like, it's about you understanding where you stand, what's your morals, but things that actually you see will going to work. And here's the thing, a lot of people are not going to agree with you off rip. They will agree with you once it's actually working. That's how most human beings are followers. And one thing I've noticed in my lifetime is that people don't necessarily get on board. They can't see past their nose sometimes when you got the vision in your head. So it's not about, I'm not necessarily caring. That's why I say I don't necessarily care about people getting on board. You got to actually see it work. And then that's when you start seeing work. That's when most people usually get on board anyway, because they didn't have the vision to begin with. So, even now, like, there's a lot of people that wasn't with Trump the first go round, but they there with it now. Like, you look in this video, you see that old.
They not. I'm telling you, they
you see
not.
this old black guy. No, you talking about people that's probably fundamentalists, that's probably pissed off that somebody from the outside came into that party and took over. Like, yes, that's what you're talking about. You talking about old bit.
The only if you go look at the list of endorsements for Donald Trump, the only people that have endorsed him is the people that he hired.
That's
JD
fine.
Vance
Like, that's
didn't
fine.
Like
but
Trump during midway through his Trump term. You can pull up interviews from when JD wrote his book in 2018.
I get
and
what
he's going at Donald Trump.
I get it. It doesn't like.
And
did you not hear?
What's going to
you heard
happen
what I
when
said though,
the
right?
Democrats take the House back?
Did you just
Are
hear?
You say,
but you heard what I'm saying though, right?
The Democrats got to get the House back.
I'm like, look. The reason why I'm saying that, big dog, is that again, when you lead in something, a lot of times most people are not. If you are somebody that's going to actually put in check. I give you somebody else outside of politics. I give you somebody else. I give you somebody else. I give you somebody else outside of politics. I give you somebody outside of politics. I give you just about every top tier person that you can meet. They some of the most disagreeable people that you ever meet in your life. If you work corporate, some of the most successful people in corporate are the most disagreeable people, or the people that actually will stand up and say something that a lot of people don't necessarily want to say. And it's going to kind of knock people sideways, but they get the job done. Steve Jobs, one of the men that I actually wanted to meet before he passed away, and I was this close to going to Cupertino to actually meet that man. And he's one of the most controversial people in the tech world, but he also is one of the people that changed the world and the way we operate. I mean, we talking about iPads, we talking about iPhones. My family can't even operate without it. But if you ask people, when he's running his way through Apple, he got ousted from Apple. And even on the way back, people still calling him an asshole. But he revolutionized that company. And now this company is a company that you can't do nothing with at this point. But that was Steve Jobs actually putting the barrier back of Wozniak or Steve, and actually getting him to think bigger than what he was thinking at the time. He probably was moving him, and he probably thought this nigga's an asshole. And what I'm trying to get to is that some of the most the wildest thinkers are going to rub people. I'm just
unsure that works in politics.
It does. Like, we don't know.
It didn't work in his 4 years. That man ended with the lowest approval rating of any president.
What are you talking about? History. How was you doing 2016 to 20?
Rating out any president in history. He got impeached twice. The most out of any president.
Man, listen. I think if you take a poll and somebody was honest, during 2016, 2020, like, you wasn't doing good prior to the pandemic.
What you mean?
People wasn't doing good during that time period? What are you talking about?
It was okay. It wasn't crazy.
Come on, bro. Like,
and that's the thing. It's a narrow view. Like,
how you acting like we ain't living? Like, dog, I told you I went to the store and had to buy. Almost had to buy.
It's Obama who had it booming. From that startup deal that he cut to give startups $1 billion in funding to start their own company.
Man, we're not going to sit here and act like, man, we're not going to sit here and act like the man ain't do a good job while he's in office. And if you had to listen to the 21st, during the 21st century, if you had to sit there and list out from Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, you had to put them in order. Are you putting Trump at the bottom of that?
Probably.
That's cap.
Because even if you go pull up the statistics of the countries that handle COVID the worst, USA was among the worst to handle the COVID issue.
Stop the cap.
It's not. Y'all can start a narrow view of it. You trying to act like the man? You just ignore facts all the time.
Like, if we put Bush, you mean to tell me
pull
if you put
up.
Bush,
pull up Trump's approval rating as president.
It doesn't. No, like, the fact of the matter is
pull up Trump's approval rating as president.
God. Pull up Biden's approval rating.
It's higher than Trump.
No, it's not. Like, come on, bro. They was voting him and Kamala as one the worst president and vice president tandems, period, in
If you
history. What are you
pull up
saying?
if you pull up a .gov of the survey that they took, I'll stand by it.
Man.
But Trump is below George Bush in
This
approval
is-
rating.
Well, I tell you,
think
man.
George
like,
Bush
hey,
was
man,
at like a 34, and
well,
Trump
I'm
was at
telling
a
you, man, for
29.
somebody to be so independent, man, I'm telling you, man, like you're not objective at all. Like, so you trying to say he's a worse president than Bush?
How am I not objective? And I just named you Dick Cheney, John McCain, George Bush's family, basically not supporting him as a part of the head of the
I don't
Republican
care about them
Party, and that's
supporting
what
him.
he's the face of.
Did you not hear the whole soliloquy that I just said? Like
You don't care about
you
that,
get the
which I
point that I'm
get.
making, right?
But I'm
you get
like, what do we represent if the head figures of that organization does not support him?
They won't support. Like,
what it
dog,
is.
like just peep game for a second. Peep game. If you was doing something for all your life, and then this dude comes out of nowhere from out, he's not a part of the in crowd, and he comes in and basically hijacks your party. I'm quite sure that the people that have been doing this stuff for decades, they going to feel some type of way, bro. Like, that's just part of the game. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. I'm not surprised that those people won't endorse him. Like, they didn't want him to begin with. They don't want outsiders, period. We understand that. So, like, you saying that don't give basis to the fact that, look, like, at the end of the day, they going to hate him. Just look, I'm quite sure Biden feels some type of way. Biden had to play Batman. He had to play Robin to Obama's Batman for 8 years, even though he was a longer term politician than him. And then to come back and then basically run for president, get the presidency, get thrown the vice. I don't think that was his personal pick to pick Kamala. Like, I'm quite sure the Democrats were like, look, we need somebody that's of a minority looking status to make sure that we hold that vote. So you need to run with her, just for him to go into his second term, because he wanted that. He wanted his second term, for him to go into one of the earliest debates going into a presidential cycle than ever, because before they actually solidified who they wanted to run for president, for them to just oust him for his vice president, you don't think he feels some type of way? I don't care how old he is. You don't think he feels some type of way?
A lot of people who vote for Trump, they kind of deflect a lot of stuff about
Did
Trump.
you just skip over what I just said?
Which I get it, right? That's what you voting on. You voting for, like, not the other side. Like, I get that. But, like,
did you just skip over just what did you not just hear what I'm not talking about nothing about Trump right now. I'm saying he was a life.
That's my problem.
He's
though.
saying that he's a no, dude. Like, I'm saying, like, he feels him. If you've been doing something,
long discussion about that.
Man,
we don't,
bro.
You deflect over to the other side about how they
I don't know about you, but I'm telling you I can tell you from personal experience. I am younger than most people that I work with in my sphere. I look different than most people in my spirit. Like, they don't know who I am. Like, when I show up and they see me and I'm educated and I actually know what I'm talking about, and I'm good. Like, I listen.
But you have years
no.
of
Listen to me. No.
No.
Listen. New wave in my arena. I'm him, and I'm standing on that. I haven't met me, and I'm trying to tell you that. Even with that being said, when I show up and I don't look like the people that's there's an energy. It is what it is. I'm an outsider. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that if I've been doing something for all my life, and then somebody younger shows up, and I play Robin to that Batman, I'm going to feel some type of way. That's why you don't even have to tell me nothing about Biden's situation. I know he feels a type of way. For him to get to play behind another young person, but then to Jen get his chance, right?
I'm gonna say this. I know you don't care about this.
Come on, bro.
But she has more experience in politics.
I'm telling you, but I'm saying though, like, when you talk about people not endorsing people,
3 Republican presidents combined in politics.
You are just glossing over.
I'm
saying when you talking about people not endorsing people,
experience in politics.
Man, come on, bro.
Biden does not have 34 years of experience in politics.
That doesn't. Okay.
I know that doesn't matter to you, right? I get that because you're voting.
You don't think so? You mean to tell me he don't feel? You mean to tell me he don't feel no type of way?
On the fact that you don't like what's going on today.
No. I'm saying that you don't think
that same administration is going to do the exact same thing.
You don't think he feels some type of way?
Anytime I try to have at least a 10-minute conversation with you about Donald Trump, you deflect that all the time to the other party.
I'm not deflecting to the other party. When we want to talk about him, we could talk about him. It's just that you have a point that you have, and I disagree with it. Listen, like, my thing is, like, you talking about people endorsing him. I don't care about that, because again, you talking to somebody that I understand for wild thinkers. In general, people are going to disagree. In history, most people that, again, look at Kanye, for example, right? There's another person that I like. When he stepped out on his own behalf and co-signed it, like Donald Trump, before any other celebrity would do it, because it wasn't the popular thing to do, and it still ain't the popular thing to do, he stepped out there and said something. Again, this is another wild thinker. This is something what I'm trying to get you to understand is that I identify with this, because this is that's how I think, right? So what you're saying to me when you keep on trying to bring me to, like, well, he's not getting co-signed, I'm F with people that don't get the co-sign, because I understand what that is. And typically, in all fashion, what you typically see is that when people, they don't necessarily agree from Jump Street, but once it actually starts working, they get on board. It ain't about you agreeing with me to begin with. Most people are followers. To be honest with you, if I'm having a conversation and everybody's agreeing with me, then I honestly think I don't think we in the right place, because I think somebody's lying in the room, because you probably don't agree with me. You're just not telling me. And I'm not being honest with myself enough to be direct, to say, hey, no. I've been in hard down debates where, like, and I could bring it back to racial lines, where it's a bunch of black people and there's a white guy there. I remember I'm thinking about one particular scenario. And the whole time we having a political conversation, and he's like, yeah. And I looked at him, and I told him in front of everybody, I said, look, man, you don't have to pacify us. Don't pacify us because you think you want to tell us what we want to hear. Say what you feel. Tell me how you feel, so we can actually really have the conversation. That man face lit up, he opened up, and he actually said what he felt. And then we really had a real conversation about that. It was a little different conversation, because he was being honest. And then he took me to the side after that conversation, and you know what he told me? He said, thank you, bro, for allowing me to actually express myself. Because in most situations like that, I do just go with it because I don't want to offend nobody. That is most people. So you talking to somebody that I want to have, like, that's why I'm sitting on the internet. I'm putting myself out there. Like, you see my skin tone, like, I should just shut up. But what I'm saying is,
anything to do with skin tone at all.
Because what I'm saying is that there's a lot of people that look like me, that feel like me, that won't say nothing. That's what I'm saying. They saying stuff. They are. Okay, bro. Like, all I'm saying to you is that when you talking about cosigns, I've never been a person that worried about cosigns, because if the idea is good, so a lot of times it ain't about, if you're talking about the life of somebody that's actually going to trailblaze, it's a lonely road. And that, in the end of the day, it's not about how many people you gonna get on board to begin with. It's about, okay, look, let me open your eyes to something that you ain't seen yet. And then once they see, typically people do not do anything until they actually see it happen. That's just because most people are followers. That's a fact. So again, I don't really care. The funny thing about this whole thing with the co-signing of the actual politicians on that side,
Dick Cheney, John McCain, we talking about pillars in the Republican.
But like, that's the old. But what I'm saying is, the funny thing is, no, they're not getting co-signed. But if anything, he's created a movement for that whole party in a way that none of them people could do. So what's the point? I don't need your co-sign. I went down to Myrtle Beach. I went down to Myrtle Beach. I went down to Myrtle Beach.
So you're not really a Republican.
I went down to Myrtle Beach. No, what I'm telling me personally, when it comes to the morals that I believe in at this point in my life, it aligns to being conservative. Like, that's just, it is what it is. I don't believe in just people willy-nilly doing whatever they want to do. When you talking about morals, I'm talking about like how people live their life and the things that we actually should think that's important, family, and actually, living in a certain type of way, trying to work hard and actually, work for the things that you want in life, and whatever happens. Like that's the things that I believe in. I don't believe in a whole bunch of like, okay, well, you gotta give me this for me to get that. I'd rather teach a man to fish versus giving a man a fish.
Well,
like one side. If you really get down to brass tacks of things, it's like giving a fish versus I'd rather be the person say, hey, look, to give you a fish, like the whole like tax, no taxes on overtime. For the people that's out there busting their behinds, I'm giving them an incentive to actually go out there and work more. And I'm not saying that you gotta work yourself to be ragged, but at the same time, like, look, if you outdoing the rest of us, you should get a benefit for that. That's what I believe in. That's just personal. No tax on tips. Like for people that's making $2-3 an hour, and then the base that most of their salary is from tips. I tip well because I came from the service industry at one point in my life, but a lot of people don't tip well. That's cool. You know what else? I put it on my Facebook. I say I take it a step further. I say no tips on bonuses for the salary people. What the hell I work hard for, and then I get to the end of the year, I can't get more money than what you give me on my salary, and I get this bonus, and then you take half of it. You got people playing around with their exemptions on their checks, so the government don't just take half of it. That's giving no taxes on that. But I prefer to do that than give any type of handout for just a simple fact that you're here, or the simple fact that you just trying to do something. Like I'd rather work for mine. That's where I come from. I'm sorry. Like, so again, like my thing is that my morals at this point in my life, it aligns to being conservative. That's where I stand.
It don't really sound conservative. But again, you voting for somebody. What you think being
conservative is? Do they not tell you to go work for yours?
That's not really a conservative view.
Working for yours ain't being conservative. Ain't part of that part of the messaging. All right, bro. All right.
I don't think so. I don't see how that's conservative.
All right, man. All right. You don't think that's part of the messaging? You don't think that's the reason why they talking about the things that they talking about? What are you saying?
Donald Trump. What has Donald Trump worked for in his life?
You think, man? Look, this is one of the most. This is one of the biggest.
Like,
that's one of the biggest. No, I'm about to answer it. I'm about to answer it. This is one of the biggest. This is one of the biggest misconceptions. Hold on, man. Hold on. This is one of the biggest misconceptions, and I hate when people play this game. Most millionaires and billionaires are new generational. They are net new because they actually work for theirs and they actually know how to maintain.
That's not Donald Trump, right?
I'm not asking. I ain't saying that it is. Like, just listen, bro. Like, you're not going to make a point.
Business that Donald Trump funded that wasn't a family member related to his.
Oh boy. It doesn't matter. Most of the things doesn't matter. Like, because Jesus Christ, most people that inherit money blow it. Okay. So my thing is, I tell people all the time, like, it's not about how much money you make or you inherit. It's how much you can actually maintain and keep. Okay. So to me personally, when somebody is actually able to maintain and not blow what has been given to them, I'm actually giving them kudos. Because again, at the same time,
what about growth?
That at the same time, there's pros and cons to everything. That's just like, again, like when you see most people that hit the lottery, they go broke. Right. So you could actually look at a lot of people that inherit money and blow it. So, okay, listen, like whoever his family is, whatever, it could be wealth it could be wealth to the point that you can't, it's just hard to squander it. My thing is that the man's been able to maintain himself. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, he just never worked for it. The man run businesses, like he's been successful. Like, you're not going to sit up it like
the
most
professor. He has nothing, and he won't even bring up anything that validates that.
We wild
as a wild thinker.
We wilding at this point, man. Like I think honestly, I'm not even taking it. It's not even about being emotional. It's be wilding because like you can't say if somebody actually been able to maintain businesses. and actually build
Why am
a
I giving
fortune,
credit for somebody for
and he ain't do
maintaining a
nothing.
business? That's not transformative. You just brought up Steve Jobs, who took businesses to the next level.
All right, bro.
Made innovative
If
products.
you don't think there's no level of discipline that comes along with that, and then to be able to do what he's been doing, even on a political scene, if you don't think there's nothing to it, and it's just
he
just walked
has
into
4
it.
years in politics. He didn't do anything after that to help
And yeah,
support politics.
he's been in the
guy
highest
seems
office.
disinterested in politics.
And he's been in the highest office. Trailblazer.
Mitt Romney was a VP, and now he's a senator. That shows me somebody that's dedicated to being a politician. At least I know you like what you're doing.
All I said is that we're not going to take away from somebody that's actually successful. I'm never going to do that. I don't care if it's Trump. I don't care who is anybody. And I hate when people that don't have to maintain things at that level and don't understand all the responsibilities that come with actually being ahead of something and actually doing something, and just think that, oh well, it's just happening. I would never sit there and try to act like I understand what the man day to day is, because I don't even understand. I wouldn't even say I understand that world. But at the same time, I understand that when you are at the head of anything and you actually keep it afloat and you take care of families and you put money in people's pocket, and that's a lot of responsibility with that, I'm not going to sit around and say, oh, you're just not doing nothing. I'm not going to ever say that. And I don't think anybody that's not in that position should feel freely enough to say that. Like, I do a lot, and to somebody it may not look like I'm doing anything. I hate when people sit up here and they don't. You looking at people because, oh well, the optics, it looks like this. You can see the end result. The end result is what it is. It looks glamorous. It looks easy. It looks like this, that, and the third. But you don't know all the work that goes behind that, and we're not gonna sit here and play like we know.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying on paper, there's more people who has 10x experience for him for the same position.
It doesn't matter. Like when you talk about the experience,
just as successful. So why can't they get the chance? Who actually align to the values of the organization that he's running for?
Because they didn't do it. They wasn't able to go out. They wasn't jumping off the.
When RFK ran for independent, it was like Trump running for the Republicans. RFK did not really stand for what independence stood for. He preached some of the things that we cared about because he was getting some of the money that he was to run. But the way I looked at him as Trump as for the independent party. I was only going to vote for RFK just to keep the presidents knowing that, hey, we still got independents out here that's active, that want to keep this thing going and keep it moving. I don't want the thing to die. So I was very pissed when he just decided to abandon it, because it's like, you got all this money, all this investment, you just want to drop it. But I realized the fact that he's not really somebody that truly represents who the party should be, based on the things that he's worked on in his past.
Listen. I wrote a paper when I was in college about the electoral system, the electoral vote, the popular vote system. And we should have a system of three parties, because the Trinity, if you believe the power of three is the most powerful.
I'm fine with libertarians getting action too. It should be four.
No. To me, it should be three, because three is it's the first odd number that you can actually have more than one. It's when you go to court, it's defense, the prosecution, and you got the judge, right? It's a balance. You got the three branches of government. I think you should have three. I think you should have three strong parties, because then it doesn't allow you to have this power swing of good versus evil. Like, you gotta actually, when you got three, now it comes down to, okay, who's really the best? Like, and you're not trying to split it some type of way. Four, I think when you get back to an even number, then now you back to like two parties can kind of like mirror each other, stuff like that. But with three, like, it is everybody. It's the one. It's the power. Like, it's the one. It's the one shape. I forget the three sides, right? The strongest, basically, because of the angle that is on and the connection to them. It's just the power of three. And I wrote a whole paper on this. And to me, right, you want to be an independent. I just think a lot of people is capped when they say independent. They really just left and they don't want to say. I think it's just like, it's been a talking point for a long time.
I'm not saying you. I have not said. I'm not saying you. Really,
I'm not saying you.
I just giving you this whole night.
I'm just telling you that a lot of people say this whole, like, this young woman that's in the middle of this damn stage right here. She says she's independent, but she's definitely Democrat. But it's like her argument to not be independent is like, oh well, it's crooked people on both sides. I've heard that argument from a lot of different people, and they play the independent role. That's just their way to say I'm independent, but they're really more liberal people. Like that's it. And that their morals more aligned with the left. Like it's just most people I've seen when they say they're independent, they're more aligned left. Like it's a pattern. And it's fine.
Yeah, that's
like
not
I'm not having anything against it.
I've given you nothing but facts this whole night. And we've never wanted to see pull up the facts that I mentioned. Like, and you gave a lot of misinformation, Norm, and it came from rhetoric of like Donald Trump. Like
no,
when you say Ukraine was in that bipartisan package, it's like you're willing to actually say things that you don't even know any information on. And that's where I get disheartened, and I don't want to be associated with no party.
Man, listen, man, that's not even right, dog. Like, you have been saying a whole bunch of things that
let's pull up the bill right now, Norm, and you say no. Oh, you sound liberal. You liberal. You just deflect on the other situation.
You said she wasn't the border czar. You said she was the border czar, but it's plain English that she was labeled the border czar. What are you saying?
And they worked on the.
It's plain English that to sit up there and you talk about like you sat up there and you said that they wasn't fact checking on the things that they were saying about each other, but they was fact checking this. They wasn't fact checking that woman at all, man. Look, you want we could play, we could get the receipts.
They both lied on each other the same amount of time.
No, she just lied. Period. And they did not fact check her. And then you said you just said, they didn't. You tried to even out like, they wasn't fact checking on these type of things. They didn't fact check that woman whatsoever.
Yes, they did. They fact checked her on the black stuff. They fact checked her on the
what black stuff.
They fact checked her on the unemployment.
How did they fact check on unemployment? When?
Huh?
What did they ask her?
When they both boasted about the reasons for why unemployment, the reason why it was. And they both was nitpicking statistics on it to make it seem like what it is.
What did they fact check on? Like, give me the point. What did they say to her?
So Donald Trump said that there was no inflation.
He says he's been saying it for a long time. It was 1.2% inflation.
Right, and he, for whatever reason, I don't know why he said it was no inflation. I don't know why he said that. Right, he didn't have to say that. They didn't have to fact check him on that. If he would have just said what he needed to say.
What did they fact check her on?
They fact checked about the job market and about the number of jobs actually being available during the time of the administration that she was in.
In what way? What did they say to her?
They gave the statistics back of how she was wrong.
So we got to play this game tonight. All right, hold on. Because my thing is like we could sit here. All I'm saying to you is that. But like you have your purview, like my information is not coming from Donald. Like so, let's be clear. Like a lot of my information is not necessarily coming from Donald Trump. I don't even think Donald Trump even explains himself well.
Your information comes from a bunch of hoopla.
No, it doesn't. It comes from. What are you saying? Like my thing is like you sitting up here. You are clearly biased. Like you saying you're independent, but you're biased.
I asked you to pull up policies numerous of times, and you don't want to.
I'm not about to sit up here. Like, I mean, we could do it. Like, we could do a show if you want to pull up bills. If you want to pull up bills, we could do that. We can have a whole show where I could show you things that I'm saying on paper. If you want to show me things that you got on paper, but I'm just saying, like,
no, because I understand why you're voting for Trump. So, like,
why am I voting for Trump? Tell me why I'm voting for Trump. Why am I voting for Trump? Tell me why I'm voting for him. Tell me why I'm voting for him. Tell me.
You've said it multiple times, and I told you. You don't like what's happening today. It's the same thing like
No, it's not. It's not just about today, right? It's about, again, the moral, the things that he talks about, right, to me, makes sense. It's not about today. It's about honestly understanding how the world actually works in a way that's actually productive for people to actually live and sustain. Hold on, man. God damn. Like for people to actually sustain long term. A lot of things that the Democrats talk about are short term solutions to a long term problem that's not going to it's not going to do anything. It's going to cause more inflation if you actually understand what they're really asking for. And it's going to turn around and blow the same people back in the face. That's actually they think they advocated for something, not understanding they're going to be the same people that's going to have to pay for it. OK. And then also, too, you got people that's pulling on heartstrings. I understand I know what a hustler is hustling. That's pulling on heartstrings and really talking about things that is tugging people down emotionally to get them on board, which is something that's a thing that the Democrats have been doing for a very long time. And they've been really doing it since Obama, talking about hope. And I'm tired of that type of rhetoric. I need to hear something that at the end of the day, that I understand is long term, and I have children, okay, that I gotta make sure that go into a world that actually makes sense. And a lot of things that the left is advocating for at this point, I'm not on board with. When I can go to the movie theater and I gotta keep on playing these games of my kids being exposed to things that I don't approve of, and we just think it's hunky dory. No, you're not going. No. You're not going. But again, the morals.
I get where your feelings are and your emotions lay.
It's not feelings. Like, it's the facts. What are you talking about? Wait, it's the facts.
Has no say about what's about to be put in the movie theater. What you want to write an executive order?
What I'm saying to you is that the morals of the left, right? Oh my God, the morals of the left has been average. I mean, even down to the policies, down to your so-called running vice president, a guy that's running for vice president, right? Some of the things that he believe in, I'm not with. I can't morally agree with at this point in my life.
What does he believe in?
You know what? I don't even know. But I tell you this. But any kind of rhetoric.
So that's where some of it's like, I need to see people get more informed. I do, because it's hard for me to have these conversations.
I need you to realize that when you talking to me and like you gonna ask me about why I'm actually voting for something, that you understand that I'm a man that's done a lot in my own lifetime, that I know when I'm making a sound decision. I know when I'm hearing people pander to people. I know when I understand, as somebody that actually had to get out the mud, how actually things work when you had to do it long term and on your own, and not just be sitting up here trying to, basically give people something and think that they're not going to have to pay for it at the end, and which is a lot of false promises. The same thing they're talking about with student loans. Again, like I watched that from the sideline, and the same woman that you are advocating for, because you could say you're independent, but you advocating for, it was the same woman was talking about BLM. When I said that, no. When I saw that movement from Jump Street before it was popular for people to say, "Oh no, I ain't dealing with that," I said, you know what? That's somebody hustling y'all right there. Because if you're gonna wait till things blow up and get people riled up to go in their own neighborhoods and tear shit up, but then not come back after the fact and actually try to put in policy or try to go back into those neighborhoods and actually fix something, but they run back into the hills and wait for the next problem to happen. I said, why they playing y'all like that?
What situation are you speaking about?
I'm talking about that your person that you are advocating for was an advocate for BLM.
I'm on both sides, but like you keep talking so negative.
Like, so you want me to vote for somebody that I know was race hustling?
Who race hustling?
Kamala, she actually played like she was black, but then got in interviews and couldn't even stand on business.
From what I saw from the debate, it seems like she wants to run off her credentials.
Not race. But when it was
I got a question for you.
Okay.
All of when Hillary Clinton ran, right? It was about the first woman being president. Her campaign you have not heard anything about that through her campaign. This tells me that this lady wants to run off her credentials.
She wants to run like she don't know what she's. Man, let me play this. Let me see. I'll let y'all. You know what? I'll let her talk for herself. I ain't gonna say nothing else. We're gonna let her sit in front of y'all with her solo interview with ABC, because it's the first time she actually sat down by herself and actually. You tell me what you getting out of it, and we can go from there. Because my thing is that I know when I'm sitting here looking at somebody that half the time to me it's just not really it's not aligning to what I actually mess with. That's it. Like it's not me being prideful, it's not me being I feel some type of way. It's just that the stuff that she's talking about, I know long term is not going to fix anything, because you're doing short term solutions. And you saying happy go lucky flowers and bubbles is like somehow is something going to happen. And I'm like, dog, like the stuff that a $6,000 tax credit for somebody for the first year, what is that?
It fixed Biden and Biden fixed
what is
child
that?
Poverty.
What is that? And then when that extra credit kick in, you don't think that that's going to trickle down to the same people that's actually getting the credit? Come on, man. again, like I'm not sitting here saying that she's evil or nothing like that. It's just the stuff that she's saying. I don't think she even understands what she's saying. And I think
I actually think she does, because I've never seen Trump write policy before. That's kind of like
all I
my
know is
question,
that
too.
all I
Like,
know
how
is
do you get this
we
stuff
ain't
in a
never seen him
position where
write
you don't have
something.
no experience in the job
But
that
I
you
definitely
running
would
for?
take 2016 to 2020 before 2020 to now. Like
That's what you're voting on, and
I'm
I'm
not
fine
voting
with
on that. I'm not just voting on
That's,
that.
you
But
just said it. That's
see.
what you're voting on.
I'm
You're
not just voting on that
paper.
though. I just
You're
told
not
you
voting
other
on
things that I'm voting
experience.
on.
You're not
I just
voting on the actual policies passed.
I'm telling you the other things that I vote on, and it aligns to a different party than the left. And the
Child
things that he's
poverty was
actually
at its
talking
high
about,
when
it
Trump
actually
left.
makes sense to me. It actually makes sense to me to bring business back to America and give and actually incentivize
When the people
companies.
here don't even want the jobs.
Man, you want to give it to illegal immigrants.
That's not me. That's what Springfield, Ohio
Man, come on,
decided to
man,
do.
get out of
That's
here,
what
man.
Florida
Like we gonna listen
decided
to
do.
we gonna
That's
listen to
what
your
Texas
woman. No,
decided to do.
You want to give it to illegal immigrants, so we gonna listen to you and your girl. Hold on.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
you
you
are
you
saying
go
that.
work
You
in
was like, oh
Springfield,
yeah,
Ohio.
like well,
I
nobody
asked you
want to
when
take
was
the
the time
job,
to go
so
to Springfield, Ohio.
just
Go
give
to
it to
Springfield, Ohio
whomever.
right now.
Like,
Boost the
all
economy.
right. Come on,
Go to
man.
Springfield, Ohio right now. You not going to Springfield, Ohio.
I'm not. That's not my position to go to Springfield.
Nobody wants to go there. That's what I'm saying.
Man, look.
Okay, wonderful.
This is your woman. All
And
right,
here
we're
we
gonna
go. We
listen to
playing her
her.
interview and not
We're gonna
Donald
let
Trump.
her
Pleasure to meet you. Thanks for your time today.
talk about her points.
Of course.
As you know, we're sitting here in a state and arguably in front of an audience that 54 days from now could decide the outcome of this presidential election. You hear it more than I do. People want to know more about you and about your specific plans. At the debate the other night, you talked about creating an opportunity economy. I wonder if we can drill down on that a little bit. When we talk about bringing down prices and making life more affordable for people, what are one or two specific things you have in mind for that?
Well, I'll start with this. I grew up a middle-class kid. My mother raised my sister and me. She worked very hard.
Is this not the same? Look, so, and I'm gonna let this interview rock. I'm gonna let this interview rock. But word for word, hold on. we gonna play this game, man. I'm gonna show you why, somebody like myself, I'm looking at her and I'm like, hold up, something ain't right. Hold on. And like that, those two lines, right? And she about to go on a soliloquy like she be doing at times into that, and it's the same exact lines when they asked her what they gonna do, how she gonna figure out this economy situation, or what's different now versus back then, and whatever she's gonna do different than Biden. She said she starts off the same way. Hold on, let's go right back to the beginning.
Now
of this.
welcome the candidates.
They're taking in billions of dollars.
I think it's the first question they asked her.
Elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support
today
to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had
that's the no inflation statement, right?
Because inflation has, which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and
we beat that down to the
Hispanics.
point.
And
No,
also
keep
unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon.
Beat it to a poll.
And you
Go
see
ahead.
what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look
and then we're
at
going to go back to
Springfield,
let's
Ohio.
let him
talk, because
You
that's
look
kind
at
of like my
Aurora
issue. We're not
in
really
Colorado.
holding both
They are
of them at
taking
the
over
same
the
level.
towns. They're
That's why I
taking
said I
over
need to
buildings.
have
They're going
the same
in
amount of time that we
violently.
talk about
These are the
Trump as we
people
do about her.
that she
And really dig
no,
into the
no
nitty-gritty
inflation.
of
let
stuff.
into our
No
country,
inflation. Like
and
that's the
they're
only thing we can hold
destroying
on to
our
at this
country.
point.
They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the
softball.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic.
So he left us. He left us the beer bug.
So this is where I don't like this conversation, because I understand what was put in place because of COVID, right? So like the IRS had to do stuff to get stuff back to where it needed to be. Trump cut the first stimulus check. It was in the middle of like when companies had furloughed a bunch of people. Some people was using PPP loans to pay, their staff, but some people wasn't. A lot of people were just sitting idle.
Right.
So like I don't blame Trump for like any of that, right? I understand the context of the situation, but she's using that to her advantage to like paint a picture. So yeah, I wasn't like, I don't see why that needed to be said. What I get is just a factor to get people hyped up to believe that he left off something bad that they had to turn over and make. But the truth of the matter is that the IRS already had put a plan in place when they were under the Trump administration to see this type of inflation stuff and the job market come back.
Well,
and I consistently said over multiple of these streams that I felt like the Fed Reserve is doing an outstanding job of trying to like lower inflation on a consistent basis month over month.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just something to say like to people that's not even paying attention to everything that you're talking about, right? Like that's what that is. Like it panders to your base. That's
Donald
it.
Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess.
What was very like curious. I'm like, this happened right before. I mean, we actually did this debate right before 9/11. Which I think was a huge event. And it was like, you know what? Like, stop blowing things up and exaggerating like that to the point right before 9/11. I mean, the anniversary, like, it's kind of crazy to me, but it is what it is. I know how people look at January 6th. So
we have done, and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook. A bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again.
That's another lie, I agree. As far
I
as I know,
believe
he's
very
not co-signing
strongly
it.
that the American people want a president who understands the
So,
importance
And she clearly knows
of
that.
bringing us
What,
together,
pause it real
knowing we have
quick.
so much more in common than what
This
separates
is
us.
this is the thing
And
that I don't like about Trump. He said that he never read Project 25. I don't like that. I think you should read it. I don't understand why you don't want to read it. Like, I think that that's like a cop out of you not trying to do the best you can to prepare yourself for your position. That's just like my honest feedback. Like, I don't think him saying he never read Project 25 is an excuse. I think he should really inform the American people of like what he saw in it, what he does or doesn't agree, and really let it be known. That's just how I feel about it.
I
Because
feel
that would
you.
have been the way that I would have liked him to respond to her on that.
Well, I mean, I feel
That's
you.
it.
I think for him, he's
Yeah.
just trying to disassociate himself from it. That's it. Like,
But
I
you,
get
how you going to disassociate yourself from something that you didn't even read?
Because you
right?
like say I ain't got nothing to do with it. Like that's how you. I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying like I think the optics to him like or just the way
getting getting paid $500,000 a year. You better read that shit, bro.
like again if you're not the one if you're not putting it in place, what does it matter in the first place? If it's not your policies.
Well, it's coming from somewhere because it's noise. So somebody about to come shove
Man,
it down the throat.
I
and
think
you
it's
should be
called
prepared for it.
called fear mongering. Like the left has been playing this game. They play that game. They've been playing that game for the longest, man. So
to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse,
I ain't mad at
mine
her
would
doing her
strengthen the
research.
economy.
And
What
asking
the
for
Wharton School
feedback.
has said
But it's
is
the
Donald
same thing
Trump's
goes for the
plan
point. The things that she
would
wants to do. It's
actually
funny like that she
explode
says
the
that.
deficit.
So
16 Nobel
I mean, you
laureates
say it's
have
funny, but
described
that's how a
his
debate is.
economic
You should
plan
list
as
your
something
sources.
that would increase
I mean, I'm not
inflation,
discrediting
and
her
by the
for
middle
it.
of next
But
year
at the same
would
time, like
invite a
it's like
recession.
I'm gonna just keep on
You just
discrediting
have
him
to look
versus
at
like
where
yo
we are
like
and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite
where
you
I
to
actually
know
stand and where
that
I'm what
Donald
I'm
Trump
actually do because you
has
can't
no
explain
plan
that
for
she's
you
been there
because
and
he is
nothing
more
happened yet.
interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there.
So I have a
because the
question
Biden
for you. What's the
administration did keep
methodology about
a
using
number of the
tariffs as
Trump
a way
tariffs
to
in place?
produce income for the United States?
So, you know, I think it's income and it's also jobs, right? So the idea of the tariffs, even in his first administration, his first run, right, was essentially to bring back jobs to America. Stop incentivizing companies to outsource these jobs and then import them same goods back into the country, right? So, you know, it's twofold for him. From his belief is to keep jobs here in America, incentivize companies to actually work within America and actually use your goods around America. And at the same time, you know, again, tax those companies that want to leave. If you want to take your company to wherever, you want to take your manufacturing plant to, you know, China or whatnot because it's cheap labor, and then ship your stuff on it, but you're going to have to pay for that. Like, I don't have nothing against that.
So this is what a Republican told me. Because I asked the Republican, okay, we increase let's say you got a small business and you rely on foreign goods to make up your products and services, right? Like, it's made here, like you constructed it, right?
You gotta import
olive
something.
oil, whatever. But you had to go to import it. Does that not raise the prices of those goods? So he responded to me and said, tariffs will increase consumer good prices as businesses pass those costs on to us. Which he basically acknowledged that, like, yeah, the cost of those goods are going to increase for some of those things. The whole purpose is to get other countries to drop their tariffs on us. China has tariffs on most American goods per tax foundation. Trump believes in fair trade, not just letting people run tariffs off us while we just take it. The most important thing is to get American products into other countries like they want to push their stuff on us. Fair is fair. If the American products are so bad, China shouldn't be selling their stuff here. I agree with this philosophy. We need to get export revenue as much as possible if other countries don't want to let our goods be available in their markets. Why should we let them sell their wares here? So if you believe in that,
yeah,
it worked. That essentially means that's not going, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not going to really help the economy unless we're able to bring an influx of people here to produce the same goods that are being produced in other countries.
I think what you're
and that's
going to
kind of
do,
some of the issues that we having right now. Like,
what you're going to see,
I do, like, maybe in the long term,
what you're going to see, I think you're going to see places like Detroit, and my wife is from, automotive industry. It's been hit hard. That city has been hit super hard, right? Those companies, it's right now, it's a Chinese automaker that's trying to buy out and trying to move their manufacturing out of Detroit to even like Mexico, right? And import their goods in, right? But they saying, like, look, if you decide to do that, that's on your own. Like, but we going to charge you. Otherwise, leave it where it is. And you give opportunity to the people that live in those communities to actually work and build those goods, right? Or those products. And Bob's your uncle. If you want to go, you can go. Like, it's fine. You just going to have to pay for that. Now, to your point, right? If you got to import some goods and it's a part of whatever it is that you're selling, then, I mean, that's just part of the game too. But I think, at the end of the day, I think America in itself, we are consumers more so. Like the country itself is consuming at a rate more than we actually generating, right? Far as at this point, I mean, like our debt is crazy. At this point, we need to understand, like we need to make ourselves a commodity to the world when we sending things out, and especially when they bringing stuff in. Like we can do that, and why not?
So basically what that means is that for us who buy Jordans, right, it's essentially telling us that, like, hey, unless they start making Jordans here, it's not really something that you need. Let's cut it.
I don't think it's that's cut it. I mean, I don't think they're gonna cut it. They're gonna still Nike.
Like what's going to happen, right?
Nike gonna still make that money. Like, but you know what? They might have to pay for something. Like, look at what they're doing anyway. They raising the price on us anyway.
So what's the difference between doing that and then just raising corporate tax?
Because to me, like, you trying to tax a corporation, right? That's actually, especially American corporation, to pay more into a system, right? To, maybe fund whatever you got going on, pay off the debts or whatever to the country. I don't think that's the necessary. I want to incentivize companies to operate, because I understand that most people are not going to build a small business. Again, like and then we can sit here and say, oh, well, they're going to spend it and go somewhere and go on vacation or whatever. That most businesses is operating for the long term do not operate like that. Now, obviously, yeah, you're going to have some execs do some lavish things. That's just going to happen. That's whatever. But I'm not trying to sell. I don't want the government in the pockets of me or free enterprise. Like, I prefer them to pay a lower rate. They could generate more income that allows somebody like myself that's probably in the middle of the hierarchy or even past the middle of the hierarchy actually can get fair raises year over year, because we generating more money. I'm not just paying into some government system, and let alone our money. Man, at this point, them feds, they taking our money and doing whatever with it. They about to send us into World War III playing around with.
I don't see the difference, right? Like, you either giving them money to the government through tariffs, or you giving it through just general corporate tax.
You
right?
are incentivizing
the bottom line.
You are incentivizing companies to operate and do that thing. Look, if you are in a situation where you may have to import goods, that may be a cost to it, but it ain't going to just across the board be a solid tax on everything that you making. You get what I'm saying? Like, some people going to take that's with anything, pros and cons. But at the same time, to me, I'm thinking that from a corporate tax standpoint versus a tariff, I think you incentivizing companies to actually build their goods here in America and give more people opportunity here in America. Like the companies that can actually bring their jobs back here and actually can build their products here. I think that's a good thing. And I think, honestly, like if you are a country across the world, I think you should have to pay to bring your stuff on in. But at the same time, I don't think like a corporate tax has the same benefit of here. I'm just taking money from your company, right? It's nothing a part of that. That's like,
I mean, that's on both sides. Like, you say you taking it from,
I'm taking it out the product,
China, whatever.
I'm taking out the product, and you might have to.
You taking out the product, but like the company's still going to pay more for that product, right? Because essentially
it's going to be costs.
It's going to mark it up. So like, and this is where I don't have faith in this. I'm gonna tell you why I don't have faith in this.
But it's worked. Like, that's the funny part. It's worked already. Like that's the funny part.
No, I'm telling you, it's not working now. That's why we have immigrants working some of the manufacturing jobs, because the places where these manufacturing jobs aren't places that people are willing to go work for minimum wage.
Man, you think
those products to be cheap. So you telling me that American citizen is going to get paid the same amount to work in a manufacturer as it is in China?
American that live in America most of them don't have options to work in China, so they're gonna work somewhere.
But we talking about the cost of labor to make a product. We know for a fact it's significantly cheaper in China because of the cost of living. So unless the cost of living in America somehow dramatically decreases, and people are willing to take those jobs at a pay to keep those
But I'd
products
rather give
low.
more.
That's where I don't really see it working
I
because it's not working right now with
I
American
prefer to
citizens.
incentivize companies to bring the ones that can actually do it here, to bring their products back to America where it should have been in the first place, and build here. I would rather them incentivize that and give people opportunities here in America for whatever job. It could be plant jobs. It could be even a chip maker like Apple is right now. Like, I think their goal, their dream was to actually build those chips here in America, but they still outsourcing, right? So again, like I would love to incentivize companies for communities that you talking about, like they need, and maybe you saying that there's just like this shortage of workers, but there's also places that need, you talking about like rural towns that don't have places in them that actually can offer like an opportunity for you to move up a level. Like maybe this is an opportunity to move up a level. Like make your stuff here, find rural East Bumba hell, and put your plant there because the taxes are low in that area, in that state, whatever. And make your stuff here so you don't have to get hit with an outside tariff. Like I would prefer that than just, we gotta tax all these companies, like as if they're not gonna find a way to circumvent a full-blown 8% hike in a tax. Like they're gonna figure out ways to circumvent
This
that.
is my last point on this.
Go ahead.
I see the pros and cons on both sides. I'm here and there on either side. What I would like to see from Trump is a more fleshed out specifics on how this works. Because right now we're talking a lot of theory. He hasn't really laid out the details of like how that thing would be executed long term. And I know like in a debate, you don't get as much time to really talk about it. But that's one of the things where I kind of felt like, okay, I hear this tariff thing. You said it worked before, but how is it going to work long term? And like, how is it going to impact consumer goods? And like, what is really a detailed plan for you to go do that? Like, I know like Kamala stuff was very sure, like the 6K, whatever. But at least like she kind of threw some stuff out there that might not get fully accepted or not. We kind of know where she's headed in terms of specifics of some of those things. And that's where I'd said earlier, like I felt like Trump maybe felt like he said all the things he needed to say in his previous debates, and maybe he could just, just throw the short things out there and say, here's bite-sized pieces.
I feel like he thought he was gonna walk.
But like for somebody like me that's really like on the fence, I'm like, I'm trying to really see the long-term plan of this, because when I think like, okay, corporate tax versus tariffs, I see like implications basically kind of being the same, unless we talking about like, hey, we need to have more jobs here.
Like what part of corporate tax incentivize a company to build here and create more jobs?
No, so what we talking about is decreasing inflation, which I think on.
No. I get that part, right? But like, what part? I guess
I'm gonna tell you what.
I'm trying to walk through it.
I really think.
I'm trying to walk through it. So I guess go ahead.
I think go ahead. I didn't know. I think we had this conversation before. I didn't know the IRS was going to want the stimulus money back this fast, and they want to get this money back by like 2026. And I think where Kamala is looking at it is when you look at the stock market, all the stuff that Trump is bragging about that happened during the Biden time period, like stock was at its all-time high, earnings was all its all-time high during that time period, corporate tax was very low. And that honestly was probably a time period where corporate tax probably could have been a little bit higher, maybe 10%. And I think IRS could have got a little bit of that money off on the top. Then like now where like the economy is kind of a little bit more down now and interest rates is kind of high, and now we kind of having the lower people kind of have to pay back the stimulus check at a rate as which the corporate tax is still very low, if that makes sense. Because now if you look at it, Starbucks is down, McDonald's is down, Burger King are down because the prices are so high that they're not lowering it. So now we kind of have to wait for things to flush out where consumers are saying, hey, I'm not about to go buy these things because the price is too high. Now we seeing value meals from Subway. We seeing like McDonald's trying to bring like a dollar menu back. We seeing people starting to go to Chili's and things of that nature to try to kind of have like prices drive down. But I do think there was probably a window that we missed where corporate tax probably would have been a solution to help pay back some of the stimulus checks, because those companies did benefit from the government like cutting those checks, like, and that's on part of Trump and Biden. They both cut stimulus checks for like the same amount. And that,
I feel you. I think overall, my whole thing with, I just don't believe in this whole like a system where the government is in the pockets of the rich just because you could be in the pockets of the rich, right? And to pay off something else. Like, to me, right, is incentivize
They
those
need to be
companies.
generating business ideas and business opportunities to make money. I agree.
Wait, but I guess to
I
me
don't think that
overall, like
specifically
just
has to be
overall,
through
like
tariffs.
overall, I just don't believe. I don't care where the fluctuation is. To me, it's just like, yeah, those companies now. Some of those companies, like with PPP loans and and such, like businesses that maybe multi-million-dollar businesses in between, right? They definitely benefited from what was going on at that time and was able to keep their companies going. And actually, maybe not cut a few folks because of the things that were handed out, but just
No, them
overall.
companies posted all-time highs.
Yeah, I know. I
Crazy
get
all-time
I get what
highs.
I'm saying. Like, I get
Yeah.
what you're saying. I guess I'm agreeing with you, right? In that standpoint, to me though, just overall, just again, somebody that worked in the banking industry and I've seen regulation and what it does, and just again, like when you trying to tax companies at that level, like what most of us need to understand is that they're going to circumvent some type of way. Like they got a whole board, they got a whole committee sitting around when you trying to hike up them 8%. They got a whole committee around there, like, okay, how do we get around this 8%? Right. So and then a lot of times that cost is still going to trickle down to the consumer. So to me, like, I would prefer, this is just overall, because I think it's pros and cons no matter what way you go. I prefer that you incentivize companies and you let them make their money, because at the end of the day, if it's a company that's actually operating with a long-term goal, the people that's working for them are going to benefit. Like, and most people are workers.
So I guess
like,
this is
whole
where
dream.
this is where I
Go
have a
ahead.
slight pushback. Is that a lot of these places, the wages haven't increased from the time that these companies made their all-time high, and then we actually have execs in court admitting that they are price gouging, like they're raising their prices above inflation. But these people that work at Walmart and stuff like that, when they made all-time highs, they didn't get raises. So that's where, I'm not like, I think it's probably a bad time to increase corporate tax because every American business is kind of doing not as good as they was in the pandemic, but I think we should have a view back to where they was before the pandemic was and assess their performance from that time period. Like going on, like just kind of forget the stuff that you did during COVID, if that makes sense. But I think the last thing I'll say on this, I just think that the IRS shouldn't have expected the money back this fast. And I think that's really the cause of like this whole inflation thing and like why they have the Fed rate high. And that's why, like, even when we was on the call with G-Fish and stuff like that, people bought things where there was low interest rates,
Right.
but they're not doing stuff now, so it's not stimulating the economy, right? Like, you're not
Well,
going to sell your
I think
house
a lot of it
if you got a low interest rate.
Well, I think a lot of it is the consumer spending, right? So, a lot of them hiking up interest rates, right, is to curb spending. And I think one of the things that we noticed over the last couple of years is that a lot of times they was hiking up the interest rate. It wasn't stopping spending, right? So they kept on going, right, to try to curb that. And I think, one of the things that we don't talk about enough is the consumer spending and understanding that the way people live nowadays, I don't know, you could call it like living in access or whatnot, living in vanity, like living on these different, I pay you later, whatever type systems. But where I think a lot of it is obviously they want their money back, right? That's again, like, that's why every time I hear these damn credits, I'm like, they give you a credit, but they're gonna want their money, right? But at the same time, I think the way people spent money and the way young consumers are spending money, right, has changed. Like, I think at the same time, like, the world has changed in a way where it's a consumer economy, and a lot of people, this might sound like, here and there, but a lot of people are not building families. A lot of people are living single, and I think those people tend to spend more. It's one of the reasons why, like, it's propaganda. People have quote unquote propaganda around like the splitting up of the family and the unit and stuff like that, and just some of the things that's out there, because most people on their own tend to actually spend more, right? When you got a family, like, you tend to have to like kind of watch it, because you got people that you're responsible for, and your spending changes. You become a little bit more conservative with how much money is coming out your household. But I just think, you know, we living in a day where, you know, people that there's more single people than ever before, and you have a lot of spending. I think a lot of what you've seen in the last couple of years, just the interest rates alone, like, you know, again, they raised those things. They kind of curve spending, and I've just noticed, like, this is not a recent thing. It's more so like maybe like a year or so ago, maybe more. I was just kind of watching like interest rates go, and I was like, people were still operating before it got to today, where it's kind of crazy. Like, people were still spending for a long time. But I was like, I know y'all see this, right? Y'all see the fact that they trying to get us to stop spending. And I used to bring it up. Actually, I used to bring it up on the channel a little bit, on the sneaker channel. I used to be like, yo, like, you see that they hiking up interest rates. They trying to get us to stop spending, but nobody stopped spending. This is about 2 years ago. And I think, you know, I think we see.
I mean, I knew it was going to happen. I read the IRS plan, and that's how I knew, right? Like, and somebody said this to me. It's like, all the people, like, you did not have to cash your stimulus check. Like, imagine if no one cashed their stimulus check.
Oh, you know, it don't happen.
We would not have any of this.
Well,
I mean, we know people was going to cash it, right? But, like, it's just the fact that they just want this bread back for whatever reason. Like, so quick.
I think they want their bread
back. And I don't
back
think a president is going to change that.
We would definitely see, you know, what I would say is that, you know, at this point, whatever they got going on right now up there, man, like, they asleep at the wheel. That's what I will say. I'm not sure who can just disagree with me with that. You can have your feelings about Trump, but I haven't heard anything compelling. I haven't seen anything compelling in God knows how long from them that says, okay, look, we know there's a problem out here, and we actually trying to do something about it. It shouldn't come down to a presidential run for us to start hearing anything about anything, about them trying to fix what's obviously going on right in front of our face. Everything is high, like groceries high. You know. Luckily for my family, like, we got ourselves in a situation where, like, you know, we can kind of operate, but it's outrageous, like. And, you know, for us to sit around and act like, okay, well, this person that I'm not saying that the vice president got all this power or whatnot, but at least these are talking points that I think, you know, goddamn, like, we had to wait this long to even hear anything. You got Biden that, you know,
Well,
Biden is like one of the most unaccessible.
Right? Like, I think Jerome Powell talks about it every month.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not, like, it don't really seem new to me.
I mean, it's not new, but at the same time, it can't have been much of a concern until what now? Because you want somebody to vote, like, for them people to say something. I mean, like, look at Biden. Like, he's like one of the most unaccessible presidents we've ever had. Now, you don't see him like coming out to just be like, yo, look, like, let me address some shit with y'all. Like, I know what's going on. Like,
no, I barely hear anything. I think he's mentally and physically unfit to be president.
It is what it is.
I've been standing on that for like the past year and a half. He actually gave a pretty good speech in Wisconsin the other day, talking about some of the investments that he made for the American people. And I think, like, if I actually seen you, that you'd be pretty impressed on what he said. And I think you would have a little bit of a slight opinion change about, like, some of the contributions he has made in the past couple of years that I do think is going to work out in the long term. Like, I think, like, you know, I don't think all these people do all bad or like
I don't think
I do think they have certain things that kind of turn out to be okay. Now, I don't think on the Kamala side where I disagree with, and to your point, I had this argument with, I have a close friend that lives in Los Angeles, and what I try to say is that, like, a lot of people, they're trying to sell the American dream. And I think Kamala is trying to sell the American dream about, like, you know, this $25K credit to buy a home. That is not going to really do nothing for, like, people that live in these major cities. And these are for people who might live in a major city today that kind of care, like, so what you mentioned, right, kind of care about the American dream, like have a house, and some people feel like to start a family need a house. So maybe you have a few folks that kind of have enough money saved, but kind of like living in a major city that say, hey, I might be able to go move to Oklahoma and find a house that I can go do this $25K with, and I'm willing to take a job that maybe didn't pay me as much in this big city, but I'm able to kind of have those American kind of dreams. And I think that's what she's kind of like really selling. Do I think that really works out for everybody? And is it all for everybody? Like, no. But I guess like, I'm not really like so picky enough that like I think it's that bad of an idea because I understand that there's people out here who care about having an American dream. Like I don't really care to ever have a home. Like I'm fine with that.
But I think the thing is that it's like it's selling the dream of the American dream, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to equate to it. Like that's the thing. Like I just don't think credits. Again, that's going to end up those same people going to end up paying for it in the long run. And I think if you, I have my own opinion about
if they get
houses.
foreclosed, right? It's just going to go back to the banks and the governments anyway.
For sure, but like I have my own opinion about houses and whatnot, and that's one of the reasons why y'all see I'm not in one right now. I might tell you a little bit, but and I got my long term goals of how I want to even deal with that. It's not necessarily the American dream. It's probably like a remix of it a little bit, but at the same time, but the way I look at it is it's false. It's to somebody that's not informed, right? If you was to just take, that's why I said to me, if you really had to say who won this debate, right? I would say she won it, right? Like I would say that she won it in the sense of she was poised, right? And she definitely baited him into some things that even like the crowd sizes. Like it was weird to me. I'm like, I need you to stay on. I need you to stay on point, big dog. But at the same time, like she did what she did, right? But I think for somebody that is uninformed, if you just listening to this, and you don't have any side that you listen to, but you just listening to it, like she won. But it's the sweet nothings. It's like it's from somebody that I've worked in sales. I worked in a lot of different industries. I worked in sales, and I know like it's some of the tactics. Even like, oh, let me be relatable to you. Like, let me say, hey, you know what, my mama, she didn't get out of her house until I was a teenager, and I used to work at McDonald's and stuff like that. Like, I don't need none of that, right? I need you to get down to the brass tacks of things. I need you to stop trying to fearmonger me into voting for you. Like, these are the things that point out to me, and it's not because I don't like them. It's just that I don't like when people are trying to I could tell you actively pulling wool over my eyes to say, okay, like I want you to like me, and then listen to the things I got to talk about. Let's get straight to the things that you got to talk about, because you're not gonna like somebody like myself. Like I'm direct, straight to the point. I got things I got to do. So I don't need you to sell me. What I need you to do is lay it out, and let's just deal with it. So I think a lot of times that distracts, and maybe to your point, maybe she do have points, right? I think to me, I feel a cloak coming down, and I know how it impacts people. I know, especially like women, for example. A lot of times these women, you listen to them, they don't even have it's not like they don't even know what's going on. They just say, well, that person's mean, this person's not, right? And they saying like, this person sounds like vibes is what the word I've been hearing for the last week or so is the vibes are over here. And people are just saying, I'm going with the vibes. That type of stuff to me, like it's a clear indication that when you the person pitching it, like you got a motive, that you know people are going to succumb to that. So to me, I just can't go with it at this point. And like I said, a lot of other morals that's there that the older I get, the more people I gotta be responsible for, the more conservative I get. And that, if you listen to that phenomenon, like a lot of people say, like I forget the actual term, it's like you live long enough to become conservative. Like I was a liberal person coming up, you know what I'm saying? But just even taking away from government, this religion, like I don't necessarily, I'm not a Bible beater, but I question religion when I was in the church. I used to ask pastors I used to ask them about the lost books and stuff like that. And I had pastors telling me like, well, you can't read that because it's going to do nothing but confuse you. Right. And then I remember I went on my own little journey outside of church. And I remember going to college, one of the first classes I took, and I purposely took it, was like the history of religion. It talked about, just the history of time, like and how people in that class, in theory, what they came up with of how people created religions across the world. And I went on my own little spiritual journey. And like now I look back, like, you know, even though I was questioning all that, like again, I probably said it on the other channel, but those words in that book means like now that I'm older and I've had more life, and I'm like, oh snap, I see it. And that's just me. That's just the journey that I'm on. So again, like it sounds crazy. It sounds like whatever, but that makes like again, it aligns me more to the thought process of people on the right. And I'm just being honest, I'm being transparent, and that's my journey. And again, like I think as I've gotten older, more people I have to be responsible for. And I'm a person of integrity, and I'm a very honest person. I don't want nothing for nobody else. I build what I got. I work very hard, and I take pride in that. It just aligns over here. I look at certain things, and I just like, I know what that is. I know what that is to people that have the cloak over, that have the wool over their eyes. It feels good. Cause I used to be over there. Like I used to be over there where like, yo, this feels better. But at the same time, we have the same results over and over and over again. And especially like, again, my demographic, people that look like me, like I think it's a time like we need to actually start understanding like even our roots were conservative at one point in history. And we became so left leaning that we've gotten away from even our core principles of, you know, of the family. Like at one point in time, we were the most married. Now you got the most broken homes. 70% of us, single parent homes. Like these are things that honestly, I'm not trying to blame one side political party for that or not, right? We could talk about policies and, you know, daddy government coming in and incentivizing some of that back in the day. But again, like a lot of what I feel like at this point is just like it lines over here, and it's not even about a sound. Like I just understand what's happening from one side versus another, and that's where the that's where the dice fall type at this point. Go ahead.
I watched this independent journalist named Nick on YouTube. He like 21 years old. I call him the Gen Z leader. He just interviewed a bunch of people. And what I think from like misinformed people, I don't think like one person kind of won a debate. It depends what you care about. Because most when I hear people talk about stuff, they only really care about like one issue. Like they care about immigration, or they care about the economy, or they care about like abortion, or etc. So I think like on the topic of immigration, like I'm just saying people who don't have no facts. Because me, like I do care about immigration. And the one thing that could have had me like on the Trump bandwagon is if he answered that bipartisan question. Like that was a question I had going in before that debate. I was very surprised ABC asked that, and I sat on the edge of my couch when they asked that question. And this man went on a rant about the cats and dogs. But like for the people who have no knowledge that their main concern was immigration, they're going to say Trump won that debate because he put in fears of people's mind about the state of where the United States is in terms of immigration.
Do you think he really won that? Do you think he won that point with the public? Because I think honestly that was one of the points that actually, you know, kind of pushed him, like kind of hurt him in the debate.
Only people who felt like they knew enough and kind of just like know Trump from the past, I think they weren't with it. But like the way you kind of just saw stuff blow up, like it was I saw massive amounts of like people just really on Trump's side with that. Like I do think Trump won the immigration battle because I think if Kamala really went into the specifics of the bill, of a bipartisan bill that's been trying to get passed for 2 years and explain like the work that she's been trying to get done on that, I think it would have helped. But she just took the opportunity to just kind of attack Trump and say Trump didn't interfere with that bill. Most people don't know what's in that bill. So I think was hurting her.
I heard the other one was hurting her the most in that conversation is the fact that, again, I think for folks, it comes down to one of the most powerful moments in the debate for Trump is that it's like, well, why have you done anything? And I get the bill, right? The bill is one thing. We could talk about why they didn't co-sign it, whatnot, whatever. I have my views on that. But it does not take that bill for you to
I think, but you have
protect
to
your
kind of
borders.
work.
And then
You have to
also
work
to
together
not
to get
like
some of this stuff done.
sanction.
You can't get like everything can't be an executive order, man. It
Well, I'm
just
just saying
can't.
though. I'm just saying,
And so
but
like
you
you gotta think about it. Sometimes you're gonna have your workers do some stuff that like they kind of need to get pushed through, if that makes sense. And I agree. Like maybe they could have put their foot down and did whatever, but I think like I think Trump won the immigration topic. I think when it comes to abortion, I don't think Trump cares about abortion at all because he kind of just shrugged them shoulders. And I felt like just because he's a part of the Republican Party, he kind of has to be on the side of like saying we shouldn't do no abortion. Like when you look at the questions when they asked him on that topic, he was very nonchalant about abortion. He's like, I don't really care if
I
we do
think
abortion or
I'm
not.
nonchalant about
So I
abortion,
think,
to be honest with you. But the thing is that, I mean, he said what he did, right? They got it out the federal government. They gave it to the states for the states to vote on it. What's your thoughts on
yeah,
that?
that's him. That's him like taking off any responsibility from it, right? Like that kind of like if you don't have no knowledge on it, it's kind of like I don't really know, and that's where I think like if you care about abortion and like you want it, I think like Harris won. But I think like if you saying, hey, I don't want abortion, and him just saying like I'm not really taking no responsibility on it, I'm just kind of pushing it on your state. Now it's kind of like I don't have a person up top dictating across the whole thing about how it's going. Like now it's like okay, if I don't want abortion, I need to move to a state that I care about
You
abortion.
need
So
to
I think that
participate.
created a
You
little
need
bit
to
of conflict.
participate. You need to participate in your local government, right? So you can get the things that you want. All right. I look
But
at
that's
it
what I'm
both.
saying, right? But like this kind of goes back to what you're saying about Harris with immigration stuff. It's like you kind of pushing it off to other people, where people are looking at you to be the person to say what's right from wrong on this.
I think
and he
I think
deflected from
that's
it.
I think and this is his talking point, right? He said it's right in the debate, but I do believe it as well. Like I think the fact that it having a standard across the nation wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but it was something that definitely had people on the right and the left kind of going back and forth about, hey, where do you stand on the board? Like we got this one rule like across the nation. It's just this is what it is, and I think it's like at the end of the day, look. Take it for I am, and maybe because you probably hear the sentiment.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
thing.
I guess what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not trying to really like. I'm not directing this towards you. I'm taking like the stuff that I heard from like the pre-interviews from the debate that people said that they care about. So I heard a lot of women say, "Hey, I don't want a man or some government making decisions for my reproductive rights." Right. So I'm saying like these are people who weren't really informed that's looking to say who win, and I think from just the debate itself, from what those people are saying from like an uninformed standpoint, I think Harris won the abortion like conversation.
I'm gonna say this about this is gonna sound controversial to any woman that stand, but this is the truth. Women don't want no man that they don't respect to tell them anything. First and foremost, that's just women across the board. That's women nature. Unless you the man that she respects, her father, her husband, that she actually respects and endears, like men in her family and stuff like that. Most women do not necessarily want to hear what another man got to say, as far as like what they got to do and stuff like that. That's women nature, and they cling to the men that they actually care about and they respect. So I think when you talking about I think even that concept, I think one of the things I gotta understand too, and this is a deeper concept, and then again, as I go on my journey in life, and again, this is the reason why that book means something to me, is that when you talk about women, a lot of times they lean into their fears, right? Their fear is that that something may happen. So like, what ifs? They play what if games, right, in their head. That's just the same way they look at murder mysteries all day, Lifetime stories and stuff like that. This is just real talk. Like this is just, I mean, you can gotta take this conversation however you want to take it, but it's real. We see it every day. And I think when you get to that subject, a lot of women are like pounding the concrete, but they talking about something that a lot of times they haven't experienced. One, hopefully they don't ever experience. Two, but again, like there are things to do, and if you hold yourself accountable, which is we know this with another thing with women. Sometimes it's hard for them to understand that like you can't play the role of like somebody did it to me. Like hold yourself accountable. Like your agency, your grand power in this world is the fact that you give birth. Like that is, and you are a nurturer. And the fact that, man, we live in a world today where we tell women go out there and just live just like a man and be out in the world and do whatever and stuff like that. I have daughters, so like I have to actually instruct them like as they go out into the world. Like no, like that's not how it operates. I know the world is saying one thing, but you need to protect yourself in a way that is going to, you know, for the man that you actually care about you and actually love you, and then you have a man that's there for you. Like right now we telling women to go out there, they having kids, they expecting, you know, another man come in, all these different things. Like no, close your legs. Like that's the conversation that we need to talk about. And if you and I'm dead serious. Like they talking about like I looked at a debate show and it's on YouTube, and there was a bunch of college kids debating about abortion and, you know, what is the meaning of life? Is a fetus a life? They talking all these different things, and I'm just like, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, why the f are we having this conversation? Like, you know, look like
it's important to some people, right? That's basically what I'm saying. Like, so I'm saying like if you
protect yourself,
like you was uninformed, you
protect yourself, man. It's like if you got a gun, right? If I had a gun and I was just shooting it all day, like I might shoot somebody. Like stop shooting the gun. Like understand the responsibility that comes with the gun. Like, right? I mean, I know this sounds like whatever, and you know, we all been young and we all been outside and we did what we do, but at the same time, like there's consequences to what you do, and I'm like, I don't know that if that's the talking point, or that is the subject, that's the hill that you about to die on. I just question, like, man, like what's really going on in your life, man or woman? Like, I'm sorry, man, if that's the subject that you got in your head, that's like, oh my God, like I'm gonna vote for this person because that's how they feel on the board. Like, I really gotta look at you some type of way. Like, I really do.
Well, you know, I grew up in Philly with a big healthcare town, so I don't know if you ever saw like the crazy protests, you know, that happen at hospitals and a lot of these things about abortion.
Yeah,
so I mean,
I get it.
Yeah, it's.
I know, I get it.
Yeah,
I'm about to say I get it.
Like I said,
I know. I just say I get it. That's it.
I would have rather that time be spent somewhere else. I think on fracking, like I think oil production. I think like Trump. Like if you cared about oil production and fracking, I think Trump won. Me personally, like I think if you look at the numbers, I don't think Trump did anything with like oil. It's just that everything was already in place and the numbers kept going higher and higher. That's why, like, when you had Trump in office, it took over the other two countries. But ever since Biden's been in office, it's gotten even higher. So I think whoever is next, it's just going to get even better and better because the stuff is just in place. Like, they're taking over. And I think the stuff where people saying we need to do oil here, they don't understand that we can't really produce all the oil needed to do it. And I guess I said, I was trying to ask Eminem, I don't understand like what we doing with these other countries for oil, and I don't know if it's for the war and stuff, but like in terms of like people that's not knowledgeable that watch the debate, I think Trump.
Did I lose you? I think I lost New Wave. New Wave, you still there? I hear you now.
Yeah, I'm here. Look like it got. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Yeah, look like I don't know, something happened with the audio, kind of froze.
Yeah, you went out for a second. No, I hear you though. I don't know, man. That particular conversation about so you know, you got people that land on the side of like what Trump is saying is like, yo, we got resources, use it, right? Let's use what we got, whatever, to our benefit. Could be jobs, could be oil production, could be whatever, right? It may not fulfill the full need, right? But at the same time, like use it versus, you know, people that, you know, that's worrying about maybe climate, maybe trying to get their energy from. Oh, okay. I'm getting feedback. Hold on. I don't know what that was. Hold on. Gotta be sounding like DJ Screw. Yeah, like new wave. Yeah, drop off, call back in. Man, speaking of, man, we been on here. Let me go to. I'm gonna play a little bit of this. What, like, yeah, new wave got me. He got me going backwards. I was trying to play my ratchet. Let me get new wave back in here. All right. Let me bring him in. Is anybody still up? Let me see if anybody in here. I ain't even check. Oh yeah, we got a few people, man. Shout out to everybody that's still watching, man. What y'all feeling like out there, man? What y'all, man? I wanted to. New wave, are you there?
Oh, I messed up. Yeah, I hear you better now. It's like something happened with the audio. It just kind of slowed down. Like you was at like 0.25x speed.
Yeah, no, it sounds like I
back
told
now.
you. I was saying like I sound like DJ Screw, like a chopped and like chopped, chopped and screwed. I was like, yo, what the hell? Nah, man. I wanted to play a part of this.
I think Trump won fracking, and then I think on the economy, I think because people feel it's so bad right now, I think Trump probably won the economy side of it too.
Yeah.
I
think it's kind of hard.
I mean,
it's hard to
like,
it's hard to talk you around. It's hard to talk around what the state of the economy is today when you sitting there. Like, regardless of what we know, like what she may have impact on, I think it's just hard for you to talk around that with people like looking at it and saying like, well, damn, like you here, like what what are we doing?
So those are the things I remember. So out of the,
go ahead.
So out of the 5 things that I think I remember, at least from the debate, I say Trump won 3 out of those 2. But I think, like what I was saying in the beginning when I first got on, I just felt like Kamala just took it more seriously, so she was just more prepared. So a lot of things just kind of seemed like better, like just at face value. But when I break it down by issue by issue, I think Trump kind of sold a lot of things just a little bit better. Like you said, by the way that he does things. So I'll probably give him 3 out of 2 on those things. But for me personally, he didn't necessarily answer the things that I wanted him to answer, right? Like the whole cats and dog thing, that honestly kind of made me tap out for a minute because I'm like, where did this come from? Like he brought this up on his own.
You know what?
And then I realized.
No, go ahead, finish your thought. I'm gonna say something.
So what I realized, like J.D. Vance is from Ohio, he's Republican, and Springfield is a Democratic town. So I felt like something is kind of just going on between J.D. and Springfield, and for whatever reason, this was just brought into like a national stage, which I personally don't feel like this should be. Like I don't think this is a national issue, but for whatever reason, it was like brought up. And like I said, it gave the effect that like, hey, we need somebody that really cares about immigration. And that's where I think, that's where I think he kind of ended up winning that. That was like the main talking point for immigration from the debate.
Right.
But like for me specifically, he didn't answer what I wanted to be answered.
I feel you on that. I feel you. I will say this. I mean, he does deflect. He does deflect. If you ask him certain questions, he'll just go off on a tangent wherever he want to go with it. And that is disappointing. Again, like I think I got this theory about him, man. Like I got this theory about people that's like successful and like even though they might be different in their individual personalities, like but there's certain traits. That's an archetype, right? And one of the things I just look at with him, I think his purpose. This is just my humblest opinion. I think his own purpose is to give people like the image of like what he believes to be a true politician that's not a politician, right? Or not acting as a politician. So he's saying things that's like, I think that's his personality, and he's freely moving around. Like I almost look like I look at like somebody again, Kanye, who co-signed him until like the world was like, nah, man, you crazy for doing that. He kind of operates in the same way. I look at people like that. That's like they get into arenas where, like you think they should act a certain type of way, but then they just themselves. While everybody else is like, like I gotta put on a certain type of way. Just like, what did he say to Taylor Swift? Whatever, he ran up on stage with Bow Henny and stuff like that. It was like he was at home, right, or at the crib in an event that's supposed to be like you're supposed to be presentable and all the different things. And I think for him in particular, I think he's approaching it like, yo, look, I'm just me. This is the same person you talking to on stage is the same person that if I was at the house, chilling and talking with you, just be the same person you're going to be talking to. And I think what he's going to have an evolution of, I don't know, you want to call them his kids or whatnot, but I think you're starting to see like of a Vivek, right? Somebody that's willing to kind of like jump out there and just, I don't know, he might have some thoughts that's like, that's kind of left field. Like he want to pretty much fire everybody in the federal government, right? And he's freely saying that type of stuff. But I think also too, I think what you're going to see is like a version. This is my humble again. Like I look at humble opinion. I think like somebody like Vivek is like the T1000 model. If you don't like Trump, like I think he's like the next evolution of it, right? Where it's like you have this person that might be off kilter with some of the things he's saying because he's just saying what he want to say. He's not trying to like script it out for you. But I think he's more articulate than Trump. So I think his whole purpose in this is maybe almost to like, you call it a revolution, revolutionize the archetype of what we see as a politician, somebody that's standing in front of you and really giving you them. And I think a lot of like what I like about what's going on right now in the world on these internet platforms, even for myself, right? I'm being transparent with y'all. I'm giving y'all who I am. Like you starting to see more and more people just pretty much say, hey, look, this is me, transparent. Whereas before we only had few outlets that people could communicate through. And even on those outlets, it was highly scripted and highly like, you have to be like this you had gatekeepers, right? For you can get like, it'd be different. Like the fact that I'm on the internet, it's not a whole lot of people here, but like somebody could put me on their television right now. Like I got my equipment around me or whatever, running this thing, but that was a time when this was impossible. So I think what you starting to see now is like this whole branch of people just being real. For better or for worse. There's some riffraff out there for sure, and there's some clout chasers out there, but I think you're seeing more and more people just say, hey, this is where I am. Like, cause like for me, for a long time, there's certain things I thought about. I was like, man, I'm on an island. Like, where's the people that think like me? And like now you start, obviously, the internet's kind of curated to you a little bit, but you see like, oh wow, like there's like some other people that think like this. And I think it's just free. I think it's trickling. It's kind of moving into government for better or for worse. If it's going to lead to better leaders, I don't know. I'm not, even though I'm sitting here co-signing him, I'm not saying he's the best prototype of a leader. Like I think there's certain things he could do to articulate himself better and actually lead better. Even though I do agree with a lot of things that you talk about. The delivery could be definitely, it don't have to be scripted, but it could definitely be cleaned up. But I don't know. I always been this person like I prefer you be real. I know who you are, and I can actually relate and say, okay, I know what the bad is. These politicians, I don't know what I don't know what the bad is. I just feel like you talking and you're smiling. I almost feel like now looking at Kamala, I feel like looking at a clone. That's just me. Like I'm like, damn, did they did they find another one to run the race for her? Like, but it is what it is, man. But that's just but at the same time, I want people to, if anything out of all this, man, all this conversation, the main thing is that I want people to question, like, don't just vote for somebody because you don't like the other person. Vote for, actually understand the issues and see, a lot of these issues are probably on a scale that probably not going to impact you as an individual. That's one thing that you need to look at, but make sure that you are voting for what's advocating for the way that you want to live your life. And if you have kids, like, the world that you actually want for your children. Like, forget the vibes and stuff like that. And also too, like, on a world scale, like, you know, far as what's going on right now, we might be close to World War III out here. And, you know, you got to look at those politics and make sure these politicians and make sure that they're going to operate in a way that's going to make sure the safety of your family is right. But, you know, if anything, man, get involved with your local elections, but get educated, man. So many people, like, we live so good in America, and people can say what they want to say about the conditions and how much stuff costs and stuff like that, but we live good, man, to the point that I've watched people and I'm like, to be so oblivious to our leaders tells you a lot about how we live in here in America. We can say what we want to say. We can say that people may not have all the opportunities, people got obstacles and stuff like that, but we live a life that is fortunate that we live. I just, you know, I got reference points to countries outside of America that this is not the life that they live in, where they don't even care. You know, most of us, it's funny that we even having this conversation. A lot of people are like, man, I ain't worrying about voting. Like, I'm just gonna go live my life. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like having all these conversations might be for no reason. I'm gonna play a little bit of this.
Yeah, go ahead, play it.
This is like a headache, but I just gotta play it because it's just like it was ill right here. Hold on.
Call it the lost man or the unspoken man. What do they call it on your side? The forgotten man. Where they literally go and say, let me strategically peel off 1-2%. Let me go and get Iceware Vizzo in Detroit to peel off 1 or 2%. And you have people online saying, oh, why they got Iceware? He got clout in Detroit. Yep. So while you ignoring that rapper in Detroit and saying, oh, he don't know what he's talking about, I'm
gonna say this real quick. I hate the fact that we was like, oh yeah, you know, like we got rappers that we can. I feel like on this platform, I don't know, man. Maybe
2%. The Trump campaign has been very strategic, whether y'all like it or not. They've been very strategic talking to those brothers that are not getting talked to. Yeah. So we want to be clear that the non-activated people are important, and we want them here too, and we're glad to have you.
3.6 million people listen to me every morning.
Yeah.
From 6 to 10 on my platform. So yeah. I'm happy to be here, man.
We appreciate it, brother.
First off, I want to say, Jock, I want to give you the props for those laptops, because I know it's going to make the difference for those kids that you did that to. So people who are online, please just watch who you give, who you're trying to knock, and who you give respect to, because those are resources that you didn't have to do, but you did it because you've always been a real one. And so we, as a community, we appreciate you, and you should be, if anything, one of the first people to speak, because when people aren't looking, you're still working for us. Mm-hmm. And I do want to say this, and this is, I mean, Tez, I know you said one thing. You said, hey, you know, you sitting next to a big dog. You sitting next to a big dog. But out of that whole stage right there, if Trump wins, only one of y'all going to the White House, and that's Michaela right there. And so we got to be honest on what we got to know. We have to know. What I'm saying is, hold on. Out of the whole crowd, only one person. Hold on. Let me just.
We got to listen to each other. Let's hear.
Go ahead, brother.
And this is why. The black people, and when it comes down to
finish your comment, baby.
When it comes down to a divide,
focus on
when it comes down to a divide in our community, this is why, because we're talking about everybody being so politically correct instead of in 4 years, what are we going to get? You mentioned chaos. Black people have been in chaos way before this debate ever started. We're in chaos in the homeless shelters. We're in chaos when it comes to the Department of Labor. We're in chaos the fact that Jock has to bring out laptops for the kids because there's not enough resources in our community. Right. And so when we have a sister with a different opinion than ours, it's about giving that respect. The fact that...
Hold on, wait a minute. I got to... Wait, no, you're not... No, I'm going to stop you because you're going on and on. This sister here is the one that invited this sister. So if I did not respect this sister, she wouldn't be sitting here, and you're going to put some respect on that. We're not going to sit up here... No, you can get frustrated and look down and all of that. Relax. Well, we got to make sure we're very clear. This platform was designed to bring this sister here. So if there was no respect for this...
Hold on for a second. Windmill, you said Trump called Negroes peekaboo or the usual suspects at a private Nick Fuentes fundraiser. Hey, yo, chill out in the chat, man. Like, so I saw your first time you said it. You don't have to repeat yourself. Don't repeat yourself, man. Welcome to the channel. It seems like you're new, but you know, if you look, I'm cool with the trolling, but like be funny and don't repeat yourself, because now I think you're just gonna be spamming the chat. Like just come in, say what you got to say. Like Be funny.
She wouldn't be here. So let's make sure we're using the right context, brother. I don't mind you making the point about one sister going. This is the only sister on this stage that want to go. So let's also make that clear, because I don't work in no White House. So I want to be clear about that. Everybody ain't trying to get a job in the White House.
Like,
you can.
So when I was looking at this, this is like, it's so unbearable to listen to, right? But I was listening at this, that face that he's making right now, like that, I can't get a thought off. I think for every most people don't know Donald Trump, man. All right, you about to get you up out of here. Don't worry about it. Like I told you, be funny, man. Like that's all I ask. Like if you going to troll, like I just want you to be funny. That's it. Like we had one guy that was like P Diddy, and what? Hold up, what platform?
Somebody said something earlier with P Diddy.
No, not today. But like before, like we had a guy when we was doing a live. He came in. He was like Diddy. He had P Diddy as his name.
I guess he on Twitch.
Is he on Twitch? No, you on YouTube.
I think so.
It says it on YouTube.
Well, somebody else must have clicked on him. Unless maybe I gotta take off Top Chat. Yeah, I see him. All right. Yeah. What you want me to ban him or put him in timeout? What you want?
Let me see. Just remove him. That's it. I don't see him. That's the funny part too. Well, he must got that.
It's Top Chat. That's why you got to do. It's default on Top Chat. That's the funny part too. Oh shit.
It's Top Chat. What is that?
So like it's on default. It's Top Chat, but you got to hit All Chat. What you looking at it from?
Oh,
so you have to hit,
I got you.
The thing that look like kind of like an equalizer. Click all messages.
I got it. Yeah, we're gonna get you up out of here, big dog. I'm sorry. I'm gonna send you back. I'm gonna send you back to your mama basement. It's all good. But you know, salute to you though. Yeah, salute to you. Let me get you up out of here. Yeah, man. It's all good, man. Appreciate you. I'm not even mad, but I don't want you just in the chat just saying random. I got it.
But let's not act like she's not respected because.
Oh, that look that was on that guy's face. That look of like, I know I was talking. I was trying to get my point across. Like, yo, like as a, I'm just gonna be real. As a black man, at some point in your life, you've had that look on your face. Or you know what? I ain't gonna say it's a black dude, but as a man talking to a woman, you've been like, I know I was trying to get, I can't even, like I'm trying to just like, you ain't let me get there. Like,
we just have a difference of opinion.
When people are yelling about who's a big dog.
I am a big dog.
And what I'm saying is,
I'm a big dog.
Out of this whole stage, only one person was standing on the stage with a presidential candidate.
Only one person on this stage flipped Michigan. And only one person on this stage organized over 2,000 people every year. Only one person was the racial justice director for Bernie Sanders. Only one, because remember, you don't want to do resumes because the sister already said she don't have no resume. So you might want to back that. Yeah, you did. You said you don't have like resume. Ain't but one sister the senior public policy advisor for Ben Crump. Let's go on to the next. Ain't but one sister signed the front of the check for 1,000 people. Oh, baby, I know you don't want to start doing the only sister. I know you don't want to start doing the only sister receipts because ain't but one sister served in the United States Air Force. Let's go on to the next person because I don't like the passive aggressive diss because I run these receipts down. So let's go on because ain't but one sister served this country on this here panel.
4 years from now, black people have to decide what they're going to get at the end of the year. At the end of the,
to a whole veteran,
and we're dealing with the disrespect right here. 4 years. What are black people going to get at the?
Because you heard us say she don't have the resume that I got. So go on to the next sister. I'm not gonna handle your passive aggressive distance, baby. I run these receipts down on you. I run these receipts down on you. You talking to a whole veteran. So baby, ain't nobody impressed about working in no White House. I done turned it down. Ain't but one sister on here that on Fox News. Ain't but one that do 100 hits on Fox News. They don't call this sister, they call me. How many you do a year? How many do you do a year?
I've literally done 30 in the
past 2 months. Baby, I do 100 every year.
in a year.
I
And
do-
I said what I
I
just
do
did in the
100
last 2
per
months.
year. I do
Okay.
100 per year.
And I
So,
just
yeah,
came on the scene.
I'm a big
so
dog.
By the end
so
of the
I
year,
love my
maybe I'll be
sister.
there.
I love my sister, but you're not gonna
But you
divide
can't
us.
deny
Move on
both
to
of
The real thing is going to be
No, he
we
don't.
need to.
Yo, like, so I was looking at this joint is like a mud slinging shit show. Like this is like the caricature of, if you ever think like ratchet like woman, like it just trying to have a cordial conversation. Like I swear she got the whole shindig like down pat. But the whole time I was sitting there like, damn, like I remember moments. I'm thinking like in my past life, like just being outside trying to have a conversation with people. Like, and you trying to, like, she's not even catching the point that the man was trying to get at. Only thing he was saying is that he wasn't trying to down the rest of them, but he's saying that, hey, like y'all saying all this, but one woman's on stage is actually platformed with a certain person. And if he goes to the White House, like she's going to be there. So we should at least hear her point of view. He couldn't even get to that, like, without it turning into mayhem. And this whole, if y'all are even interested in looking at this, it's like, it's funny in a way, it's sad, but it was like, like an attempt on some platform for us to like have, I don't know, like a cordial conversation. And at one point she was just like, yeah, we need chaos because, when you with your family, like chaos is, that's how you get down to solutions. Sometimes you got to fight your family. I'm like, what? As our community, have we slipped into nonsense? You can't sit down and have a cordial conversation, like, but this, like,
I think
go ahead, New Way.
Well, I guess I didn't see the beginning of this, so I don't know if he gave them an opportunity to kind of introduce themselves and maybe say something. So she did take the one thing he said and kind of took it maybe a little too far. I'm on the side with the person that's done something and has experience. So like, I ain't knocking her for saying that, but like, I do think she probably kind of could have kept the conversation going instead of kept yelling that so much and being offended. Like, I mean, if you get the opportunity because of who you're affiliated with, that's just the way life is. But she ain't have to keep, going all crazy. This is the same thing from where Young Jock is there, right?
Yeah, Young Jock is on this, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is, so the crazy thing is the panel changed that in multiple points. Like people were changing clothes. Like you could tell it was just a hot situation. Like, like people like people in the crowd was getting into it. Like this was like, man, like why is this on display? But I was watching this and I was just like, it's interesting because one of the things that I did notice with this as well was that even though this is obviously a black platform, black crowd, there is like a leaning to the right or a curiosity about the right that I've probably never seen before. That's being demonstrated out in the open within the community, which, again, I'm telling y'all, like the first Trump run, like I think that there was a lot of silent voters that were white males that didn't say nothing, like because they didn't want to be ostracized. Then I think once he became president, it was like, yeah, like, oh, we good. I think the second time he tried to run, like they was like, yeah, we outside. This go round, I think like the silent demographic, I'm telling y'all, is black men. I'm standing ground on that. I'm standing on business that you're going to see a lot of black men that's just not saying nothing, but it's going to be a cold silence, right? After the election, and they come out that booth and it's like, who would you vote for?
I mean,
like, I remember that awkward. Go ahead.
I think it's the same feeling towards Hillary. Like, I think a lot of men don't want to see a woman in charge.
Do you think it's
and
that?
I mean,
I
honestly do. I do. And, I don't necessarily care about it too much because I know you don't like me using this, but I just still think that, like, I don't think it all falls on one person, to be honest. Like, I think everybody got to kind of make this shit work. So I don't really care if it's a male or female, but you know, I think like a commander in chief, right? Like I don't, is there any many? I think they had a woman kind of lead one of the branches of the military or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, even within then, I don't think a lot of people would think a woman should be commander in chief.
Right.
And you know, that's a lot. That's enough. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, like, you know, this is something I went through as a kid, right? I'm gonna try to go there and then bring it up. When I was a kid, one of the things that I challenged with the church was like, well, why a woman? I remember a pastor was like, you know, a woman don't belong in a pulpit. And I was a kid, and I was just like, that don't sound right, because my favorite pastor at that time was a woman. Like, it was my pastor. Shout out to Pastor Reagan. And she was in the pulpit, and I was just like, she really resonated to me. She talked to me in a way that, or she would preach in a way that you really had a lesson going into the week. Wasn't a whole bunch of yelling and shouting and stuff like that. It was just like, it was cool. It was smooth, and you could tell like she actually cared about what she was doing. And through her, when I was young, I met Jesse Jackson, and I met Elle Sharpton, and I saw her grow a relatively small church into like a somewhat semi-successful church. Like it's still not a big church to this day. It's not a mega church by far, nothing like that. None of the stuff that you see today, but this is just a backwoods church. But I loved it, bro. I ran this pastor that was like, women don't belong in the pulpit. And I was like, that don't sound right, blah, blah, blah. As I gotten older, I swear to y'all, this may sound some type of way. It like even, you know, and I love my women. Like I want to protect them, make sure they're good. I don't believe necessarily that a woman should be a leader of the free world. It's not necessarily saying that they're not capable or anything like that. I do believe that you think this the way people think, like when emotions get involved and what, you know, certain high pressure situations, I do prefer a man to be in that situation, and he should be as far as a leader. And I think honestly, the fall of all societies, right, that we've seen in the past has been when the roles got flipped and then you hand the keys over, right? And again, it goes back to the Bible, and even back to the story of Adam and Eve. And I think we break down that story in the sort of the different, the moral, or the point of that story. If you actually break it down, like it's men supposed to be leading. The moment that we follow a woman, like it turns into a disaster, right? I do think there's points to that. Even though, like when I was a younger kid, and I still love my pastor Reagan, but I do believe when it comes to leadership, men should be leading. And I think a lot of what you actually see in this video is a community that's been suffering from the fact that the roles has been flipped. Like, to be honest with you, most of our households are led by women, so it becomes this emotional roller coaster. If you listen to this whole like debate, it's nuts. And the fact that she tried to justify the chaos as if it's needed. No, good dialogue and true dialogue and honest dialogue is needed, not chaos. Like, now you don't have to go into chaos. You can have decorum about yourself, and you can agree to disagree. There's certain things that you say, and you're like, you know, I'm doing the semantics for, you know, for whatever, but I'm not gonna sit here and cuss you, like, even like I'm a big dog, you're a little dog. Like, I'm not gonna throw attacks at you like that's out of this world. But I think and it's crazy because this particular woman, and I should pull it back where you can see her. Every platform I've seen her on, she's been very disrespectful, and nobody's checked her. And I'm thinking to myself as a man, like, that kind of, and we see all these men in the room, and nobody's saying, like, listen, young, like, ma'am, like, have some decorum about yourself, have some respect about yourself. We're not operating like this, even though she thinks that's her platform. Like, it just tells us, like, in our community in particular, like, the roles has been flipped, and it's almost like we can't tell a lot of these women nothing. Like, and you afraid of them. Like, I'm dead serious, bro. Like,
no,
look,
I mean,
it's the truth.
No, I had to do a lot of studying because I have a lot of female friends that go through stuff or whatever. And before I used to try to like give them solutions or like give them ideas. But honestly, like the past 5 years, I just agree with them. Like, oh, like yeah, that person did you wrong. They should never did that. Like I don't even really focus on like they self improvement or like ways they can get better, unless it's kind of like something um like kind of very like unless it's like money or like starting a business or something like that. Something like that I could just kind of like lay stuff more out. But if it's like a little ticky tack situation where it's just very emotional, now I'm just like I don't even care no more. It's just I'm gonna just sound like one of your girlfriends or just make you feel better about it. Cause I know like the emotions is just what matter more than you than like the actual right from wrong. And I had this big thing like with my sister. Like I don't want to put too much out there. This was like a long time ago. My sister had gained a lot of weight, and she had like came home. She's a little bit older than me, and I was like still living with my parents. So she had came home for a holiday. I was like, damn, my sister gained a lot of weight, and like she had called like home, and my dad forgot to like hang up the phone. So like the phone was still on, and I guess she could still hear. And I had brought up like her weight, and she was very upset. She didn't talk to us for months. But one thing she did was she hit that gym and she lost a lot of weight. And that was one of those kind of like hard moments because like damn, like I hurt her feelings. She got super emotional about it. But she took that and kind of better herself. And that was something like I knew that from our family and the way we grew up, it's like, yo, we're gonna try to better ourselves each and every day. Like we're gonna try to be better than our last. But I just
Mm-hmm.
understand why the emotions got so caught up in her that she couldn't even speak to us like in some type of way. I'm glad that she took that negative and turned it into a positive. But that was like kind of one of the most in my life. I'm like, damn, I gotta kind of handle women, a little bit different manner, um, kind of like them men because, like they take these things and just kind of like run with it, and sometimes like miss the overall objective of, us just wanting to be better, like as a, whatever race or,
Right.
whoever you are. Um, even earlier, I mean, I kind of agree with the whole, one girl was like, oh, anybody grab my pussy. That was, I don't know if you saw what Trump said
Mm-hmm.
last week when the lawyers were, he was like, I'm a star, and that's what stars do. So, I don't think he would have said that if he felt like women didn't enable him to like do that. But it is also kind of crazy that he just said something like that in today. So maybe that's something that men would have said, 40 years ago and not gotten no backlash.
I
But now
think
today, like you can't say nothing,
I
like
think
that.
I think I think that particular thing, right? What I think it is it's almost like locker room talk, man. Like men behind closed doors, like that's the crazy. That's what's funny about that whole conversation, and people get so offended, and it's definitely not a good look, right? Um, man, we have seen, man, with men when we get to each other and we in a comfortable set, because that wasn't said in like a public setting. It was like the back of the bus, like he thinking the mics are off and he's sitting with his buddy, whatever, just talking, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, and it is what it is. Like, man, listen, like I don't know if anybody else want to be real. Like, I've said way worse things, like in just a private setting with my boys, like yeah, like, and we talking smack and stuff like that. So to me, right, I'm not saying that was a good look. I'm not justifying it at all. But at the same time, I'm putting context to it to be like, bro, like in the locker room or with your boys, you at the bar, you talking about whatever, you talking about a chick, whatever back in the day, like that's how we talk, man. Like if you put a mic in the middle of that, it's gonna sound crazy. And here's the thing, women too. Women do the same thing. You take a mic, you put it in the middle of a slumber party or like the salon. Like you going to hear certain things. It's gonna be like, damn. But like coming from a woman, it ain't gonna hit the same. Because men ain't gonna go outside and scream like, oh my god, like I feel so offended. Like you'll be like, oh, that's kind of wild. I think we and I'm not justifying it. I just at the get, I'm like, yo, like I'm just being real. But I think one of the things that I learned is when it comes to women, right? What I've learned, and this is something I even like learned with my wife over time, is that yes, like criticism or trying to hold them accountable, they're gonna probably react a certain type of way initially. If it's a woman, again, it's always about who they respect. If they respect you, right, then they probably gonna react first emotionally, and they gonna and maybe I say this all the time. Women do something and just not admit it to you, right? They're not gonna admit that you actually told them something until later, maybe like until they comfortable. Like they made it lost the weight. Then they'll come back and say, you know what, when you said that was true, whatever, blah blah blah. But now it's like a year later. I'm like, damn, like you could have said something when it hit you, right? That's one of the trends I noticed. Like you say something to hold women accountable. They have that initial emotional reaction. You deal with it whatever way. If it's coming from a man that they actually respect, they may go ahead and make the correction. They'll make the correction on their own, and then they'll come maybe circle back around to you at some point and be like, maybe that's a level of admittance there, right? So they go through a cycle. Whereas for men, it's like on surface level. I told y'all too on this channel, like my weight fluctuates a lot, and then I built muscle over years. So like me trying to maintain that with I'm not on the grind like I used to do, like used to be in the gym and stuff like that. So my weight fluctuates. So it's been a guy I told you about, the guy that called me out. And in my initial, like, I didn't get mad when he said something. I was like, yo, you right. You know what I mean? And again, I think when you talking about being in leadership positions, I do believe that cycle of being more right brain and left brain, being two with your emotions versus your logic, and then circle around, like, is a thing, right? And I think, when you're talking about leadership, like I'm not saying that women are just incapable of certain things. I just believe that overall, like a sound man, because we got very emotional men and very insecure men out here that will mess some ish up too, for sure. But if you gave me a sound male to lead, and in the sound, I'm taking the male every time. Like it's not even about, it's not a knock against them. I think from a nature standpoint, that's not the position they really want to be in to begin with. Like they don't even it's like the big brother, it's like a big brother complex, right? It's like wanting the role, but then not necessarily wanting everything that comes with the role. I think a lot of, like, it's just the same thing when you talking about women with careers, right? A lot of these women out here, man, if they want a career, but if you gave them an option, and say, hey, look, you got your career, or I can make sure that we can have all the things that you want still, and you can stay at home. Tons of women that you think are career women will drop that damn job and drop that damn hardship, and that's a fact. And we gotta stop playing this thing like we are one and the same, because we're not. We are not the same whatsoever. Men and women are completely opposite in a lot of different ways. We share the same emotions, we share the same physicality in a certain degree, but the thought process, the problem solving, like trying to break things down by committee versus actually trying to be competitive and lead, like these are different dynamics per gender. And I think we need to stop playing like we all the same, because we not. And it plays out in real life a whole lot. It's playing out right here on this damn video right here. If you watch this video, you'll see the men on the stage ain't saying a damn word while all this chaos is going on. While these women are going back and forth and shaking their necks and stuff like that. Like it is not the same. Like we need to stop playing that game. Like we just need to. And again, this is me being transparent. Like maybe I shouldn't be so transparent. Like y'all talking about jobs, I might be looking for one. Who knows? I keep on talking, but at the same time, like it's the truth. It is the truth.
I mean,
man.
I think a lot of people, the internet, like I think a lot of people, they don't want the blowback, right? They don't want to be seen in public, and they just sitting somewhere and a bunch of women come up and rah rah rah. So a lot of people kind of care about what a lot of other people think. You don't really want to kind of piss off a certain community, because like normally
I'm for my ladies.
Huh?
I say I'm for my ladies.
I think sometimes like the minority be the loud ones. That's how a lot of white people feel about black people. Like we just be the loud minority, and like sometimes that just like overcasts the majority. And so I think it has happened. I mean, I'll be honest, I wish a woman would be more upfront about like their role. It's kind of like, I laugh at when you talk about like, when a woman say she got multiple businesses,
Oh my God.
that ain't legit. So like, even stuff like that, I'd rather a woman just say like, hey, I'm
Figure it
trying to
out.
figure stuff out. Some stuff ain't been right. If you got an idea and what it is, my mom would tell you this. My dad, mom was born like 1921. Her husband was born 1919, and she was a housewife. So my dad grew up, basically thinking the person he married would be a housewife. And when he met my mom was trying to do some things. Like she had multiple businesses that she had started that kind of failed. But she was never like a home person. My mom like worked, like she just a worker.
Mm-hmm.
And over time, like now, my mom still, my dad trying to retire. My mom is, how old is my mom? She's 72, but she's still working. Like she gets up every day at 5 a.m., doesn't stop working until 10, and she's making the most amount of money that she ever has in her life, and probably has surpassed my father in like, yearly earnings, probably like over the past couple of years. And, I kind of noticed things kind of early on where he was like, um, I think he wished he kind of had a wife that did some of the things that his mom did. And I think he didn't necessarily expect that she would kind of turn the way that she did turn because,
Mm-hmm.
she made a lot of sacrifices for her career over being there for the family. And I think like my mom was kind of like one on one in that sense. Like, I don't think my mom is an emotional person at work. I think she's very like cutthroat. That's why she's been so successful. My mom grew up with a lot of boys in like the South. So like my mom is a huge like football fan. She could talk about sports with like anybody. So there's certain characteristics that my mom has that helps her excel in the workplace that a lot of other women wouldn't be able to excel. Like my mom definitely has
Mm-hmm.
an emotional aspect to her, but she has all those, like she can step in any room with a bunch of men and easily like fit in there and say whatever.
Right.
And I think there's a small percentage of women who are like that. Like my mom, she gonna work until the day she died. Like that's just who she is, and that's just who she wants to be. And I think like if women were more honest early on about that stuff, I think a lot of men will be able to better position themselves, even financially, in their relationships. Like, what kind
Mm-hmm.
of things do I need to set up long term? Like, what I need to do to be able to provide. Like, if you don't want to work, like, then I'm gonna have to start doing some things to kind of figure it out,
Right.
or like not. And I just think a lot of us don't have those conversations because, like you said, like a lot of people don't grow up in a like right type of household, or people kind of trying to prove things that they not. Um,
Yeah, no, it's real,
and
man. Like, no, it's real. Like, unless you experienced it, it's funny because like coming up, like my parents, my mom always worked. Um, it's funny because my mom always had a legit job. My dad was a hustler for a little bit. Um, and that goes back to we could talk about. You want to get back to politics a little bit, just about basically we was in project housing. So like if my dad worked, we wouldn't been able to stay in that project housing. So he couldn't be a documented worker. Like so he basically had to go outside and hustle. Right. And then when we moved, he actually outworked my mom. Mom eventually she retired before him. But I always saw that I saw both parents, right, kind of balancing things out and trying to figure things out. But then as I got into when I got into the world, it was weird because I was applying that same logic to other women. I'm thinking I'm a hustler. I've been working since like I've been really getting money since I was like 13. Like like I was always hustling, doing something. So, and then I was like a self like I'm getting to it. Like I'm in college, I'm still working, I'm still hustling, I'm doing this and the third, like I'm building whatever, like I'm trying to get to it, I'm still trying to get to it. So I'm looking at women, I'm like, you trying to get to it too, right? And what I learned, like I had to learn early on, I was like, damn, like, because in my mind, the only thing I actually experienced was man, woman working, getting to it. And then I quickly realized as I was coming in encounter with more and more women, and it's just like, hold up, their thought process is completely different. even though they're going to schools and they're getting college degrees, a lot of these women don't necessarily want to work. And on top, like they it's almost like I don't want to let down the people around me, but like I know at the heart of this, like I really don't want to, like if I could just be a woman, like and just do X, Y, and Z, like that's what I prefer to do, but I just can't say it because it was almost like they were being condemned for it. And it's like, no, like that's your natural position. Now, I'm not saying that you don't work. I think you find purpose with life. It may lead to financial gain. Like I love the fact that it's not like with your mom, like right, she had some traits where it might be over here, but she did think she doing something for a purpose that she's engaged with that actually fulfills her. And I think if as a woman, like you should be doing what fulfills you. It should be family first. But then, like, you know, if you're still working and you're doing something like that fulfills you and whatever, like it goes with your purpose and doesn't necessarily take away from the family, then I think you still should pursue that, right? Or even like you raise your family, you get them to a certain point where you can kind of go back out there and pursue your purpose. I'm not against that. But when it comes to like leadership, I think like even when women say like, oh yeah, well I could X, Y, do this, that, and the third, I think when they get back home, they want to feel that they coming home to somebody that they can lean on as a rock. And I think a lot of times as men, like we don't understand that because we've seen this world of, we the same and we think that we partners. Like we ain't no damn partners. I'm your husband. Like I'm talking about within a marriage. I'm your husband. You my wife. Like that's not a partnership. That's a whole business. The business ain't got two CEOs. Like it's a hierarchy, and I think as men, like we naturally we will naturally respect hierarchies when we run into them, and women don't, right? They kind of run things by committee. But if they find a man that they respect, they will and they will be submissive to that man and say, you know what, I got one that I can actually rely on, right? But a lot of men don't even understand that whole dynamic because again, like we in communities where you don't even see that. This woman is unruly. If she was a woman that was actually like showing real feminine traits, she would understand like all that yelling and yip yapping and trying to overtalk people and all that right there, you just running and running and running. That's why she's single. I'm quite sure she's single. No man wants to deal with that of substance. The only man that she can deal with is a feminine man, because he'll probably take what he can get at that point. And that is just not, it's such a power. Like women, I remember I used to say this stuff all the time. I said, women, a lot of times women don't even understand the power they have over men. They don't have to say anything. They don't have to do anything. A lot of times they could just be there, and men will do what it takes possible to make sure that woman is okay. If you don't understand the power in that, and be quiet sometimes, and let the power that you actually get with your femininity by like just existing, like that is your superpower. Like that is your superpower as a woman. Like you could just exist and you can get things. Like men don't come like that to us. We can't just exist and get things. But if you actively just doing things that deter away from that, you hustling backwards as a woman. Like I hate when I see our sisters like sitting there, they trying to be overzealous, and it's crazy because they out of their own nature, outside of their own pocket that they. Yeah, I'm still going live. They outside of their own pocket, and I'm making up for a whole week off, man. But it's an ill thing, man. It's an ill thing. I wish more women would find women that they can actually, what they call it, find that soft girl era. Like go find that shit, man, because all that yip yapping and twerk, like my wife don't do none of that tweaking in the neck and all that other stuff, man. I think if I had to come home to that, man, I'd lose my mind. Like every man that's sitting around,
Yeah.
bro, like every man that got to go down, that's a husband right now. Superfly talking about I'm still online at 2 a.m. There's a man right now at the strip club dreading going home. But no, regardless, whatever time he go home, he gonna hear somebody's mouth. Like he gonna be dread. He can't even get off of work without saying, you know what? Let me stop down here by the bar. Oh my God! Like I just, man, like. And this joint is a roller. Like this chick right here, like this right here, you had to come on. Imagine
Talk about black people in 4 years. What are we going to get in 4 years? Let's not talk about the criminal. Let's not talk about the charges. 4 years. What are we going to? What is Harris promising black people in 4 years?
That was a valid question. That was a valid
Let's get the next person up.
I understand what
don't ever do that with me though. Don't ever do that with me. You'll get your friend embarrassed. Play with your little friends.
I would never be embarrassed.
Yeah, I just want to speak to the people in the Christian community. As a Christian, I'm actually very disappointed in some of their point of views, including the abortion rights. People, I've heard a couple of conversations, people saying that a man can't tell me what I need to do with my body. But as a Christian, I just feel like, how can you agree with something or someone who says, when the Lord had already said, do not murder? So how can you agree with somebody who said, yeah, let's go ahead and abort, even when they have came out the womb? You know what I'm saying? And then the lady back there who said, Kara, was that your name? Who said, how can we agree with someone who said grab people by the vagina? Well, as a Christian, I'm agreeing with Trump, and I don't identify with necessarily either party, but this year I am Team Trump because of his policies. Most of the ones, when I go by line, they agree with Jesus' principles that's laid out in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So I can't be mad at someone who half of his principles is aligned with the Bible. I can't disagree with someone who is against the LGBTQIA plus agendas with men, including men, playing in women's sports. I can't agree with someone who's going to, do the abortion ban. Not do the abortion ban. I cannot agree with someone who's going to go ahead and take away our gun reform when in the Bible, Jesus is actually for us protecting ourselves. Somewhere in Luke, he definitely said, here's 2 swords. Okay. That is enough.
So let's let because she was talking to her in the pink, so she wanted to comment. Come on, sis, because we're running out of time.
Okay. The first thing God called us to do is love.
Correct.
And I think a lot of our speech, yes, 100% has been inflammatory, but he's called us to love and not judge.
Correct.
Second thing God gave us is free will. It's not up to us to decide the cost of somebody's sins and how we're going to act out this person's punishment. So when you sit there and say that Trump's policies align with Jesus Christ, do you hear his speech? Do you hear his speech, though?
He can work on his heart.
But God says in the Bible, judge a man by his fruits. His fruits. Hold on. Please don't talk over me. His fruits are inflammatory. His fruits are rotten. So please don't disrespect.
So this dialogue right here, I'm just going to just comment, right? So what's interesting here is right, what she's really getting at is that she don't like the way. This is like a very big talking point with women. Like they don't like the way you said that, right? I don't like it. It's like they bring in Bible into it, but if you really get to the brass tacks of it, that's really what she's getting at. She don't like the way he speaks, which a lot of women do not like the way he speaks, which is very kind of raw and uncut. I'm not trying to cut corners. I'm not trying to soften it up for you. I'm not trying to give you hope. I'm just going to tell you what I'm gonna do. Dry, straight to the point. A little bit of wittiness, probably a dig or two. Not worrying about your feelings. What you about to say?
It took my girl 5 years to understand why I don't respond to things right away. And I think I had to probably get transparent with her and tell her, I'm like, sometimes I don't respond to things right away because sometimes I feel like I don't need to, but another time is sometimes I really just need to figure out how to really say how I need to say in a way that you can digest it. Sometimes I feel like it's more important to kind of maybe delay the issue instead of me just saying how I directly feel right away.
Right.
And then you just kind of overreacting about it. And that kind of really helped us a lot because I think I don't really know how to explain it right now because I thought about this before, but it's just really been a while since I really had this issue. But like just trying to say things right. I came from a family that was like very cutthroat, just say whatever they wanted to say. You just need to deal with it and just get better. And that just didn't really work like a lot of people like on the outside. So I just felt myself, I like there's probably a communication style that I could just have that could be better to
Right.
like, just kind of help make things work out. Like I do wish I could just say whatever I want to say and it just be him. It's kind of like to your point earlier, like when you talk to your homeboys, you just say a bunch of things, but then when you try to relay that to, the opposite sex, like it's got to come off a different way.
All right.
And I mean, I don't know if I had to learn it, but I just, it's like you said, I just don't want them headaches no more. So I'd rather just let a situation maybe draw until I find a way to really address it in a way that like,
Right.
I ain't got to deal with all this crying.
I don't claim to like I'm not gonna sit here and try to be a professor at talking, like I got woman needs down pat. But what I will say is, I think for men, like we have to realize that we have to have the understanding, right? They talk like some of us gonna be talking through feelings. And I think a lot of times women want to just make sure they are heard and their word is respected. They kind of know that, look, like you going to come with the problem solving tip and you probably going to have the end thing, right? Like you're going to probably have the thing you're going to probably say the thing that really needs to happen at the end of the day. They just want to make sure that their thoughts are being respected along the way. So, one of the things I had to learn, and it's still we all on a journey, is that like even when I communicate now, like I try to do an active thing of like when we having conversation, like I'm really dialed in and focused on like what is she really trying to convey to me. And a very good communication tactic, something that I actually was talking about last week, just having like a business development conversation. And one great thing that you could do, and this is just anybody, I'm not saying just you take it if you want to.
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah.
Is when you're in a conversation with folks, especially with women. One thing I saw that I think is very powerful is after they finish talking, right, and they say whatever they got to say, they trying to express their emotions to you, is that you basically come back and summarize, right, what they actually said. So now they understood that you heard them and you actually like whatever she had going on, like give it back to her. Like, hey, look, I heard you said X, Y, and Z, blah, blah, blah. Like, and right, you come back on the back end of that and then have the response that you want to have. Like, hey, this is what I see we could do with that. But, I heard this, that, and the third, it's like bouncing off her ideas so she know that she's heard. And I think a lot of times with men, I do it too. I want to get straight to the solution. Like you tell me something, I'm like, all right. I had like so today, what's them damn? It's some snack they be eating around here, and we got Walmart Plus or whatever. So like we had a bag of I don't know what them things called. You could just call them Cheetos. Just say I give a name to it. And the bag it didn't have as much chips in it or whatever. So he was like, damn, like we bought this and they ain't got that many chips in it. So wife was like, go ahead, call, tell the daughter like, yo, go ahead, call Walmart Plus and let them know about this bag of chips that you got that don't have no chips in it. Right? So she's on the phone and she's talking to him. It's like, hey, the bag on it is like half full. The person on the phone, the operator, is like, well, the bag is supposed to be half full. Yo, my mind kicked in like that. I was like, man, give me that phone. I said, ma'am, like that's a child. Like you talk to an adult. You talk to a man now. Like, look, the bag don't have as much in it as it typically have. When we eat this, like it's usually more chips in here, and it don't have that many chips in here. What can you do?
Yeah.
And she was like, sir, all right, cool. Like we can give you a credit. Like I was like, all that conversation that like I'm, for us it's like, because I know in my head I'm like, either you could do something about this or you can't. And I got a meeting to get into in the next 5 minutes. We need to solve this right now. Like, that's man mind. Like, she was about to go into this conversation like about this. I'm like, no. That's how men like. We like to communicate like that. But for women, that just, and like sometimes too, what I've learned, y'all probably know this as well. Sometimes they just want to be heard. They don't even want to hear the solution.
Yeah, that's really 100% what it is. That's why it's like, I'm like, can I get myself to a point where I don't care about the solution?
They don't even care. Like, they just want to be heard. Like, you gotta identify when that's happening too. Like, when they just trying to get it off their chest, like, just let them roll, right? But when it's something where it's like, I think when it's conflict, if there's a conflict between you or her, or like not even conflict, but it's something that y'all having a mutual conversation about, that summarization thing, man, use that. If y'all ain't doing it, use that, and then you come on the back end on what you got to say, and she'll feel heard. She'll know that you understand what she said. You taking your time, your patience, you focused in listening to her. That's the only way you're gonna be able to give her back what she just said. But if she just coming home, her home girl, somebody ain't acting right or whatever, it ain't got nothing to do with you. Sometimes it's just like, shut the hell up, dude. Like, let her talk. Like, what happened? Man, that's crazy. Like,
that's exactly how it be. I'll be saying much of anything.
You gotta just be like that, man. You said no one is really satisfied, man or woman. That's by creation. I think men, I don't know about that new wave. I mean, not new wave, but Superfly. Like, yeah, this is my opinion. I think women are never sad. I think women are always looking for more, right? They're consumers by nature, right? So they want more. I think men are pretty satisfied. Like, well, I guess it depends what you mean by satisfied. I think as a man, like, it's not satisfied. What's the word I'm looking for? Most men are always seeking more farther from an achievement standpoint. When you are successful anyway, like, I think if you like a man's man, like, you always trying to build, right? Like, it's kind of like you kind of tie who you are to what you produce, right? It could be financial, but I think it's like, at least that you are putting I think men are always trying to put their stamp on something, you know what I mean? So maybe that's, in that sense, maybe men are not satisfied. But I think when you're dealing with the opposite sex, I think it takes a very little to actually satisfy an actual need. If a woman actually can identify it, that's the problem.
Yeah, if you can identify it and execute it on it right away, you'll be 100% successful.
Right.
But that takes a lot. And I mean, I think when you find something that kind of was shown, like, you find somebody that kind of resembles what was like in your household growing up, I think it makes it a little bit easier. But if you get the complete like opposite or something you don't experience or haven't experienced much often, it's a challenge.
It could, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I tell them, man, listen, like, if there's any women listening to this, man, like, again, men want peace. We want peace and respect. That's it. Like, I don't like, we want you to look good, but even if we love you, you can kind of get a little frumpy or whatever. Like, we ain't gonna hold that against you. Like, but overall, peace and respect. Like, that's what men and I think sometimes in a woman's world, because they not necessarily desire respect from their like, it's not like it's like, I think for men, like, we do things right to, like, we want to be respected where we go, because there's a certain level of, like, if I'm coming into a room and I'm just not respected, there's a certain level of possible, I wouldn't say possible violence, but like, you think you gonna get over on me type thing, and men don't like that, right? So I think to us, like, respect is paramount. And then also peace, because, like, especially if you building, like, I don't have time to be dealing with your chaos. Like, it just, I don't know. Like, I need you to bring, like, you need to be like, and that's another thing, women, like, think about being an ass. Like, how can you be an asset to that man? If he gonna bust his behind and make sure that you straight, like, how can you be an asset to him? Those three things, man, like, if you trying to figure out how you could be an asset, figure out the gaps that man need in his life, be peaceful. Like, when you got that whirlwind going in your brain, sometimes you just need to go find a corner, right? Like, and stop. And don't bring it to that man. Like, you got that problem, whatever troubles. It's not every time for you to just, verbalize that. And then I think if you can figure out what I said, peace, be an asset, and respect, and just don't be twisting your neck. Don't be trying to talk to me. Don't try to talk to me no type of way because you don't like hierarchies. Because that's what most women don't like, no hierarchy. They don't even adjust the hierarchies. Man, look, you golden. That's all men want. And just take care. Like, man, my wife living good, man. That's all I gotta say. She don't give me no heartburn. Sometimes she might, whatever, but we rarely ever like have any kind of issues around here. This is a beautiful thing at this point. I take care of her, she take care of me, like in the ways I need it, and we good, man. Like I don't be requiring much. But she wants things. Like just like any other woman. Like she wants to continue to, experience life. And as a man, you just gotta continue to try to, what that girl said earlier? We was looking at a video a couple hours ago, like secure the bag. Like do that. You said you have a good job and you still want more, even though you are good and you don't want for nothing. No human is ever satisfied. You get one thing you want, something else is just a own thing. He said in the bag it up by religious perspective, God said man is never satisfied. Yeah, I guess, yeah, no, I agree. It's just, it's a different type of non-satisfaction. Like I think again, like men on that purpose, like you always going to not be sad. Like that's why like it's so weird when you set goals. Like some people be like, man, like when I do this, it's going to be straight. Nah, you going to find something else that you're going to want to achieve. Like there's going to be another level that you're going to want to get to. It's always another level, right? Until the day that you decide to sit it down. But I think from a woman's standpoint, her satisfaction is like vicariously through you, like in which the production, like the actual. And not saying that she's not gonna produce anything, but women are consumers by nature, right? So it's the Trinity, the Holy Trinity, like or like just the order, right? The order of things: God, man, woman, child. Like, and it's sort of like it's your purpose is you facing God, but it's what you facing also is your purpose. That's the way you follow God. The woman's following you. Your children follow you follow the woman, but like it's a different type of satisfaction. Like it's not the same. Like that's why I really challenge women when they talk about they all these career women and stuff like that. I was like, no. What you want to do is probably nurture your family and have a community around you. That's really what your end goal is. All this other stuff that you're talking about, it can go away for a lot of them. But if you flip that for a man, it's not the same. Like a man, especially a man that's on his grind, he's not going to be satisfied with just like, oh, I'm just going to be here with the family. Like, or, like you're going to want to produce. Shoot, the reason why I'm on the show with y'all is because I want to produce. Like, I definitely could be asleep by now, or like the work that I did, my money is made for the day. But I still want to get in here and actually prove that I can actually achieve something else. So I feel you, Superfly. I do think it's different though, and that's the main point that I'm trying to get across right now is that we gotta stop fooling ourselves and saying men and women are the same. We not. Like we want different things. And if women was really being honest and then think what somebody was going to judge them, a lot of you women be like, yo, I want to sit down. I told my daughter, like, yo, like, look, there's different routes you could take in life. If you want to go the career path, I'm gonna tell you, like, cool, but make sure that career path gives you flexibility as a mother. you know, and obviously they you know, young women nowadays don't even want to have kids, which is, I'm cool with that. Keep that same energy, but look, you know, when you get a little older, you're gonna start having fever, and we're not even gonna wait to that time. I'm gonna tell you prior to what that's gonna look like. But if you want to take the route of a housewife, okay, cool. I know I can tell you how to line a dude up. That's it. And find a dude that you that's actually capable of doing the things that you need them to do for you to fit that lifestyle, and for you to be an asset at the same time. Like, all right, cool. You can go down that route. It's whatever you want to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, give you the pros and cons, but all of it's going to end up in the same result. Like, you could try to wiggle your way around. Cause I just know, like, man, like most of these women are not, like, if you find some of the most successful women I've ever been around, making money. I'm talking about making money, and they are miserable. They can't keep a dude around and worth a damn. Like, and they head strong, and they stuck in their ways. Now they done hit the age where they can't even have kids really, and they stuck. And them women are miserable. Like, we are not the same. Like, we need to stop telling us that. He says, man is for a woman. For a woman is security, and the man can't help but to provide. He said, when the women get in that mood of things fall apart, the man gives her that security. That's everything. Everything's gonna be okay for sure. You're right. You're right. That's why I say, man, I don't know, man. Some of this rhetoric nowadays, man, it's softening men up to the point where I don't even have to know what's going on in your house. Like, if I could see how you kind of carry yourself, I was like, oh yeah. Beside you, man, she probably running all over you, man.
My Jesus Christ, like that. Okay, my family was and let me also go back just a little bit more. My family was very instrumental. And let me also say, my family was very instrumental. Is this mic on? Can people hear me?
I feel like it wasn't okay. Either. But go ahead, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
And I'm also saying this as a person whose family was instrumental in founding the AME Church. Mm-hmm. I don't know where your relationship with God went wrong, and I'll retract that, because I can't judge where you're. But I think you need to go back to the Bible a little bit more and have some one-on-one time with Him to really think about whether the person that you're calling.
So what is disrespectful to the Lord Jesus Christ is Him giving you a baby and giving you life.
Hold on. I just want y'all to peep game. This dude in the back. This is what I'm talking about.
Can people hear me?
I feel like it was okay.
It's 2024. Look at my man in the red shirt.
Yeah. And I'm also saying this as a person whose family was instrumental in founding the AME Church. Mm-hmm. I don't know where your relationship with God went wrong. And
look at him. That dude right there, that woman in the pink, she'll run over that dude right there in the pink.
See, I'll retract that, because I can't judge where you're, but I think you need to go back to the Bible a little bit more and have some one-on-one time with Him to really think about whether the person that you're calling to represent this country actually represents Jesus Christ, or whether he's actually thwarting Jesus' word.
You said that I'm disrespecting Jesus Christ, but what is disrespectful when He is the one who creates life? I think anybody who's a Christian can say He is the end all be all. He is the Alpha and Omega. He is the only one responsible for life. So what is disrespectful to the Lord Jesus Christ is Him giving you a baby and giving you life, and you dropping it at His feet saying, I don't want it, because you don't want to control who you having sex with. If you do not want to have a baby with somebody that you don't want a baby with, you don't need to be having sex with that person. Maybe you need to close your legs. Maybe that's what you need to do, because you just don't want to be responsible with your body count. You want to use I don't want a man telling me what to do with my body as an output and as an excuse. But that is not. You telling me I'm disrespectful and I need to revisit? Maybe you need to revisit.
Okay, so we can relax. We wanted to pass. We want nobody. We got
relevant conversation.
And then the most effeminate man, like on the stage. Here we go.
How is it irrelevant if we're talking about policies?
Sis, hold on. It's irrelevant, young lady. Can't hear. It's irrelevant because there's this such thing called separation between church and state. Your religious beliefs, if you will just let me finish, your religious beliefs do not supersede my right as an American to not subscribe to that.
if I so choose. The government does not allow, the government is not inside my bedroom. The government shouldn't be inside your bedroom. What you do between you and God, you'll sort it out when you go seek salvation later. But for the government to try and sort that out through law makes no sense, because this is not, everyone in this country is not Christian.
Well, one thing about it, no, because when I first came up here, I said, as a Christian, I'm disappointed in the Christian's point of view.
Please don't disrespect me or yourself, okay? Please do not.
The way you just did by saying that you're for killing the baby when he said don't murder, that disrespect, is that the same disrespect we're talking about?
Now, wait a minute,
okay.
Deaconess Figaro said, let's let everybody
Deacon
have
Figaro, go ahead.
Figaro, let's let everybody have, Deaconess, let him finish his point, and then we got to let somebody else come up.
Go ahead, because I do want to hear what you was finna say. Go ahead.
Yes. What I am saying is that all of that is wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
You should sort that out with your church.
Mm.
You should not be sorting that out with government officials. Because guess what? There are people who also interpret the Bible to say that it justified your enslavement. That justifies you being mistreated as a black person based on their biblical interpretation. Do you want that codified into law? No. So if you don't want that codified into law on the other side, you should probably just take your religious beliefs and have them inside of your house of faith.
I can't.
So we're done. Hold on, we're moving on.
I just want to make one
No,
sentence.
I can't, because they're literally having me. We got to move on. We got to move on.
And you got to respect me. I don't know who you think you talking to, but I can get up in here real quick because I was respecting her authority. If she has authority, there's no need for you to jump in when somebody else is speaking. You have been on 10 since we've been in here. You need to take your emotions out of it, because I am listening to everybody else's opinion. It's you who need to take your authority out.
Ooh.
Yo, when I was looking at it, I was like, yo, why is this being broadcast live?
I mean, so I joke about this with a bunch of Trump supporters. I mean, it's mainly, I haven't really heard Trump bring religion into it, but it's a thing that like a lot of Republicans do. Like even J.D. Vance gave a speech today, and it was at like a religious thing. He brought up about like Christian values and stuff like that. But this is funny thing. I think it's on Rebel Network on YouTube, where they asked a bunch of Christian folks about Trump kids being Jewish. And you saw like a lot of people who believe in like Christians, right? They don't, people in that hardcore Christian faith don't think, don't believe in Jews and stuff like that. So a lot of people was like shocked to find out that Trump had like Jews in his family. And I kind of, I get what these people are saying too. I don't like the judgmental aspect of all this, right? Like I think the higher power should be the one to kind of, justify who is or who isn't, whatever it is. But people are voting on these things, based on who they think is more righteous, which is kind of interesting to me.
It's really like a dumb hill to die on, because like again, like it's almost like the boogeyman. It's talking about something that honestly, unless you, I don't know, it's Friday the 13th and Jason is chasing you, like you're not like, this is not a, I don't know, it's an issue, but it's not like a major issue. I'm sorry to belittle this like for women, but I know it's such a touchy subject, but it's like for real. If you honestly had a mistake, right, and you saying that, hey, look, I don't want to bring this child into this world, I don't believe the government. I think you should have an opportunity to make that decision, right? I think you should, just like any other major decision in your life, you should probably, go through through something like to really like, hey, look, you really want to do this? And I think most states are saying like, yo, like if you make that decision early on, you could do it. Bob's your uncle. I think the play comes in is like you trying to drag this on, and then the thing is, this baby is actually starting to to grow in your womb. Like we gotta stop at some point. Like it's murder. It's definitely. I just I'm pro life at this point in my life, just because I think I think people. I think to. It's going to sound some type of way, maybe, but to like try to rid the responsibility of like your actions, it's like it's almost not validating, but almost encouraging encouraging acts from it's encouraging you to make the bad mistake, right? Like if basically if you did something that was detrimental to you and I said, hey, look, all right, here you go, let me just bail you out on this one. Oh, here you go, like you gonna bail you out on this one. Like I'm incentivizing you to a certain degree to make bad decisions. Like I prefer to, it's just like divorce today, right? Divorce rates are high, and a lot of it is just because it's just no fault divorces, right? Women get to say, oh, well, I just don't like him no more, and I'm out. Like I think it should be a little bit more you gotta do to just get out of a situation like that. That's a major decision that you made, and for you to just wake up or because you don't like something, like you just dip on out of a major, decision that you made in your life. I think that's if anything, like you shouldn't be incentivized to do it. Like a lot of women nowadays is incentivized to break up the relationship that they're in. That's why a lot of men is afraid to even make the leap. I think to a certain degree, when you talk about this and you should just have the right to do whatever. Like, no, we gotta put boundaries at some point, because I think people operating in just with no guardrails, it's just detrimental, man. Like I don't know, man. But
I
this
guess
ain't the
like
subject. Go ahead.
a lot of people come to America for religious freedom. That's why I think like a lot of people who be talking about this church and state stuff so much, they be the ones that care about like the church being involved with political decisions. But in reality, we kind of keep that neutralized to kind of make this seem like it's a free world. Because that's really like the gist of what's going on in the Israeli conflict and stuff. And even a lot of stuff that happened in Africa is really just straight up religious wars.
Mm-hmm.
And people just, want some type of freedom or having something. Like, I think I told y'all this. Like, I had a coworker who was Jewish. He's pretty heavy, like, Jewish. And I think when the whole vaccination stuff started, like, mandates started happening here in New York City, a lot of Jewish people really wasn't with that. They thought it was kind of violating, you know, like some of their beliefs. And a lot of my Jewish friends actually did move to Israel. But like in a short period of time, they ended up like back here because I guess they noticed the conflict that was happening there. And I guess, the mandates kind of slowed down a little bit here as well. But I think it's always going to be some type of conflict. It's always going to be some type of discussion here. I guess me personally, I don't really have a side
Right.
on it. I guess, I understand the advantages of this being a free world. I guess I kind of don't like when people try to use it as a way to uplift other people over like others. And like there's a lot of people who feel like, I see it all the time. Anytime I like watch like a Trump channel or something, they say like Trump is Jesus, like Trump like died for Jesus' sins. Like I see this a lot. Um, and I feed into it. I joke with a lot of Trump people about it, but that's not something I don't
that's all.
understand where that comes from out of people's hearts to just say stuff like that. And and even like everybody got their sins and stuff like that. To your point, like I wish everybody's skeletons could kind of come out. I value people who kind of talk about it. Trump, all his stuff is out there. Me personally, how I kind of feel, and I think recently, like Trump getting shot at again. That's one of the reasons why I kind of don't really feel like it's okay for him to be president. Because I think people about to just keep taking shots. That's kind of like one of my issues, and I also think that he kind of need to figure out all the other stuff that he kind of got going on. Like, I'm just really kind of wondering if this guy he gotta have some type of post-traumatic stress. I don't know
I
if he's
think
willing to admit it or not, but I'm kind of really wondering his like mental state, and I pray for him like every day because I just want him to be okay as a human being. Like, I don't think him being president is that much important for him to be trying to act tougher than what he need to be. Because, like, I listen to Game Right. He's gotten shot at more than More than my favorite rappers who be in the street.
You know, I say this, man. This is just my humblest opinion. Like I don't know the man, so this is how I view it. Right, somebody that's been ultra successful in his lifetime, right, decided to go into politics for a political position that honestly it ain't no real revenue in. Like you can, if he wanted to go lay down by the beach, whatever, right now, and just chill out for the rest of his life, whatever time he got left on this planet, he can. I think the man really cares. For if you agree with him or you don't, he in his mind he cares about this particular country, right? And I think for him, like his last kind of like hurrah, like is to change the political game. Like he talked about how he wanted to drain the swamp, right? And I think that sound it's just like every other politician, right? That goes in, they say what they say on the trail, on political trail, but then they get in office and then they kind of deviate. And I think even for him, like he just know like the way he was gun ho to begin with, right? He didn't kind of fulfill that. But I think he feels like his purpose. It just kind of goes back to what Superfly just said, right, about men and women not being satisfied. I don't think he's satisfied with the success. It's sort of like, like for most people to be like, damn, like I'm a billionaire. Like you would think that that's the zenith and you good, right? Like your family is good forever. Maybe like you got about 5 generations of your family is going to be all right. Like you think that be it. But I think to him, like, it's like, yo, I hit that. What's next? Right. And I think this is like his next. And I think, I think he already understands, like, I think when you get to that age, I don't know what it is. I'm not that age, but I do believe that there's a certain level of, the road is short. Whatever you got left is not that long. So it's like, how do you want to, what legacy you want to leave behind that time? And I think he just like, yo, like I'm willing to put my life on the line for this because I think this is his purpose. And I think for the folks that, is out here going a little too ham, I think to relate him to Jesus and stuff like that is crazy. That there's one Jesus, there's one God, or whatever. Like, I'm not going to sit up here and ever, but I get the sentiment. I get what people are saying. I think to some people that he's the representation of, again, what a lot of people been waiting on. I wouldn't say it's ego driven, man. I truly don't think it's. I wouldn't say, because it may be a part of it is ego, but I don't think it's coming out of a. I don't. This is one thing I've just learned about, I don't know, man, being around certain levels of people and just being around and just kind of understanding, like, yo, like once you get to certain places, like you're not just doing things to do them, like, and especially when you're a person that has led, like that's why I took such offense to like this notion of, like, well, he's just not doing anything and stuff like that. And nothing against you, New Wave, but I just understand like how, like, when you are in position already, people like tend to forget everything it takes to run that position and everything it took for you to get that position and actually maintain that position. And when people are like long-term successful, I actually admire all of them. Like, even if you think that they might have been given a handout or something like that, because to maintain is a real thing. And a lot of people don't understand that. Like, and just to do things, like I've been doing my profession now for 17 years. Like, I don't even look like I've been doing it that long. Right. And if you talk to somebody, they'd be like, damn, like I had a conversation with a barber, it's like 2 days ago. And I was like, yeah, I've been doing X, Y, and Z for this long. And, and I'm still going for the gusto. I'm still going to new levels and I'm still pushing. Like I told y'all a couple weeks ago, I had a conversation. I had to have some conversations about some money. I had to George Bush the button. And got a little bit of money. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I think just in the saying that I'm not satisfied and I'm a person that's keep on pushing, the same person that's on this internet with y'all to damn near 3 a.m. I'm about to be a full day up, man. I honestly, I'm definitely going to be right back up. Take kids to school. Usually it's around about 6:30 or something like that, 6:40. So in a little bit here, and I'm still going. And I think for people who are driven, right, especially like when you don't have a monetary gain in it, like it's got to be bigger than just, oh, my pride, my ego. Like if he could just go down to infamy right now, like if it's about that, like I think whatever the movement that he's done, ain't too many people do it. When I went down to Myrtle Beach, go to South Carolina, man. If I ain't been down south, man, oh my God, there are full blown Donald Trump stores on the strip, and these are not small stores. I'm talking about official businesses, like that's sitting up there, and they sell nothing but Trump gear. They got a Trump mannequin in the window, like it's t-shirt stores for him and stuff like that. If it was about that, I think the job is done. I think the man really cares about what he's talking about. If you don't like him or not, like I truly think that man is whatever it is that he got in his head. Like this is his lasting legacy in his own little way. And I do believe he wanted to revolutionize politics, and I think in a way he has. Like I think the next person is like Vivek, man. Like I think I like the guy. I think he's going to actually be somebody that, I don't know if he's going to, I think he's still going to rub people the wrong way because his ideals are still kind of out there. But at the same time, there's another politician that's actually trying to give y'all like authentic who he is, his thoughts. I'm not trying to sugarcoat things for you. And I think that's the legacy that the man want to leave behind. I truly believe that. I'm not saying if it's right or wrong, but I think that's what he wants to do. You said you think he isn't hurt about not getting his second run as a president. I don't think. I think he's a competitive person. He wants to win. I don't think that's ego driven though. Like, man, listen. Like, if I was going for something, right, and I wanted it and I lost it, and I'm like, I got an opportunity to go get it, and I still got the energy to do it. I wouldn't say now. I would say that if you had to call something out. Like even like the January 6th thing, right? When they bring that conversation up, he can actually easily clean that up and kind of stand on what he did during that time period. Like they gave him opportunity to kind of like, okay, what you want to say about, January 6th? To somebody that's a little bit, got a little bit of humbleness, a little bit of humble pie, right? You could probably come in there and say, oh, you know what? Maybe that wasn't the best, like my best moment. Like, I did do what I did as far as try to tell people to do it in a safe, a patriotic manner. But, in 2020, like things definitely, not the year, but in 2020 hindsight, I could do better. Like we always can do better. That's a humbling like statement. In that moment, like when he don't really adjust. Like, yeah, I could see certain people looking at him and saying, okay, well, what is that? But I don't know, man. I just been around driven people, and I'm telling y'all, man, like when you on that level, I'm not saying I've been around super billionaires. I've been around millionaires for sure. And just something that's just like, it's like an archetype that low key, like those folks, it goes beyond just thinking like I'm just want it. Like it's like they thinking long term. They're looking past them. So I don't know. I think it was about him and just his self ego. I think he already won that game. That game is done. Like again, like he's selling hats, he's selling shoes, he got stores. They're gonna still be open if he's president or not. Shoot, they actually might sell out if he don't become president. So I don't know. That's just my personal opinion, man. Again, it's not because I'm a fan or anything like that. It's just my observation. Like, cause he has nothing to gain from this other than a bunch of stress. Look at what the presidency does to people. Do y'all see even Kamala? she looked like she aged. It looked like she aged in the last 2 months. Like it looked like the last 2
Yeah,
months.
I don't.
Like,
I mean, me personally, I don't think anybody over 65 should be president. Like, I think Obama had the like perfect years to be president.
yeah, I mean that's a thing as well. I mean, I'm not necessarily, I think there
Yeah,
should be, obviously there's an age. What's the starting age? What is it, like 35 or something like
yeah,
that?
it's somewhere around that.
Yeah, somewhere, something like that. But what I would say is that I think to be in tune with what the world is, but also try to be a leader. I think there's a bell curve there, right? If that's 65, I don't know, but I think maybe getting into those latter years, we don't want a Biden situation again, man. Like this man, he can't operate at this point. And it's like a sad story, right? Even though I know he probably wants to, he want to go again. I know he wants to go again. Like it's the same thing about him. Like, but at the same time, we got to have people that's operational. But I do believe, I don't know if it's 65 is the age. I don't know if it's 70, but I think once you start getting into 80, late 70s, 80s, like you got to start now. You got like, yo, we got to retire you, big dog. Like we thank you for your services, but I don't know. I mean, it seems like Trump got he got his bearings. I think when you get to that age though, like you lose the edit button. So I think y'all seeing a lot of that. Every old man I've been around, like the edit button is gone. Like, so I think a little bit of what y'all see, man, like is just the edit button go. I can't wait for my edit button to go. Like I think my edit button already kind of all the way out the door somewhere. Like I can't wait. I get, Lord willing, I make it to that age. Y'all ain't gonna want to have no conversation with me. Like I'm gonna be all the way direct. Tell you all about yourself. Like you just stop caring, man. Like I get it. But I don't think it's facetious. I think the man really wants this thing. Like I can't, in my mind, I'm like, when you got all the wealth in the world that you need, at this point, it's like, man, and you got you call it up. Like you gonna go down in history. You already was president before. It's not like if it was just like, oh well, I just want to be president and then I could just get up out of it. Like I don't think none of that thing is the thing. Now is he the best person in the world? I don't know. I ain't gonna say that. I just think that, at this point where I stand, like it is what it is. Like, and it aligns. It aligns. But I just wish the best for this nation in general. I want to make sure that, some of the stuff that I think we see like some of the stuff got to be cleaned up, man. And we can't just be for everything and everybody. Immigration, I'm not about to sit here and just down that hill either. I think things need to happen in that arena because there's definitely funds being directed there. I'm not saying it's all the funds in the world, but for folks, when I gotta look out these windows right here that's right behind me, and I gotta see people that's sleeping by trash cans and stuff like that, and we barely have mental hospitals for people, for the homeless. Some of these homeless people that's out here on the streets, they got mental illnesses, and I'm not even a mental illness guy. Like I don't even talk about that much. But we sitting here talking about funds for folks that just, figured out a way to, we got stuff to clean up in our own backyard. And we got a lot of money that we sending out for a lot of different things that I think could have benefit the folks that's actually here in some of the things that we need to get done in this country for the folks that's legal. Like I think that's true. Not to negate somebody that's trying to make some way for their family. I'm not even against the hustle. Do what you need to do to get here, but we need to do what we need to do to make sure that we actually taking care of our people at home, man. Like this junk is real. Like I don't know about y'all, but like we could talk about rural cities and major cities. They dropping people off from buses in Charlotte, man. Like it's almost like now, like I go outside, man, I'm on tilt because like I'm trying to make sure that I don't have to yoke somebody up, and this is on a daily basis. And this is a area that honestly is it's most of the more prominent areas in the city, and it didn't used to be like this. And it's certain, so it's things that need to be done, man. Give me and then my wife. Listen. I'll be real with y'all. My wife. I don't even let my wife don't even go outside no more when it comes to this area. When it come like walk around the block and stuff like that, if I ain't with her, ain't none of that going on. That's how it is around here.
Yeah, it's bad outside my neighborhood. I just think the local government they see something in this that they just not telling us for the reason why they doing this.
Well, you talking about? I think it's funding, right? It's funding as far as local police departments, and I think also too we could say I know like some people feel about the police thing. I know you definitely feel some type of way about the police thing, but I think from that standpoint, there's something there. Like like my wife had an incident. It's now a few years ago, and like she called the cops, and it was just like they put on hold all kind of stuff. Like, and I had a situation where like I was about to handle some stuff on my own because it's like I'm literally trying to call the cops. They just not available. I walked like 3 blocks to find a cop like sitting on the side of the street just chilling on his car. I'm like, sir, like there's a man down here doing X, Y, and Z. I think y'all need to take care of that, man. Cause my wife had just had an incident like a few weeks prior to, so like I'm already on like go time and ready to take off on people because of what I'm seeing happening now. And like this dude, he was like, man, this cop kind of looked at me like, all right, let me go down here and type, like, you know what I'm saying? It's sort of like whatever that was, like, and this lack of, and I'm here, like, it is a lack of funding and stuff like that. So when people talk about defunding the police and all those stuff, I'm like, I don't think y'all know what y'all asking for, man. Because when shit popping off and then and you actually need that, unless you about to go swing swords yourself, like, and still get messed up and locked up, like, I don't know if we know what we asking for, man. So a lot of that stuff, man, like, so that's why, like, even again, if you want, if whoever supporter, but like she made her statements with defunding the police. I just can't get with it, man. I don't care how emotional I was at the moment. Like, I can't get with it, man. I just can't. Like, not at this
I just
point.
don't think there's an order. Like I think about the career aspect of a cop, and I think the immigration issue is probably not something that a cop is like willing to do anything for if it's not going to really like progress their career. And then I think the court systems and all that stuff is backed up. So like if you really look at the statistics, especially in New York City, like the immigrants aren't really committing like any serious crimes, if that makes sense. So they do something like a little petty, like a cop is probably just gonna let them go because like it ain't really nowhere to put them. And then like the course is already kind of backed up for like prosecuting people. So it's just kind of like this gray area of like how do I deal with these people that not going to really probably give me that next position in my career. Like I need to be focused on this drill stuff. I need to be focused on this drug or gang stuff.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's like an actual like push, I don't think any local police department really should. I don't think they're going to focus on that because, like, I think right now they pick and choosing. It was really interesting, man. A city like Detroit, man. Shout out to my people in D-Town, man. If you ever want to see a town where police are picking and choosing their battles, go to Detroit. Go to Detroit. They are picking and choosing when they need to get activated. And it's the same thing there. It's funding. It is funding for that city. Lack of funding in that department. And it's like, again, it's funny that we talk about it was certain subjects because we was riled up and our community was riled up, emotional, and we were saying certain things that didn't make sense. Like and again, like for me, I'm not necessarily gonna hold that against somebody forever, but it just tells me, like, again, like maybe goes back to that last comment I made about women in leadership position. Like you gotta be careful what you asking for, because like when people get emotional like that, and they making just brash decisions like that, and then they gotta figure out later on, like, okay, man, maybe I shouldn't have said that, but now I can't say nothing because now, like, I look crazy if I just go back on the thing. I don't know, man. I can't get with it. I can't get with it. It's a couple different situations like that. I'm telling y'all, like, and I used to be the unpopular one in that BLM conversation. I've been in a couple BLM conversations with folks, and it's, again, like, before it was popular, the folks to say, oh nah, like that was what it was. It was a scam and all that other stuff. Before Candace did her little thing, and now everybody jumped on the bandwagon because it was kind of exposed a little bit. I was saying that from day one. Like, I was like, this don't make sense. Like, I know, like, if I had an organization that had an opportunity to do X, Y, and Z, like I'm trying to figure out how we can change policies. I want to actually have a conversation with those local community, the local government in those communities and stuff like that, or like even like do things that actually benefit our culture. This stuff right here, like, I look at this show, like, it's entertaining, it's ratchet as hell, like, it's got some people that actually know what they're talking about. You're just not organized, but like the stuff that's peddled to us, man, and then we just don't know how to. It's like it's almost like just you don't know what you don't know. And if we don't have vehicles around the community that's saying, okay, look, these are things that you could do to better, empower your situation or, improve your situation. You're in the same rut. But I don't want to hear the same old stories no more. Like, even talking about this story, we haven't played it yet, but I'm quite sure I know they did talk about racism at some point in here, and I'm just like, that's just like to be honest with you, that's just like the abortion issue in my mind. But we still talking about it. Like, tell me something that's actually going to impact me in the world that my children are going to go into. Like, real talk. So I don't know. Like, it's just like we don't even know. I don't know. It's 3 a.m. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this, and I'm gonna jump off.
Yeah, if you want to end it now, and then we just pick this back up next week.
Yeah, we could pick this up. I'm quite sure that'd be some more stuff.
Yeah, I'll jump down.
Yeah, no problem, man. No, I appreciate you, man. Like, for pulling up, man. We're gonna have to do a documentation, like a document debate, man.
Yeah, I seen the document. I mean, we did better when we looked at the debate and we had that discussion. That's what I'm kind of looking for, like, talk about the issues, less so like the people. Because I think for me, we kind of get caught up too much for the people. And it's like, I'm trying to look at who's making the best decisions.
That's
like
true.
Right now from the last like 4 weeks. Like, I don't know. I got seen some stuff from Vance, but I ain't feeling that boy.
You ain't feeling JD, man?
Nah, he really be fucking couches.
I'm trying to figure out how you like Tim, man, but you don't like JD, man.
I just think JD one of them person that ain't work hard for nothing.
JD,
like,
yeah, that's you like, yeah, that man was. Oh man, I don't know. I ain't even gonna hold you. I'm not having done a deep dive in it. I will be interested to see how they perform in the vice presidential debate. What is it, October 1st? So I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes down. So maybe that's something. Maybe if I'm not acting up with the internet or just some crazy thing going on with the project, we can live stream. I really wish I live streamed the debate, but maybe we can live stream that debate. So.
All right. Have a good night.
All right, big dog. Yeah, man. Shout out to New Wave. I'll play a little bit more of this real quick, and then I'm gonna drop up out of here. Bro, this is one of the longest shows I've ever
Welcome to the debate after the debate show. Let's move on to the next topic. I do want to touch on immigration. Y'all, it's all right, y'all. It's okay. Like, it's okay. It's all right.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Like, y'all get so paranoid. So
it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Sometimes furniture gets moved.
And sometimes furniture needs to get moved.
In fairness, but the Bible does say you are supposed to love God out loud. So we cannot chastise her for feeling like her vote should be reflective of her faith.
Moving on. Yeah, we're just moving on.
And I understood you, and I wanted to make sure everybody else understood.
Y'all like separation of church and state, though.
Well, 501c3s
we just want to move on. We just want to move on to the next. We just want to move on to the next.
Churches want to get rid of their
Excuse me, Deaconess is talking.
But the tax exemption makes them a part of the federal government. So unless they want to get rid of their tax exemption,
so they don't like law and order. Do y'all like law and order or not?
I'm just saying.
The sis, brother, we want to move on to the next. Again, y'all make sure y'all tell revolt. I just want to be clear. We want to be able to have longer conversations, be able to have these conversations, but unfortunately, we cannot just spend all night on one thing. We want to get to immigration. I want to get your comment, but we want to.
All right, man. We've been talking about immigration all night. We will see if we may pick up some pieces of this. Shout out to everybody that pulled up, man. We actually got a lot of views tonight. Got a little bit of views tonight. It's a long show. Let me go full stream. Yeah, we went all the way out, man. I'm gonna pay for this a little bit today. I got a big week ahead of me. Now I will say, even though I'm back, I missed last week. I will be out for the Friday show. I have a huge celebration to go to. It's a yearly celebration that I'm just proud every time I'm a part of it. So I will be celebrating. I will be celebrating Friday night. I'm getting the fit right. Me and the wife will be doing the his and hers. So I'm gonna pull out some heat. We're gonna pull out some heat for that one. We're gonna show out. So I'm looking forward to that. But shout out to everybody that pulled up, man. I appreciate y'all. You know, hopefully I can really get back in my bag, man. Try to push this channel. I'm still trying to see if it's possible to pivot a channel that was one thing to something else. I probably should just start new, but I wanted to utilize the channel that had my name on it. That talking about things that I care about. And also the House of the Hitters, right? You know, I'll be back over there. Should be on Wednesday. I'm gonna try to get back to, you know, I've been promising a lot of things, but one of the things I do want to get back to is actually having some standalone videos, maybe some sneaker reviews. It's not been a ton of sneakers that to go really ham on. I'm doing some stuff. I know y'all saw. I don't know if y'all saw the Money Motivation, but I pulled these bad boys out. You know, these are iconic right here. So I'm gonna do a little cleanup job on them. Hit it with some Rejuvenator. Do some other things and get those grails right. I got another grail on the way. Hell of a deal for that one. I was thinking about getting some exclusives. I was thinking about getting like some black cements. We could do an early review, but I don't know how I feel about it. There's some other joints I was looking at maybe, but we'll see. So I catch y'all on the House of the Hitter side, man, but I greatly appreciate y'all. Look, and if I said something that you don't quite like, it ain't about that. It's about having a conversation. Shout out to New Wave. He was a good sport with me. I was definitely. It was moments where I was like, come on, bro. But like, let's have the conversation. And I think he brought up a great point at the end. Let's talk about the issues, right? Not talk about the people. I think when we do get hung up in the people, that's when the emotions start to kick in, and I think you just the internal bias start to kick in. So we can get around to talking about the issues. I thought he brought up a great point with that. So shout out to him, man. I'm always willing to have the conversation. We got to get y'all boys, we got to get y'all folks on some cameras, man, around here. A lot of, like, I think what probably helps the engagement for folks to probably see y'all, man, that y'all engage on the platform and stuff like that, man. We got to get some folks to get on camera, man. Don't be shy. But it's been cool. I'm actually thinking about jumping on some other people's platforms, but we'll see. We shall see. The name is Norman Nation, man. I go by South, successful overachiever, underdog forever, man. That means you grind forever, you will shine forever. And at the end of the day, man, make sure you are making the right decision for your family, not based on, look, the lights are going off. The lights is time. It's time. They go off at like 3 o'clock or something like that. Look at that. Lights went off. It says night. Make sure y'all making the right decisions for your family. Don't make decisions based on fear or the dislike of someone else. Make sure that you're doing the things that is gonna actually, or just vote for the things that's actually of benefit to your family. That's the only thing I would say. And let's get more people informed. There's things I need to learn about, just as well. And I think, just having a conversation, man, we can get informed. We can make informed decisions and stop just living life in the dark and just making decisions because of what we're afraid of. But salute to y'all. Deuces. Your boy, I am out.